good morning, everybody. Welcome back to a
Good
continuation
morning.
of the Lake George Scrabble tournament. Matt Canik once again joined this morning by Jeffrey Pogue. Jeffrey, how are you
Hello.
doing?
I'm doing all right. It's a beautiful morning here in Providence, but I assume it's a beautiful one in Lake George too.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but great stuff about the weather, the changing of the leaves up in Lake George this time of year. Man, I need to make it out to this tournament one time soon. But in the interim, I'll adjust to the FOMO by continuing to stream on the internet. We're going to do a bit of a pivot today. We are going to switch over to Division Two for at least a couple of matchups this morning. And there's a couple of reasons we want to do that. One, Division Two is still very high level Scrabble. Two, there are some very fun and upcoming folks in this division we want to try to get the spotlight on before we invariably see them in Division One someday soon. And three, just thought we'd shake things up a little bit. You know, there's only so much Jackson Smylie and Chloe Fatsis the world can watch. Nothing against them, they're great players, but we'll do things a little bit differently. So, Jeffrey, you've got some experience with Division Two yourself, right? Tell us about
Yes,
that.
this is my home turf. I mean, my favorite thing about Division 2 is that everyone in Division 2 is on their way somewhere. So, like, when I started playing Division 2 pretty recently, it was always like an upward trajectory trying to make it to Division 1. And I think many of the people there are successful. So, one thing you can look for here is that early talent right before they become the next level of like Scrabble master, and start competing in Division 1. But Division Two is also, I think, one of the friendliest division. Everyone there is so welcoming and open, and like you really get to know each other very well when you're in this division. So I can provide a little bit of extra commentary on these players from a more personal standpoint, as well as on their Scrabble.
Yeah, no, I love Division Two. I got stuck there for a very long time. Eventually did make it out, but yeah, no, and stuck is not necessarily the right word. Division Two players are still people who have put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into the game, but they might miss a bingo, which we don't see
Mhm.
very often in Division One. They'll show a little bit more of the human side of the game while still doing some pretty brilliant stuff. And I'm excited to show that perspective for those of you watching these videos after the fact, watching these streams after the fact. Can show a little bit more tangible product and somewhere that maybe you could steer your game to. So looking
Mhm.
forward to it. Game one features Sam Masling and Annette Obrestad, and both of these players have some very cool background on how they got to this point. Sam came up through the school Scrabble scene. Annette came up through competitive poker. And we'll talk more about these players, but we're going to cut into the game, and then we can talk a lot more about all of that because we've got a lot of school Scrabble aficionados here on the stream. So as soon as we get the okay from our production team, we will cut to the live cam. Looks like, oh yeah, we're just waiting on the Quackle setup. So we're very, very close to Scrabble. So Jeffrey, I came through school Scrabble. You came
Mhm.
through school Scrabble as well, right? Tell us about that.
So I recently got out of school Scrabble. Within the last year, I became ineligible to play in the tournaments, which is a little bit sad. But also, I think school Scrabble is a great place to get youth players started and generally the next level of competition. Because I mean, I'm sure your grandmother at home is very good, but it takes a certain drive that a lot of the youth players have in order to start memorizing the dictionary and climbing the rankings. Um, but if you look at the field of competitive players right now, there's a shocking number of them that started out in the middle school and high school tournaments, the small games that were played in like little libraries. But it's a really great scene with a lot of support and a lot of interesting folks. So I always bond instantly with anyone who I hear came from the youth Scrabble scene, just because that also took away my weekends when I was a child, and I loved it.
Yeah, no, school Scrabble was a huge part of my upbringing, and I am eternally grateful to the volunteers who put in their blood, sweat, and tears into putting together those tournaments, sticking around after school, printing out the cheat sheets for us, and everybody who made that trip possible. I know Sam hails originally from the DC area, and
Hmm.
Stefan Fatsis has put together just a very solid scene in that area. Sam, perhaps the crown jewel of that scene, although
Yes.
well, okay, Chloe is also definitely a crown jewel for the Scrabble scene. So, but that'll be cool to watch Sam. And then Annette, for those unfamiliar with her story, has won millions of dollars playing competitive poker. At
She
one
moved
point.
from Europe.
Yes,
She
from
was a
Europe.
youth player in poker and moved from Europe only, but had to completely relearn the entire English dictionary from a Scrabble perspective.
Oh, so she was a former Collins player as well. Yeah. Oh man, that's a bunch of hurdles to overcome, and yet she has quickly accelerated up the ranking. And this is probably the last time we'll get to broadcast her in Division Two as well.
Hmm.
We are going to cut over now to the live Scrabble action again as we hyped it up. Sam Masling, Annette Obrestad, and we are ready to go. Round
This should be a
four.
great matchup.
George, New York. It's going to be a good one. Yeah, we've got Annette set to go first, Sam set to go second, and we'll want to be friendly to Sam everywhere we're watching. Sam took a very extended break from the game as he studied like smart guy computer stuff, I believe at Stanford.
Yes, Stanford
And he's
University.
just coming back to Scrabble. He's been back less than a month. He said
Wow.
yesterday he accidentally played a phony three just because he's a little rusty on everything. So we're going to be
Mhm.
friendly to Sam as we acknowledge that he has just now come back to the game and has a lot of rust to shake off. Annette to play first, DG or DDGIJOO. And to me, this looks like a straightforward dojo. Got to
Mhm.
undouble those E's. Want to play off the J for those points. And that's going to be how she opens. I think no objection from anybody here. Correct play for Annette on turn one. And we're off to the races 24-0, Annette's favor. Sam now looks
Mhm.
to respond AEFLMOP, the rack for him. And he's got to be happy to see that J come down, or as that O is going to yield easy underlaps for him. To me, FOP jumps out immediately. Just FOP, get rid of those worst consonants, score a bunch of points, tighten up the board all at once. And I love a play like FOP. I think some of our viewers at home may not. They like open boards and fireworks, but I'm all about these tight games. Jeffrey, what do you think here?
Yeah, I think Foth is probably going to be one of the best choices. Not only does it get a bunch of tiles down, but it really doesn't open up the board too much to the opponent, so they can't really do anything. And it's keeping not perhaps the best leave, but a pretty nice leave on your own side. The M is going to come in and score next turns. You can use the L and the E and the A all have a little bit of synergy together. Um, but looking over to Annette's side, she drew absolute junk from that draw, keeping she kept GID, which has a lot of potential there, and drew IIAU, which is not going to leave her in a good position. And if FOP does come down from Sam, Annette's gonna find herself either needing to exchange or pull out some magic in order to keep going.
It is far too early to have three I's and a U on my rack. Oh man, that's a killer pull. We've seen a lot of abysmal drawing so far on the stream at Lake George. Just one player, absolutely terrible stuff. You know, we watched Chloe Fatsis pull EI into EINOT like three times in a row or something. We watched Jackson with just a colossal meltdown as he couldn't hit a bingo for like six turns. Now we watch Annette GIIIU. I just want to show everybody at home this does happen to everybody. Terrible draws happen to everybody in Scrabble. And here comes Sam with FOP, AELM, a nice
Perfect.
versatile leave, good defensive play, no qualms with FOP. Good choice from Sam. And here comes likely the exchange from Annette on the flip side. Oh
Yes.
my goodness, what else do you do with this hot garbage? GAUD does play for 26. The leave on GAUD is I. So do you score 26 points and hold three I's, or do you say forget it? You could also play GADI in the same spot between
Yes.
Kang and Opa. That would hold IIU. And I don't even know which one of those is a better leave. Annette says, I've seen enough. I'm not doing this anymore. She's going to exchange all seven. I can't fault her for that.
Mhm.
AEEELMN, the rag now for Sam, and he is going to have one bingo if he's able to spot it. I'd maybe be tilting right now. AELM, the leave looks great, and to triplicate those E's, not ideal, but that floating D, the one floater he needs to play a bingo here. We'll see if Sam looks fixated on trying to play off some of these E's. A play of eel underneath fop looks very standard otherwise.
For those at home, the bingo that Sam has here is enameled, going from the top to the bottom, which is not the most unusual of a word. It is a real word, but it is still hard to spot given all of those E's. Um, in that rack, you do see enamel pretty often because without an E, you have enamels and a couple other bingos, so it is worth spotting. But he's going to go down with eel, which is still a great play. It's going to score him a couple points and drop two of his E's while not opening up the board too much for Annette.
Yeah, enameled clearly the best play there. Eel easily number two, about 9 points ahead of the third option from an equity perspective. So, and Sam is going to be rewarded with his bingo miss, another bingo. So after the play, we have 50 for Sam to 24 for Annette. And Annette doesn't find what she's looking for on that exchange, still yet to draw an E this game. And E's, of course, great tiles in terms of, bingoing and scoring and doing everything. And now she's going to have to decide what to do out of this rack. BDNOTUZ. Man, this is definitely too early for Annette to be doing this kind of stuff, drawing this kind of stuff. OPE does take a back D, and so a play like Doubt, DOUBT, are good options. Those are scary plays to make. They'll open up that triple word line, and yet, in the absence of other options, this is a play Annette needs to make. Score very well out of a rack that otherwise doesn't. Hold on to that Z and see if you can cash it next turn. There's no doubt in my head that Doubt is the right play here for her.
Yeah. And the nice thing about Doubt is she's keeping NZ on her rack, which does have good synergy. You can do anything like Zin or Zine, or Zine spelled a different way next turn, which should score you a couple points. Doubt is just a nice cleaning up play, although it does leave open the triple in a very dangerous way. And unfortunately, Sam will not be able to take that spot, but he is going to come down with a bingo elsewhere.
This is dicey. So again, Sam has taken an extended hiatus. This is a high probability rack. There are two sevens in it. You already saw him set up Amidine and its anagram Diamine are both playable for 66 above Dojo. But Sam's got to be in the nightmare situation. Oh God, I'm on stream. There's this floating T. There's a really, this is a really high probability rack, and I should know it, but it's been so long since I've hit the books. You can see the chewing the gum, the blinking. Oh man, I hope I don't miss it. He's going to take his time here, look through that T. We know that there's nothing. Sam's got to shake off some rust and cobwebs. He may also be questioning amidine and diamine right now, as there's so many amine and amide words, and it's so hard to keep them all straight. Me as a pharmacy guy, it's a little easier for me, but Sam, computers, when's the last time he's talked about amines? It's been a minute.
um,
Oh.
And the choice for him is actually important here because if he plays down diamine, that'll put the D in the triple column all the way on the left of the board, which really can't help Annette here is because Annette has been stuck with zero vowels. However, if he puts amidine, then Annette will have a couple plays going through that A, hitting the triple really hard with the Z and the K and the S. Even something like Kavaz could hit very hard, or just ZAS would be very strong there.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even realize Annette had no vowels once again. This is getting annoying. I want to shake the tile bag for her right now. Yeah, she's pretty much in this game right now. That we'll see Sam is shuffling. Oh no, he's got the stage jitters. Saw it. He was gonna play it and then he backed out. I have done this on stream myself
Yeah,
multiple times. You're just so afraid to lose the turn that you opt
it's
for the second best play.
It's a
Ooh,
really
okay.
scary proposition. You losing a turn in Scrabble, which is something that's mostly unique, or I guess losing a turn due to challenges is more common, at least in TWL in our version of the dictionary. But it's a very scary proposition. It can really set you back, and being sure of your words is often a smart strategy. Unfortunately, it's going to mean that Sam doesn't drop his bingo down this turn. On the flip side, though, Annette isn't really going to have any strong plays at all. Maid is going to close down the board, and Annette's going to have no vowels to uh, come back with.
Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough. You have to think now, do I play bank from the BA. That is 20 points. It sets up my S very nicely. But man, that leave LNR or LRSVZ, like that's killer. Bulk, a similar idea. When I'm looking at these plays, I want to think, what can I draw that will actually cache the Z? Um, if I pull two eyes, for instance, I'll have viziers and balks, but otherwise, I'm not really seeing any good options
Hmm.
for and now after that. I think exchange in that situation just because I can't see a draw that's going to bail me out except II. She's pulled IE. She's finally found some vowels in this bag, but she doesn't have a play that I see in that spot. So,
And bulk is interesting because as opposed to bank, it does also take a Y at the end of it for bulky. Luckily, Sam isn't going to have it here, but he should be able to hit her with a bingo right now.
uh, I believe Sam has no playable bingos out of this rack.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's nothing at all. So that's a killer. Sam, after missing bingos on consecutive turns, has what looks like there must be one here, and he's going to spend a bunch of time. He's going to question why he even came back to playing this board game to miss bingos on stream. But no, not this turn, Sam. There's nothing here. It just looks like it. This is so. I feel for him right now. These are tough. And Annette has pulled into Zerks. So I was looking at hitting the triple word square, but she's going to have a
Oh,
really nice
wow.
triple letter play. Zerks is, oh my God,
That's gonna
76 or something.
It's going to get the
So
Z on the triple letter score and the S on the double word score, so that six is getting multiplied six whole times, um, which is going to hit very hard. But from Sam's place, this is a really tough rack because it looks like there really should be something in there with the blank and the nice tiles. The double N isn't wonderful, but it's not the most unusual rack. In his position, I would be going crazy, just running through any possibility, seeing if there's anything I've missed, maybe some words that aren't real popping into my head.
and we've seen Sam hit the surrender cobra already a few times this turn. I think he set up Devonian, which he wishes he could play from the D, but oh man, this is rough. I think he's going to have to end up playing something terrible too. On top of not getting to bingo this turn, top candidate play according to Quackle is Diva, either DEVA or DIVA down from the D. I would be looking to undouble these ends if at all possible, and yet I can't even do that. I'm going to score 24. I'm keeping two ends. This is killer for Sam. So he's going to need a good pull here, but Diva eventually the play. And we know, Sam, you didn't miss a bingo, but he's going to be insecure about this for the rest of the game.
Mhm. And the only reprise for Sam is that he does block Zerks for 77 or 70, however many. So he isn't going to have to deal with that. But he did draw into the second blank as well as another two N's and an E, which is quite a draw.
Oh, he's got
Um,
a full house and two blanks. Okay. Sheesh. Ugh. All right, that's going to be a fun one. And Sam did block Zerks, but he did not block just Zerk. So that's going to come down for 37, pulling a net ahead 108 to 106. And Sam's got to figure out what the heck to do with this. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there are some bingos in this rack. And these are the fun ones where it's like, well, I could make up almost anything and it might be good. I can make up
It is those
um,
triple N's and the triple S's and the triple T's that always you could find any combination and it seems as real as anything else. And the chances that someone else has studied the triples are extremely low because the probability of having that is terrible. Um, but some of the bingos are findable in terms of just logic. So when you have this many ends, you really want to be looking for n hooks. So like un something or non something. And in fact, we have another eight to the D, including unpenned. We also have unkenned, but that might be harder to find. Um, but we're looking for something like unpenned to the D or pennine, Pennine, going across.
looks like he's set up unpenned, but that's one of those that looks so ridiculous. Like, is that really good? Am I making this up? Unkenned? I don't even know what that comes from. Unkenned? Like, I've never seen that before in my life.
Apparently,
Not
it's another way of saying unknown, perhaps an old version or a alternative spelling.
So unpen is valid as a 5, UNPEN. And if Sam's familiar with that, perhaps you can connect to unpenned. Unken is not. There's no way we're going to see that come down. That's a crazy word.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know. This
And
is so
these,
tough for Sam.
it's really tough. And the problem is that if he doesn't bingo here, he has these four options. There's also another bingo, penoned, which is something I've never heard of. I would be very surprised if that's the word that comes down. Other than these bingos, his best play is to just play off two of his N's and two of his E's for like Nene for 9 points, which is really miserable at this stage in the game. You really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't bingo here, you're playing Nene for 9. That's so sad. You can't exchange an E and E. You would go ridiculous. I think he's going to
It's
spend a lot of
terrible.
time here and then just be like, unpenned because there is nothing else even worth considering here. And if she challenges it, I'm dead. So keeping the
Yeah.
two in, Sam should bingo next turn, barring another crazy draw. That's tough.
Should is a hard word to use in this game with this luck.
Yeah. So we'll go back to Annette. She's got to hold on to that S, and that S is going to be pivotal word. I think she's going to
Hmm.
have to cash it in here, playing a dojo's play. So Vinos and dojos looks to be a standout option here. If she wants to get very aggressive, she could consider a Y fish. Just plunk the Y, Ely and Yum for 15 points. INO RSV doesn't hit often, but it hits enough that you could think about it. If you've got Sam pegged on, oh, there she goes. If you got Sam pegged on no S for sure,
Wow.
leave that
That's
spot
very
open.
bold. There are only
That is,
three tiles that this bingoes with, but one of them is the E, which, although a lot of E's have been played, there is still a good chance of bingoing there. So we need to see what she draws. She could also bingo if she draws a G using rovings or an I with virions.
I saw the
So
I. The G is the third one. Okay, so E and I very common, and she's found it.
wonderful. She
Wow,
drew it.
very nice. Yeah, she picked up the I, one of the three tiles that would help her hit, and Annette's drawn into virions.
Mhm. And honestly, dropping the Y down there is a very smart play strategically. She can see that Sam has been fishing, dropping NEDIVA, which aren't just great leaves. Eel. She really shouldn't open the board at this point. I mean, she could keep him on the edge, unable to bingo by keeping the board closed with these short one tile plays, and that will allow her to bingo before Sam does because of her nice rack.
This is going to be interesting. So Sam certainly, I think, going to bingo on this turn, depending on where he floats that E, is going to give bingos back to Annette with revision. So I see he can play like enhanced down to the D. That would give revision back for a mammoth score. Sam only able to turn the two blanks into about a 60 pointer, and he'd get hit back with 80. So Sam has a number of options, unhanded or unhanged. Put a U in that triple line instead if he's able to spot one of those. There's also a cool non-bingo option available to him to the NE that Sam has just placed at the bottom of the board. He could play Henbane, Henbane, burn one blank. That's 38 and holds the second one, whereas bingos
Mhm.
this turn are going to score 65, 67 in that neighborhood. So that stands out to me as a play we might want to consider making. Keeps the board nice and tight as well. This is
Mhm.
a tough turn for Sam once again. He's had so many of these. Not what you want to do when you're just waking up first thing in the morning and having to play on.
And honestly, Sam is in a very interesting situation, a place which I call the curse of the double blank. Blank is obviously by far the best tile in the game. You draw it and you're happy. There's two of them. However, if you draw the second one, suddenly everything becomes a little bit harder. The problem is that one, you know that you probably have a bingo on any given turn. The chances of not having a bingo with two blanks is extremely low. But two, that means that there aren't 26 options for you to run through anymore. There's 26 squared options of tile combinations between your two blanks. So you need to be running through nearly 600 options with your blanks if you want to find all the bingos. which is really difficult. Any Scrabble player can attest that having two blanks on your rack can make finding bingos harder than just having one. So something like Henbane is actually really interesting as a proposition because it drops one of your blanks, scores well, and leaves you opportunity for next turn. That being said, Sam does drop down Hen, hooking hoped onto, or hooking H onto hoped, which is a great play.
Yeah, I think this is probably a bingo pass on purpose. Sam probably saw something here and just didn't like it. String the board open, score 62 points. I think he wants to hold on to his material and try to cash in a better play later on. But my goodness, ABFNN to go with his blanks now. This is Man,
It's
Sam,
tough.
I feel so bad. This is one of the most difficult games of Scrabble I've seen from Sam's end so far, and it is just getting more and more complex and confusing. Annette hasn't pulled the trigger on Virions yet either. I think maybe she's looking for like ES bingos making dojos, but the only
Mhm.
eight with an E in her rec is revision. So Virions and Hens should come down. And if it doesn't, if she doesn't know or spot Virions, that makes the Y fish a very questionable decision last turn. But she's just doing her homework here, doing her diligence, making sure Virions is the best bingo she's got on this turn.
Mhm. Annette is rare and she doesn't phony very often, but I do know that she likes to take her time and calculate all of her plays very well. So I'm sure that's just what's going through her head here, trying to see what's going on. I mean, once again, HEN is a very scary play to see as the opponent. It doesn't. It's a very short play. It looks like it's very purposeful in terms of drawing into her perspective, Matt could be right on the edge of dropping a bingo, and perhaps having a V in the triple triple column is something that could be a little bit risky.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the last two plays now for my opponent have been NE for like eight and then Hen for almost nothing. Like, I've got to have my opponent pegged on at least one blank, and maybe some good stuff to go with it, though obviously not good enough that they've bingoed. Oh, man. Okay, so Ivy's going to be the play here instead of Virions.
Wow.
Maybe Annette was looking for an E enviros and all that, but she has missed the bingo here as well. Ivy's, I think we got
Ivy's
extreme jitters. Both of these players, I'll say, are much better than what we're seeing right now. But stream jitters, first game of the morning, I think a little bit of that going on right now.
definitely. Ivy's actually has an interesting front hook. Do you know it, Matt?
Oh my goodness, no. I mean, maybe once upon a time I did.
It takes a C in front for civvies, which neither of our players has, but ooh, Annette is going to draw into. So it's interesting to see if she can remember that and drop that down.
Yeah, that changes the pronunciation. Those are always really hard hooks to spot. Yeah, Civi is a five. These players definitely know, but do you connect the dots on them? I didn't, but I haven't had my coffee yet. Jeffrey, how
um,
many bingos do you think Sam has?
I I mean, seeing this rack from where I am, I would say he definitely has to have one or two, but being able to look at the analysis, it doesn't seem like he has any at all, which is incredible on a
Yeah.
board as open as this.
Once again, no bingos for Sam. He's got Feely,
Which is a
and
very clever play from his perspective. It keeps really nice tiles on his rack, keeps both the blanks, and drops down both of his clunkers. Unfortunately, there is going to be a challenge. Um, what do you think? Is it going to stay on the board, Matt?
I don't like it. But I haven't studied in 10 years, so I don't know. It's coming off. All right. So there's a reason it didn't show up in my Quackle analysis, and that's because it is not a word. So Sam, I would just be looking to like crawl in a hole right now if I were Sam. I'd feel like I've
It's
missed a bingo every turn, and some turns he has, some he has not. But out, this is absolutely killer.
It's very unfortunate from his perspective, and it was a beautiful play, a very clever way to drop both of his tiles. Perhaps something like fib on through the eye of Ivies, but it is a very sad play to make when you're holding onto two blanks.
And Annette has drawn into another one of these. Oh my God, is that a word? Am I going to try this on stream? She's got coroner and crooner as sevens on her rec. Neither one of those plays. But what do we think about croonier?
Croonier is incredible. That you would need to know the six Croony in order to play, which I don't think is on the top of most people's study lists.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is tough. And Sam, looking back at these same tiles, that FBNN combination, just a bunch of sadness going on
Mhm.
right now.
Now, back in my day, I was famous for phonying a lot, and I became very familiar with the thought behind it. I mean, from your perspective as Annette, you just challenge off a play from Sam, so he has two options right now. Either he's going to be super on edge and ready to challenge anything in order to come back, or he'll be timid enough to not challenge anything. So maybe now would be the best time to try something that you're less sure of because you know that you have this benefit, you have an extra turn.
All right. Well, Annette opting to play Recon here. She does see the C hook that she set up and cashes it in. Recon is 27, putting Annette at 179 to Sam's 131. And
This is
ABF in blank blank once again the rack for Sam, who I think we're gonna see cash in either maybe Fin underneath Recon,
mhm.
holding ABN blank blank.
Yeah, he's once again in a tough spot. He has the right tiles, just the wrong time. Honestly, the tiles seem like they should do, leaving able to score a lot and unable to bingo and unable to guarantee something next turn with a nice leave. Finn would be nice, it keeps BAN, but the B is really clunky and can make bingoing a little bit difficult.
Yeah. Oh man, this is a tough situation for Sam. You don't want the board to get too closed, but there's at least two bingo lines available right now. For now, you've got good stuff, but not great stuff. If I do get a bingo down, I want to make sure it actually scores points too. I don't want a sad 61 pointer, but I think Finn is probably something Sam needs to do here.
Mhm.
Keep things tight.
I mean, the props to Sam because he has every turn that he hasn't played a bingo played one of the top equity, top recommended non-bingo plays. He is finding the right ones. He is fishing in the right way. But unfortunately, if you're not drawing well and you can't find the bingos, even if they are rare, it leaves you in a tough spot.
Indeed. And that's going to waste no time here. She's got two bingos in this rack, Creator and its anagram Reactor, both play up at the top of the board. And she is going to cash in this game's first bingo, Creator coming down 73
Bingo.
points, puts a net ahead 152 to 252. And Sam, with both of these blanks on his rack, is going to have to mount a comeback. Can he bingo this turn? Yes.
Wow, he has some really interesting play. The interesting thing when you're left with two blanks on your rack is that you can make plays that score well that aren't bingos because you know that you have a high chance to score next turn. So even though he has some interesting bingos here, including Bushman hooking onto Recons, which would score 79 points, and something clever like Sunbeam for 72 points, or even the fruit, which I think is from somewhere in Asia, Rambutan. It is my personal favorite fruit. The top play is actually just to play bum up top onto the triple, scoring 36 points and keeping two blanks on your rack.
Yeah, that's crazy. So if you know Bushman, I think you probably want to make that play instead. But if you don't, I think Bum is probably the right thing to do. Oh, geez. This is a really hard turn yet again for Sam. He texted me last night and was like, "Please don't put me on stream." So welcome, Sam, with one of the most difficult games I've seen in recent history on stream.
It's very funny. Um, Stefan Fatsis has a whole history with words starting with Bush. There's Bushveld, which was played, I think, against him in a game or maybe by one of his close friends. So since then, I have studied my Bush words. There's not too many of them, but they are interesting to know, and Bushman is one of them. I think it is something to do with uh, someone who goes through like a I'm forgetting the word, but someone who bushwhacks basically.
Yes, somebody who lives in the bush.
Hmm.
man. Sam, tick,
Oh,
tick, tick. He's down at 8 minutes already.
I mean, it's
Uncharacteristic.
these blanks. The blanks eat up all of your time because you really have to iterate through every single letter for each of them, and you need to find every single organization. It really eats away at your time. Sometimes it can genuinely be a detriment to your play.
Yeah, yeah, no, these are killer situations. And Sam, with the bingos here, I'm more and more convinced bum for 36 above creator is a play you need to make. That C is not going to be easily blocked. You can bingo there next turn if you don't draw better recons bingo. So I think bum right now, take away the easy points, is the move for Sam. He's got the bingos, but I don't think he needs to play them.
hmm Um, I mean, it's a really strange set of tiles. I was always told that you should look through MAN hooks just because they're so common. But this is really interesting. Sam is going to be playing bun, not bum. And I wonder if that's a mistake or if there's something deeper that he's thinking there. Maybe he's trying to keep the M so just that he can hit harder on a double word score.
I think this is confidence for Sam. I think his confidence is shaken right now. He's in his own
Yeah.
head. He may have talked himself out of the three, just like not 100%. It is so hard to stay on top of your stuff after being away from the game for about 4 years. I know when I first came back to Scrabble after a lengthy hiatus, I played two phony threes in the same tournament, both against
Yeah.
players who were like 1,200, and they both thought I did it on purpose and were mad. And I'm like, no, I just thought DEM was a word. I forgot. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. So anyway, I digress. Sam has now found two G's in the bag. It's going to be
It's
hard to
terrible.
be. I Oh my goodness, it is too early to be dealing with this. Sam feels the same way. Somebody get him a cup of coffee or something, man.
Give him a hug, honestly.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Um,
can we get our team on the ground? Somebody go get Sam a hug real quick. Okay, yeah.
Looking over at Annette's rack, she found a decent set of tiles. There's not going to be any bingos there, but she can score pretty well with a couple things. She can do something like woe up top or cowage going from the sea. Both of these open up the board interestingly, and in a way that I don't think Annette is going to do. So maybe something more clever like wino hooking onto fino up top is going to be her play.
Yeah,
If she's
wino
really
and
risky.
Wino and Fino. Yeah, I'm looking for something that doesn't open up the board here. I mean, Sam's last several plays have me very much on edge. NE, then HEN, then FN, then BUN. Like, okay, Sam has to be close to a bingo and he's just got too many N's or something, you know. So I want to keep the board tight as possible. I really like how Wino knocks out the recons hook with three unseen S's and two unseen blanks. The one thing I don't like about Wino and Fino is that a two tile play from the W opens up a brand new bingo line. So
Mhm.
Annette doesn't see a good way to keep this board tight, and she's just going to say, "Forget it. Let's throw this thing open. I'm going to pull ahead by 100. You try to
Yeah.
catch up." So we've got 274 now for Annette and 180 for Sam. 180 for Sam
And that's
as
an
he's
interesting play from Annette too, because cowrie, Cowry, is a word. Cowries obviously is a word. However, cowrie spelled Cowrie is a hard word to just know off the top of your head. Maybe she's trying to throw something in there that she's not sure Sam has seen, or maybe she's just trying to drop down a couple of tiles. But it isn't a word that you'd know off the top of your head.
what an abysmal pull for Annette. She's exchanged these earlier in the game, but AAIUU and a G on top of this. Oh my God. So Sam could bingo here. Holding that M means his bingos are going to be very high scoring after he opted to play off the N last turn instead. The big one that I expect him to find is maggots, and that plays with ME right now for 85 points. There are a few other tough bingos in here that he may not be sure of, but maggots is one I think he should find if he shuffles these tiles around enough. He is quite low on time, though. Sam, you got
Something that
this.
you could Something else you could definitely find. I mean, given a G and two blanks, you want to run through all the classic suffixes, so something like INGS. If he does that, he'll find gamings, which isn't necessarily a word that you would be very confident in off the bat, but when he really needs the bingo, something like that is easy enough to find. Other
The other
suffixes
thing,
and prefixes. Yeah, sorry, you go.
oh, yeah, the other thing Sam could do is fish for Masling.
Ooh, and he almost set up Miss Gage on his rack, which is one of his other bingos, which is a great play. That would score pretty well, dropping 84 points next to Cowrie, but unfortunately he decides not to. Although he has found maggots on this rack, and
Yes.
this one is a word I'm sure he is confident in.
Yeah, Sam, you've got to pull the trigger on this. You found a bingo. You have 5 minutes left. There's no way there's going to be a bingo that scores more on this board. Just play maggots. You've got to play maggots. You've got to play maggots now. Go, go, go. Tick, tick, tick.
It's really tough to be in this position when you're down time and you're down score. It's so easy for those tiles to get in your head, for you to doubt even simple things. Like strategies that I've never considered before always come into my head at this point in the game, and a lot of them are not often great. But he is going to start playing down maggots, which is good, and it is going to bring him back into the game as long as he can play quickly under time pressure.
All right, so maggots is 85 points, assuming that's what these blanks are. They shouldn't be anything else if they form a valid word. And that brings Sam to within 9 points, 265 to 274. And with Annette's terrible, terrible draw, all of a sudden we've got ourselves a game yet. This one could be interesting. Sam low on time, but he's got options to get back into this game. 27 unseen tiles to Annette now, and
Wow.
she's got two really good plays, but they're tough to spot or tough to make. The good play here is Piragua,
Wow, yes.
Piragua through the R. I have never seen that word before. I did not know it, but that is 20 points, holds a U, gets rid of a bunch of the garbage all at once. And wow, Sam just drew Slither. What a draw.
Whoa, that's incredible.
Pool is
Now,
very bad.
the thing that is on Matt's side here is that Annette has been looking for those two blanks that have been on Sam's rack this entire time. So she's going to suddenly, when these two bingos or when these two blanks come down, be stuck behind if she doesn't have a good rack. And because she has all the, mean that Sam can draw all the good ones, and he is going to have a couple places to drop down a bingo, which is incredible.
This is going to bring from Josh on the ground that maybe these blanks are actually IE and the phony Maggie's has been played instead.
Oh, wow.
So if that's true, that changes some of the analysis here.
Hmm.
Wow, that makes things a little more interesting. Okay, so Maggie's
And
Maggies, the phony was played instead.
in the
Um,
meantime, Annette has played Guru, trying to drop two of her U's, which is a good attempt. It is trying to their feet after drawing such a terrible rack. Unfortunately, it's going to keep AAPI, which isn't wonderful for your chances of bingoing, which she might need to do in order to catch up to Sam in this situation.
And this is another tough turn for Sam. I know the three-letter MES was added somewhat recently, and I don't know when the last time Sam has played competitively is. So I think he's going to pass it up. Yes, he is. He's going to play Slither and Recon, something he's 100% sure on, rather than gamble this game on a three. But with an X unseen, this is a big gamble from Sam. And I'll point out the Q is still lingering in this bag. The last U was just played in Guru. So if Sam pulls the Q here, even though he's going to pull ahead by a big score, he is not out of the woods yet. I've got 335 for Sam, 284 for Annette. Will Sam draw the Q? That will make this game very interesting if he does. He's got just 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on his clock. Where is it? Is the Q coming out here, or did he leave it in the bag?
The Q and the X are going to change
Stay.
everything here.
They're going to stay in the bag once again, and he's pulled
Wow.
like 10D and other stuff. But I don't. think those are going to fit
Dentate.
in now. Dentate, yeah. Oh, Dentate's going to play. Sam has pulled consecutive bingos out of the bag after getting bogged down by these blanks for like 7 turns. He bingos
Which
phoning.
is a funny phrase to say, bogged down by blanks. I think
Right.
rarely is that generally a bad thing, at least from a computer's perspective, but as a player, it really gets in your head. And from a net side, if you wanted to have one tile that can work well with repeated vowels, it is going to be the P and the S besides it, because you have things like Sinopia and Sinope and uh, Paisano, but unfortunately, she's not going to draw into any of those nice bingos. The computer is telling her that all she needs to do is drop a couple of your vowels and really hope for something nice, but it is looking pretty dismal. She has the very beautiful play of Naoi, Naoi, hooking onto final OI and IT up in the top right, which would score pretty well and drop a lot of her double letters and her clunkers. It doesn't look wonderful though, especially knowing Dentate, which we do, is about to come down.
Oh man, yeah. Naomi would be such an impressive play if she were able to spot it. But I think at this time we keep. I think at this time we just. I
Oh
don't know. She's
no,
figured out
this is
open boards.
terrible. She plays
No.
Tia onto the triple, just
Oh.
trying to drop her tiles, which gives Sam a bingo which he can't miss of patented right to the triple word score, and this might seal the game, which is very unfortunate for Annette. Um, it's such a hard play to see coming. Bingoing through the P is not something you expect is going to happen, especially right after a bingo, especially right after a double bingo.
Yeah, so bingo, bango, bongo now for Sam. Maggie's, then Slither, then patented. Sam's just got to be shaking his head right now. Like, what has even happened? Sam has to know he hasn't played this game all that well. He has to know he's made mistakes and surely missed bingos on at least a few turns. And yet, okay, I'm ahead by 120 somehow. We don't question these things. We take them in competitive Scrabble. And Sam has pulled the Q and the X, but amazingly, Annette missing the X that would allow her 60-point comebacks next to Slither. Sam does still have opportunities to play the Q. I at least see QI to the I and Slither. I'm not. Oh, he's got QAID. I believe he's got the tiles to spell that to the D and dojos as well. So Annette could be looking at Q stick possibilities here, but there's not going to be anything good enough to win the game for her at this point.
Hmm. And Sam is going to have a lot of strong places to drop that X, which he just drew. He has Axe with under in the bottom left, or Axe in the on the right to take the triple. Annette does find Alain, which is a nice play. You could even add an S to that as long as you swap the L and the A in the beginning of the word and add an I, or 40 points with all one tiles or 1 point tiles, which is very impressive. But Alain is a nice play to try to salvage some points in this pretty dismal situation.
Yeah, Elaine does not take the S. She could have cashed it in there if it did, but Elaine, an alternate spelling of alone, I think like a weird Scottish version.
Wow.
So now don't
Thank you,
let that.
Smots.
Yeah, so Elaine, but Liane, Liane, would be the one that does take an S. That would be a tropical vine. Has to look here, play AX, but then there's only one spot for the Q that exists for me. He needs that A to play either Cade or Cot above Elaine. So is Sam able to play the X? Can he survive a Q stick? He may try to figure out his optimal endgame here, and this is a very spicy one. Or he may just take his victory, cash the X, and walk away from this.
Hmm. It is a very interesting situation, especially when there are such good scoring tiles on the ground. It may be worth it to eat the Q because you know that Annette is going out soon. It might be difficult to drop both the Q, the X, and the WY. So maybe just doing Axe for 59 points, the equivalent of a bingo, is worth it, and perhaps eating the Q later on. He will have QI next to Slither, but I'm sure Annette is going to see that. But if she does block that, then that gives him other options elsewhere.
Yeah, so
Oh,
Annette
he.
just.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sam does actually have two places to drop his Q. He can do QI next to Slither or QI above Dojo. So Annette can't Q stick him, meaning Axe is easily the best play, just scoring a butt ton of points.
Oh yeah, he's got QI and GI under Guru as well. I'm just blind. I got to get me more coffee after this. Yeah, Sam's gonna be just fine. So that
One,
was a very unexpected turn of events. Sam went from I felt for the guy, pity, 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 to oh, he got a bingo down, good consolation prize, to wow, he drew Slither, to wow, he drew Dentate, and all of a sudden Sam dominating in the final score of this game,
that's
a game that
incredible.
would be otherwise dead. That's wild.
I think I was told once that the odds of drawing into a bingo on the first turn of your game are 1 in 10. So after playing Maggie's, he had a 1 in 10 chance of drawing a bingo, and he did it. He drew Slither, which happens. And then he drew a second one for a 1 in 100 chance of that series of events happening. I'm sure the odds are slightly changed by the fact that we're in an end game and the board is more open than in the beginning, but still the odds are not very likely in such a gross tile bag at the time, with a bunch of U's left, with the P and a whole clunky set of vowels, all of which Annette seems to have drawn.
I think it's closer to about 1 in 8 to draw bingo on your first rack. But yeah, even
Sure.
then, a very improbable series of events. Sam now has to decide: do I drop the Q or do I 100 points? And Sam's going to drop the Q. I've got Sam on 498 right now, but our scorekeeper has him at 500. So in either case, Sam, he's either got 498 or 500, and he ends up with a very high score in a game that is going to have him pulling his hair out when he goes back.
Yeah, it's incredible. And I was told that if you are to miss a bingo, missing a bingo when you have a blank on your rack is probably the best time to do it because it does mean that you have a nicer chance to score in the future. You'll be able to come back with your own bingo. Um, and in terms of equity, in terms of how many points each tile will give you in the future, the blank has has a large number. So keeping it on your rack in your internal calculations is a benefit to you. Um, so if it's between dropping a 50-point bingo, which Sam missed a couple, and playing a 20-point play, it is actually a little bit worth it to play the 20-point play instead.
All right, so some stuff happened. Annette finds an awesome in-game sequence. NAOI to AXES is really cool, and she's going to salvage what she can in this game, but that's going to be the end of this one. Sim's clock is still running, but I think they're doing the post-mortem. We'll cut to overhead mic, see what we can catch.
Mm-hmm.
Not good.
How is like touchy feely?
It should be good. It should absolutely be good.
I have a word.
I remember I was shocked the first time I found out.
Yeah.
I was like, "Are you kidding me?" That would totally be good.
And I almost didn't pull the trigger on this. I was like,
I'm pretty sure that's.
oh, it has to be right. I was just like, I'm so dead.
It's gotta be good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, GG. Sorry for the bag.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
I'm sure you'll be back on stream soon. Get some sleep. 498. So 128 spread.
Could have been worse. I'll just say.
Could have been worse. How do we do the? I feel like
Just do it.
All right, so you see Sam lamenting the Healy
Like,
decision.
what a luck box that guy is.
Mm-hmm. An incredible turn of events from being down 100 to being up 127. I mean, Sam played extremely well in the end game. He found the words he needed to, and in the end, he took the victory. It is a shame since Annette did play extremely well. She found good plays. She found her bingos, but in the end, it came down to those final plays, and Sam blew it out of the water.
I'm going to say right now, too, that game was sloppy on both ends, and that is not something that we typically see. Certainly some stream jitters, certainly some, I need to shake off this coffee, or I need to get some coffee. I need to wake up this morning. Players were up until almost midnight last night playing games. Those of you watching the stream are aware of that. And then we kick right back off here at 9:30. So I've seen some very, very good Division Two play. I think the next game we're going to bring you is going to be a cool one as well. Oh no! Okay, we're about to get two cool players here, but they've just started on a different board, and we can't bring them on. We're going to cut to a quick break then, and figure out which matchup we want to bring y'all next. We will post a graphic up as soon as we know. Y'all stay put. Don't go anywhere. Matt Canik, Jeffrey Pogue will be back in just a few moments.
We'll see ya.
And go to dog cam in the interim. Hey, buddy. All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Game 2 of our morning block is almost underway. We are pivoting back to Division 1 for this one. We wanted to bring y'all Evan Yurko and Matt Zalesnik, two young up-and-comers in the game, but they were so eager to get started that their game was already in progress. So back to Division 1, we have Jeremy Hall and Robin Pollock Daniel. Thanks for the break. Robin was in an extended recount during her last game, but she is now seated at the table and ready to go. Jeffrey, do you have experience with either of these players?
I've never played either of them, but I have talked to both of them in person. I've been in the scene for a long time, probably one of the strongest female players out there. She's wonderful, so friendly. Jeremy Hall, I know less well, but I've seen him around, and I know he's been out there for a while too.
Yeah, as Charles mentioned yesterday, Jeremy Hall and Charles Reinke and Thomas Reinke and I all played Division 6 of the 2006 Nationals, and we were all right up there at the top. So there's always been like a little bit of, I remember we were rivals like freaking 17 years ago or something. So that's a little exciting backstory for me and Jeremy. And then, of course, I've had plenty of experience with Robin Pollock Daniel. She very, very graciously came out in a tournament with me while I was in Toronto and super friendly. You showed me around the city. We had a great time there as well. And she's played some really fun games on stream, both against me and against a bunch of others. So I am very excited to see Robin Bingo Machine back on stream. And I'm getting word from production crew that we are ready. So we will cut to the Bingo Machine herself, Robin Pollock Daniel and Jeremy Hall here in
This should be a great game. This is a good matchup.
Yes,
I'm very
sir.
excited.
We'll get these names adjusted on the stream. That is not Annette, and that is not Sam Masling, so we'll get those tweaked in just a moment. But it looks like Jeremy to play first, and Robin gets to respond. I'm ready. I'm excited. We are 4 for 4 on a player drawing both blanks on stream, so I'd like to see at some point maybe a game where the blanks are split. We're underway. Jeremy drawing tiles. BIT to start. Let's see what he's able to finish this out with. That Z
He
is going
draws
to be
an L. All right. So Jeremy has a very nice play of Biza with a B on the double letter score. That's going to score a hefty 38 points right off the bat, something you can't really scoff at. It will keep 2 T's on his rack, but for a score near 40 points on your very first play, it's clearly a play to drop down right off the bat.
Yeah, so you always want to look to undouble these T's, and there's just not a good way to do so. Zit or Tiz, just not even worth it. So I bet we see Biza come here.
If you had drawn an E, he'd have something like Zeneb onto the double letter score and the double word score, which would score a lot. If he had an L, he'd have Blitz, which would help clean up his rack a little bit. But it looks like he's looking at Tiz to come down, which is an interesting play. I wonder if he's missing Biza, or maybe just still searching through his tiles.
Yeah. Biza, I think one of those words, if you don't spot it quickly, you're not going to spot it at all. So
It
I
is
think
a very
maybe
strange.
fail. Robin's rack is interesting. I saw Difocal right away, which is not valid, though we've seen Robin play phonies on stream several times, and she usually gets away with them too. So a Tiz is going to be the play for Jeremy. He'll undouble those T's, but keep 2 A's instead. But they might work nicely with overlapping possibilities because of the Z that he's just played. And
although it is unfortunate that he is dropping out on the 20 extra point possibility that could have come down. Tiz is a strong play, and it will leave him with definite underlap possibilities.
Yeah, there's definitely a misplay though by Jeremy. Don't get me wrong, Tiz is not the best play in this situation, but that's what he does. It's got some merit as well. And Robin now has to look to respond. She too has an A and is going to be able to unlock plays underneath Tiz if and FA. And ZA makes some sense. Just dropping those 2 tiles is very defensive in this situation. So I'm most partial to just FA right there. Coda underneath makes a bunch of sense as well, CODA. That's also nice, tight, and defensive. She's got some more aggressive options if she opts to make those instead. A play like FADO or FAD beneath Tiz will guarantee a lot of points will be scored this game. But I like the opportunity to go defensive here with Coda or FA. And it looks like Robin thinking about Coda as well. I like that idea for her quite a bit. And that's what she's going to go ahead and pull the trigger to do. Jeffrey, what are your thoughts on that?
It's definitely a strong play, definitely more defensive than Fado. Honestly, in my opinion, I like the open board, and I think I would have gone for the opening, but this is definitely a safer play. It's not leaving the O open in order to play across to the triple word score. So things there can hit very hard. And it keeps FIL, which isn't gonna bingo right off the bat, but it is a nice combination of scoring tiles and regular tiles that can fill in anything. So overall, definitely a strong play there.
Yeah, I like this one quite a bit from Robin. I don't like this pull from Robin. FIJLLNS is killer. And Jeremy's got a tough position as well. After probably the misplay on his first turn, he's got another tough situation on his hands because of the defensive nature of Robin's plays. He's very limited in what he's able to do in response. Best plays look to be through the ZA. You can play Bazaar or Braza. You can spell Bazaar either spelling with one A, Bazar, or two A's, Bazar.
Very clever plays.
Looks like
Even
he's
like
set up Bazaar.
These are hard plays to find, though. Things like this don't come quite easily. You're, as a Scrabble player, two tiles very often, so sometimes working with anagramming with a clunky like set of tiles is difficult. Bazaar is a nice one and pretty easy to find, though. I think playing the 1A version, or at least two A's, but 1A in the second half, is probably going to be the better play here because it doesn't leave the A next to that triple letter score, which could have some nasty overlaps coming in.
Yeah,
That being
I
said,
agree 100%.
Jeremy's also arranging Chant and Chart, which are also good plays. They drop down four of his consonants and keeping BAN or BAR, both of which are strong leaves, and score as well as Bazaar or Hazan or Braza.
Now, this is a tricky turn. It looks like he's going to forego the Bazaar plays and play Chart here instead, which I think makes some sense very much on this board or in general, but not too much else that you can do. And Bazaar would have been hit back hard with Jills. So he dodges a bullet by making this play. Chart.
This does open up Jill's still for Robin. In a position like this, when you have six consonants, you really want to try to play as many of them as you can. And luckily, she does have two fives, Phils and Jills, both of which will now come down for a strong score, cleaning up her rack nicely and scoring well without opening the board that much. The S really cuts off the right half of the board there, and the J is usable but isn't going to be the easiest thing to get to.
So Jill's, I think, a no-brainer play for Robin. She agrees. She plays it quickly. No need to waste time on that. And we're back to found an E this game. AABMNOW, the rack for him. He's got to be feeling good about having that O right now to play underneath the J and Jill's. WON fits for a lot of points. I think that's got to be what he does. There's nothing else that fits in that spot that's as good. And you're just going to have to sit on these double A's and address the one big spot on the board.
Yeah, the leave, unfortunately, isn't great keeping BMAA, but it scores better than any of the other plays by a decent margin with reference to its leave. So it definitely is the best play.
Yeah, BAMA, not a very good leave, not a very good football team either, as Alabama was knocked off by the Texas Longhorns, who, well, I'm quite partial to. They have 8 years of tuition money. They better win me a natty. I digress. He looks like he's got Batwoman set up on his rack. Maybe he's thinking of playing Bar Woman here, which looks like it could be a word, but is not. Ooh, we've seen Jeremy try words before if he feels that there's an advantage to playing them, and Bar Woman is clearly like head and shoulders above any other option. So I think even if you're a coin flip on Bar Woman being a word, it's worth pulling the trigger on and taking a shot.
It's a really interesting word to play. The set of words that can take a man is quite big. Barman is obviously a word. The set of words that can take a man that can also turn into woman is much smaller, but it is a sizable quantity. Barwoman does sound as reasonable as many of the other options.
I'm
So
going
I
to
would love to see
challenge
it come out.
Merriam-Webster and the entire dictionary committee. Any word that takes a man, I think you should also extend it to woman and person. I think let's just go ahead and make it all standard. Now, a man can
Mhm.
dream that will never happen because the dictionary is always going to be stupid in this game, and that
Oh yeah.
stupidity is what drives us all here, man. We love memorizing these lists of words, which ones take the man and which ones take the woman, but come on, it's 2023. Can't we have barman,
Wow.
barwoman, and bar person already?
There are actually only three eight-letter words ending with woman. It is airwoman, laywoman, and madwoman. Um, what that says about the dictionary's view of women is not wonderful, but unfortunately, he is going to play barwoman, which is not good, and Robin is going to challenge very quickly.
Robin, again, word machine. She's always up there on Aerolith, which is a program Scrabble players use to study a lot of stuff, to study the words, to quiz. And Robin does daily challenges there and is always among the very top names. So you're not going to get fake stuff by her very often, and she's not going to miss bingos very often either. And this one is going to come off the board. Impressive display of word knowledge from Robin. We'll see many of those as we continue to get her on stream this tournament, and it will be her turn once again. She's already got a 26-point lead, and I think she has a very simple, straightforward play of FON beneath Jill's, where WON should have been played by Jeremy last turn. So
Hmm.
Jeremy's best play going to get taken away, and Robin gonna score some points here. She's got to make sure there's no better options for Jeremy. She's going to think about what his best play is, but I think quickly she'll identify I've got to
Yeah.
play this, and there she goes. FON, great solid leave for Robin. She looks to bingo next turn into AIRN as Jeremy has to look at this rack for the second straight turn. What is Robin going to pull? Big pull for her. An E or a G would be great. A T, very helpful as well. She's found a B, a C, and an R. That is not what she was looking for, and
Hmm.
it'll be one more turn before she's able to bingo.
But back to Jeremy, he's now in a tough spot because his nice, easy play of one is gone. Now his best play is going to look like Oba next to chart, hooking OHBA and AR. It'll score decently and keep MAWN on his rack, which is a word in itself, but isn't wonderful if you're trying to bingo. Your only consolation is that if you draw another O, you can try for another woman play, and maybe this time it'll go through.
This is a teaching moment for sure. When you've got to make a play like Oba or ABBA or AMA or something, there's a lot of similar options right there. Look at your leave. Look at what you're setting up next turn. I think in this situation, the play weirdly might want to be ABBA, ABA instead, because if you make that play, well, hang on, this is so hard to do, but I would be looking for plays where I can play again next turn. So he's held on to NAW, which is going to stack very nicely next turn. But I'd be looking
Mhm.
to try to cash the M and the W. I'd be looking to try to set myself up, or maybe cash the B and the W together. Man, this is so hard to do, but I would be looking, instead of insta playing Oba, I'd look at Oma, I'd look at ABBA, I'd look at every option there and figure out what gives the best overlap next turn instead of just pulling the trigger on that one. At the same time, I've just lost a turn. I really want these letters off my rack, so maybe there's some
Yeah.
merit to going fast as
And I think
well.
there is a nice synergy with the A, with the M, and the N because man does show up a lot, and this does leave Jeremy the option of doing NOH and ABA and WAR, but Robin's going to come down with Car Barn, which is a nice play. It's going to close off that section and get rid of her doubles while scoring pretty well.
Interesting decision on the placement. I think she may have rushed that because you can play through the AR, but put the
Oh
C on the
yes.
double letter. That would be 4 extra points. This opens up a big S hook that she doesn't have. and foregoes some points in the process. So a cool decision, a cool word for sure that Robin has spotted, but I think she rushed that a little bit. I think you've got to play this 3 spaces over to the left if you're going to play this word at all. She had other nice plays as well. Barbican, Barbican, looks to be the top option from the BA. That is very tough to spot. Barbaric also plays from the BA. I
Very
think both
cool
of
play.
options, but Car Barn, also a cool idea. I just think it should have been moved over to the left.
And once again, this shows it is very difficult for Scrabble players to see plays through 2 letters. Like, even if you see the first AR there, it's tough to realize, oh wait, there's a second AR in the word. It's worth considering that option too. This is going to give Jeremy the nice play of Wave, which should clean up his rack and keep man on his rack again. It seems that he is very insistent on keeping these gender stereotypes with his words. Going to play down a nice man word and score a nice amount of points that the woman word would not allow him.
Yeah, apparently woman words aren't allowed in this lexicon. So Robin, great play, spots it immediately. This is easily her top option here. So many players, I think, in this instance are so tempted to immediately drop Uri. When you see that on your rack, you want to play it right, and yet this is a much better option. It scores way better, gives back less to the opponent. Great stuff from Robin. You don't want to rush into Uri. You want to take your time, do your diligence, find the best play, and she has. I think that's also a very instructional turn for those at home. Just because you have Uri doesn't mean you're playing Uri.
That is true. I think whenever a beginner player learns his nice vowel dumps where you can get 4 tiles out or 4 vowels out for 1 consonant, you that word keeps coming up in your head over and over. You want to play it. But in this case, playing wooer also gets down 3 vowels and scores a lot better. So it is simply a better play. In Jeremy's side, though, he does have nice tiles. The M and the X and the N will be able to work together pretty well. He has some interesting plays, including Meninx, which will come down for 23 points, or his best play is Matrix, putting the M on that double letter score and the X going across the double word score, scoring a hefty 36 points.
Yeah, Matrix scores a lot of points, but it gives a lot back as well. I think in this situation, you might have to make it, but I'd be holding my nose. Matrix is going to give up big, easy overlaps next to that X a lot of the time. I'd be looking for anything else to do in this situation. The cute play is fish an N for either taxi man or taxi men while we're doing our men words. And that would play down the 4th column, making NOH. There are, I want to say, 10 E's still in the bag, as well as 4 A's and 3 E's. So that actually hits a reasonable amount of the time, but still, I don't think often enough to justify a 1-tile fish for just a few points.
It is an interesting option to consider. The only benefit to Matrix that might be a consolation is that if the opponent takes that X spot next to the double letter score, which could score pretty well, you do have the M to the triple, which might score well, it might not score well, but it could be something back. And worst case, you will have a play down from the double word score, hooking next to Matrix for a nice amount of points if you can draw the vowels.
I'm not worried about plays from the M to that triple word after a play like Matrix. I'm more worried about the bingo lines that I've opened. Like, worst case scenario from the M is something. I mean, Mojo isn't even a possibility. The J's out. Maze is not a possibility. The Z is out. And I've got the X. So the worst thing that could happen is something like make, MAKE, for like
That's true.
mock Mac, I guess. But like, I don't care. I don't mind the M there. I do mind the bingo lines a little bit more, but Matrix, I think a play Jeremy needs to make here. There's just nothing else.
Mm-hmm. He's going to drop down Max, which is an interesting word because it has a subtle hook that you can add to the end of it. It takes an I at the very end for Maxi. This leads into my favorite Scrabble word, Maximals, which every single word up until the last letter is a word. MA, MAX, MAXI, MAXIM, and MAXIMA are all words. But it is going to give the I hook both to himself and to Robin, and she's going to quickly drop down QI.
Yep, nothing to think about there. If you're Robin, you're relieved to see a spot to play the Q out of a rack I think you otherwise have to exchange. Yes, you're vulnerable to big IS or IM plays, making Maxis or Maxim, but you've got to shed that Q if you can, and she does. And here comes that big IS play. I think VIS or maybe List going to be the play for Jeremy, but at this point, let's just play defense. Oh man, this board is going to be so fun after this. Oh, we're not getting to the top at all, are we? I
There's
love it. I love
nothing.
it.
The only open areas is going to be from the E to the triple or the V to the triple or something playing to NOH or DOH or something down there. But this scores very well. It's going to drop the V, but it is going to leave him with 4 consonants and no vowels, which may come to bite him in the end.
Yeah, we'll see. He's going to need to pick up some vowels here, or he's looking at an exchange next turn, especially with how tight this board is getting all of a sudden. Let's see what Jeremy draws. Big, big pull for him as Robin has to fight through these E's. LNTT, and he's pulled an A. That'll help. An E, that'll help a lot. And a D. Okay, so we're in business here for Jeremy as Robin now looks to fight through this. EEERSTU, the rack for her, is an 8-point lead. There are no bingo lines except front hooking OH on this board. She's going to have to think about her approach going forward. Is she looking to bingo now? Is she looking to open? Is she looking to milk this lead and continue to keep things tight? There's a lot for her to think about here.
Yeah,
OH does take a front S, so that is a bingo line for her. But if that goes away, she's in trouble.
and this is a great time to start considering your long-term plans in the game, because right now, your turn doesn't matter very much, but it could start influencing the shape of the board in the future. Right now, Robin is up only 8 points, which you could consider that a lead, but at this point, everything is up in the air. So it's up to Robin on whether she wants to try to keep the board closed or try to open to bingo again to the open through the AR. The shape of the board right now is really going to be important because it is so closed down in one section and so open in another. A lot of bingos are going to actually play to that OH spot because of the D hook. So it's really up to Robin to try to figure out what she wants the board to start looking like in the future.
Yeah, this is so tricky for her. You've got a nice board opening play, Urare, Urare, through the AR. Scores 12, holds EEST, which is pretty promising. Creates a second bingo line, so if you do draw bingo, you're going to get it down. But there are 2 unseen blanks. Your opponent has just sat there for a while and played max and then played VIS. Like, the range could be almost anything. And I'm scared that if I open a bingo line and Jeremy's got a blank, I take a game where I feel like I'm in the driver's seat and turn myself into a big underdog. So this is a very hard turn. I have no idea how I would approach it. I do know that I would spend probably 5 minutes plus on this turn. And it seems like the clock is stopped right now, or our clock has
Yeah.
become unplugged. We'll have our production team look into that, but Robin may be getting some free time right now. Director is looking into it now. But yeah, if you're Robin, I don't know. I like keeping things tight when possible. So I think maybe just VEE could be a play here. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a very hard turn. If you play VEE and get hit for 50 points underneath, that's a killer. So I do think this probably is a right idea. You'd love to hold on to the R to stabilize that leave just a little bit more, but there's not a compelling way to do so. V is only going to score 8. There's I don't know. I think this is a good play from Robin. That H is going to help quite a bit. Has she pulled a bingo?
And she
I
keeps
don't.
the S and the T, which can both hook onto that U. That is a spot that it is an opposite of OH because it doesn't take the D, so it gives her more options to come back in case Jeremy does take something to that OH spot. Jeremy is in an interesting space himself because he has very strong tiles but no bingos, which means he's going to be left scoring less than 10 points this turn, just fishing off and hoping for something next turn.
Yeah, this is a really hard turn for Jeremy now. You're down 20. You also see two unseen blanks. If I'm Jeremy, I think I need to bingo pretty soon. It's just Robin, after that play, Robin's got to be pretty close to in range. Whether or not she has a blank, it doesn't matter. So I need a bingo soon, but I need to score at least a little bit, you know? And I don't, man, this is a hard turn. This has turned into a very hard game. This is why I like tight boards too, but. I don't know what Jeremy should do, nor do I know what he's going to do.
Hmm.
Um,
And
man,
it's interesting because this closed board has become surprisingly open. There are a lot of plays, but they only lend themselves to bingos. You're not going
right.
to score very well to that U or to the OH unless you have a seven-letter word. So it's really a waiting game on both sides. They're both waiting for an explosion that'll score a huge amount of points and open up the board completely.
Yeah, and in the absence of a bingo, you're not doing very much right now. So this is especially with Jeremy's rack where you have no scoring tiles at all. Quackle's static best play is fish the N for 6 points and make NOH. I like this idea as well. The one thing I don't like about it is you're opening up a lot of front hooks and you don't have any of those front hooks. So I may have opted to play land and EL underneath Urare instead if I'm going to play long out of this rack. But that is a very hard decision. And Jeremy, I think, wisely doesn't use a whole bunch of time on that turn. He also wisely picks up a front hook to land immediately by picking up that A, but then
And the
unwisely picks up
E
all else.
the E goes in
Um,
front of that word too for eland, I think is a type of deer.
oh, yeah, that's right. That is a word.
But it
Yeah, you can
does
tell.
take the G and the B and a whole load of other words, so it isn't a very exclusive front hook.
Correct. Forgot about Eland. Yeah, I'm rusty. AEEHSTW, the rack for Robin. Oh man, this is tough. So Robin can extend land to
Oh my
Wheatland.
God. Wheatland for 32 points is an incredible play. I would love to see that come down. As the opponent, when that play comes down, the only thing you can do is just sit there in amazed shock.
Yeah,
I wonder if it would
that'd
even
be
draw out a challenge from Jeremy, but still, I doubt Robin has studied her nines. That is something only Mac Meller would do.
yeah, and
So
I think even if your 100% Wheatland is good, this is a better play.
we is
So
better,
for
yeah.
AEHST on a board with two big bingo lines, you've got to stay in range like that, and she does, and she scores well. And Jeremy has exactly one play that makes sense, and it is this. Vonti is going to come down, and we've got a board open for bingos, and nobody wants to draw one. This is
It's insane.
wild.
With two people who've kept incredible bingo leaves on their rack every single turn, the fact that they can't drop down a bingo is incredible. With entirely 1 point tiles, Jeremy is forced to play off a lot of them and hook to a higher scoring tile, hoping to score some points in this mist. Vonti is a nice play to score a couple of points, but it is going to leave him completely unsure in terms of his bingo chances for next turn. But he does draw into a nice rack with Gunner plus a blank, so he has Gunners or Gunnera or a whole list of other words.
Yeah, he'll be bingoing next turn. Finally, a blank has come out of the bag, and finally, a bingo is going to come down in this game. As Robin, AEHST has pulled KP into that. Like, come on, man. Nobody wants to bingo in Lake George. I think that's going to be the theme of the tournament. Nobody wants to bingo. Well, everybody wants to bingo. Nobody's actually able to do it. You find UII or UW in the bag or KP like Robin just did.
Exactly. Although, from Robin's perspective, this is a nice set of scoring tiles. The K, the P, and the H do have really nice synergy. Just among them, you have calf and cap and kip and a couple other words that are going to come down. The best plays from her perspective all score around 30 points. She can play Kappa, K-A-P-A, to the triple word score on the left. She can play Pack onto the double word score on the bottom right, scoring about 28 points, or other words like a peak, A-P-A-K, and hike each score around 30 points as well. So she will be getting some points down, and all of them will leave her in a pretty good situation in order to respond to Jeremy's almost guaranteed bingo next turn.
So Pack is going to be what Robin opts to play here, PAK. In these situations where I have a bunch of plays that all score about the same and keep okay stuff, I always look at the pool to see what's going to synergize best. EHST seems to synergize quite well with this pool. So Robin's going to hold on to that here, and we'll see if she's going to be able to respond with a bingo of her own after Jeremy plays either Gunners or Gunnera. But no, she's going to find a G and an O, and
Wow.
that's going to get in the way once again. Oh, man.
In that position, would you prefer to play Pack there or Kappa to the triple? I think they
I want
both
to keep
score
two
around the
bingo
same.
lines open. I definitely want to keep two bingo lines open. And so for that reason, I think I do exactly what Robin does. I play down in this bottom corner. That way I've got anything dealing with land, and I've still got the columns on the right side of Urare open. I feel like Jeremy's probably about to bingo, and I want to make sure I get one back. I'm not closing the
I think
board there.
that's a good point. Although, if Jeremy bingos with something like Inuring, it actually closes down the board incredibly. With the E to E land, there's not very many spots left for Robin to bingo at all. Um, Something like that would take our closed board, which was turned open, and make it back to close again. Or even, I forgot about the G hook to land. Gunners is also going to close the board down a lot, leaving very few spots for Robin to bingo. She now places all of her hopes on that U in Urare, which she set up a while.
Yeah, she's going to have to get a US, get it pretty quick, maybe a UT bingo. We'll try to get confirmation. I can't imagine he made that blank an A. That would be dumb, but maybe he did. I think it's an S if I had to guess. And yeah,
Making
this
an
is
S.
exactly why I'd play Pack in that bottom right corner. You need two lines open. One got taken out aggressively. You've got one chance left now to get back into this game. Robin doesn't need a bingo to win. She was able to score well enough as Jeremy got stuck in the sticks with all one pointers. Jeremy is now ahead 264 to 236. So Robin does not need a bingo to catch back up in this game, though she would certainly take one if she's able to. Oh man, this is a tough turn for her again. EPHA plays to the A and gland for 27
Wow.
and gives you access to the left side of the board. There's still an unseen blank, and Jeremy's drawing 7 tiles, so that doesn't bode well for me if I'm Robin, but I think I just have to hope it's still in there and I find it. I can't play paranoid.
EPHA. EPHA is nice because it puts the E out in the open there, so you do now have two bingo lanes again. That being said, it is a strange four-letter word to find. That's not the tiles I'm looking to play right now, and there aren't any smaller versions of that word. You can't shorten EPHA at all, so it has to be a four that you just know off the top of your head.
I mean, it's a word I'm certain Robin knows, but it is tough to
Or
spot. You definitely want to look at the unseen pool in this situation as well to figure out what you may end up doubling up versus what you won't. We're having issues with our unseen score or unseen tile score bug. So I'm going to try to get our production team to drop that in for you. But the pool is going to drive a little bit of Robin's decision. There are still 5 E's unseen to her. And for that reason alone, she can't be stuck to this E. She has to expect another one is going to come, and it's going to come soon. So, you can go ahead and cash in the E if you want to out here, and not that much time left in the game.
And peeking ahead, Jeremy actually drew an incredible bingo bongo. He's going to be able to play Moodier or Doomier or even Moidor across Gunnera or Gunners for another bingo in an already pretty closed board.
Well, that's assuming that he made the blank, the tile he was supposed to make it. If he
That's true.
stupidly made it an A, he's going to get punished very hard. But I think this is going to be an anticlimactic end to what looked like it was going to be a cool game. This keeps happening on stream for us, where one player nudges ahead a little bit and then just draws another bingo. And then if the other games are any indicator, Jeremy's about to pull the blank and a third consecutive bingo. Jeremy's making a big misplay here. Jeremy needs to play Doomier. Jeremy cannot play Moodier here. Doomier is way more defensive. And the one way you lose this game now is if you let Robin bingo. You have to play the most defensive bingo. This is a big blunder from Jeremy, giving your opponent a chance when you shouldn't. We'll see if it comes back to hurt him. I don't think it will. I think he's going to draw this blank out of the bag and coast to a
Matt,
victory. But
just for the audience, can you explain a little bit more about why it's so much more open in terms of moodier versus doomier?
yeah, so Moodier plays ME as the very first word. ME takes a front E, EME, and that's going to allow bingos ending in E or ending in ED, EN, that kind of stuff to play on top of this word. The only front hook to DE is an O that is significantly more defensive. And so, you've got to play Doomier here instead. You've got to play DE in that spot and block off plays in that fourth row, but he has not done so. I think he rushed that turn a little bit, maybe not certain of Doomier. I'm not sure what exactly it was. And crucially, he's left that blank in the bag after exposing a bingo line. Robin has a bingo here. I don't know if she's seen it yet. There's not any reason to
Oh,
bypass it.
wow.
One bingo through the P in EFA. That is gate post for 65. And we know
Really?
that we know that blank is in the bag. There are currently 8 tiles in the bag. So if Robin plays this bingo and draws the blank, we'll have an interesting game. But Robin's got to find gate post here, or I think we're getting close to game over.
Gatepost is an incredible play, but it is hard to find once again. None of the letters are being used in the place that you would expect them to be used. You normally want to place the S at the very end of the word. The G can fit well with something like age. These types of words, which are an amalgamation of 2 other 4-letter words, are often the hardest to find, at least in my opinion. But I'm sure that Robin has seen this word a dozen times in her years. So it is something that we should expect her to play and something that she needs to play if she wants to have a chance to come back in this game.
Yeah, the only other chance for Robin is trying to get an out bingo. She's down by about 80 points. She's not going to score well here, and Jeremy's likely to score well. So the only way to bridge that gap, if you don't bingo now, is to bingo out and catch Jeremy with a bunch. So if she's not going to find gate post here, and I would absolutely miss it in this spot myself, I'm never looking to bingo through that P. I'm looking to open this board in a ridiculous way. I'm looking to play something like go T through the E and Moodier. I'm
Yeah.
going to leave 3 in the bag, say Jeremy, and I've got 2 very high scoring bingo lines. I can hit you down to the E and IFA. I can maybe triple or hit another high scoring bingo through go T, and that puts Jeremy in a really tough situation. So if she's not going to spot gate post, I think go T or a similar like 5 tile play, go fishing for a blank. This could blow up in my face very badly if you've got it, but I've got to try something.
And there might even be an argument here to not bingo. The bingo obviously is 65 points, which is 40 points better than the next option, but it does completely close down the board. There is no bingo lane left unless you're going to find some remarkable 8 ending in EME. It's going to put you up, or it's going to put you down nearly 30 points, and you're going to need to come back with a bingo, especially since Jeremy does have a nice set of tiles left in the bag. So there is an argument in order to just go for that bingo out possibility. It seems like other than that, the board seems pretty closed and that your future is a little bit.
Yeah, I think if this is the last game of the tournament, I win or I go home, I think it's actually to not bingo here in either case. Gate go down 20 and a turn, unless your opponent has absolute garbage on his rack. Gate post likely going to lose the game for you. But with spread this early in the tournament, I definitely would take the bingo here. I think you get maybe a couple other points of win percentage, a couple additional points of win percentage after foregoing the bingo, but at the expense of 50 to 100 spread points. Robin's going to play GOT here, so she has whiffed on the bingo. And man, she's going to kick herself about this one. I'm sure she's solved the rack pottages gate post 100 times already, but it's hard to see. It's hard to look through that P, and she has incredibly missed the blank. So this is going to be, I think, a sad ending to this game. Although,
Wow, missing the blank is terrible.
12 unseen now for Jeremy, 5 in the bag, including that blank. If Jeremy makes a 2 or 3 tile play here, there's a chance that Robin finds it as the last tile in the bag and creates some drama yet. The nice thing about this GOT play is now you've got Ego's spots available as well. So still bingo lines for horizontal plays in the third or fourth row and vertically to the E or P in FA. There's still opportunity for Robin to get back into this game.
It is a really clever play because you see these three tiles and you can look at the board and say, oh, why not play TOG in the same spot for just as many points? Or I guess, oh, sorry, TOS is not a word, but it's still, you have other spots that could score more at the same tiles. But this does open up the board and make it extremely hard to close down that EME spot for Jeremy. So this is keeping her bingo options open, giving her a second lane. That being said, she did not draw the tiles that she needed to draw in order to get to this bingo. So it is now down to getting a very lucky final set of outplays in order to maybe bingo out and come back.
Oh, man. So in this situation, if I'm Robin, I have to think, how can I win? And if I'm Jeremy, you have to think, how can I lose? You know, when you're winning, you have to be ever the pessimist. When you're losing, you have to be ever the optimist. So if I'm Jeremy, I have to look at a play like FEY and Egos and Yacht. That scores quite well for me. 24 points, puts me up 84, leaves 2 in the bag. Even if Robin bingos with one of the worst case scenarios, you see there's not a lot of scoring tiles unseen. The G and the Y, the only ones that could score. I'm not seeing anything except like gaieties through the I. Or through the E and IFA. I'm not seeing many compelling options as well, or at all. So I just need to score some points here. I need to make sure Robin doesn't bingo out. I need to leave at least one tile on the bag, and that's exactly what he's going to do here. He's going to play Leary. He's going to score well, and I think this is all but game over. Even if Robin finds that blank as one of the last two in the bag now, or last one in the bag rather, I think she's not going to be able to score enough as Jeremy gets another turn after that play to cash his tiles and score quite well.
And he's going to draw the blank as well. So this really is the final nail in the coffin for Robin.
Yes. So Robin now, she's got to know, I haven't found that blank. There's one unseen. This is bad. And she's actually got to switch to defense mode now. She has to make sure she doesn't get bingoed out on in this game. Since that blank is on Jeremy's rack, she has to deduce.
From her perspective, I mean, the problem is that she has tiles that would genuinely be very good for bingoing. I mean, not necessarily in this specific situation, but in an endgame like this where you know that you can't bingo, these tiles are not going to get you a score that you want either. You're not going to be able to be defensive with them because they have so many hooks, and you're not going to be able to score as well because they're all 1-point tiles. So she's really in the worst case scenario right now.
Okay, so there are 2 out of 8 racks that would bingo for Jeremy. If the S or the Y are in the bag, Jeremy could bingo. So Robin doesn't end up blocking any of that. She makes a fish instead, trying to find that blank. Doesn't find it, but she's not going to get bingoed. If the S were in the bag, frigidly would be the bingo through the L in Leary. And if the Y were in the bag, she'd have either digestive or gasified through the E and IFA.
Wow.
But none of those. Robin fishes, Robin misses, and Jeremy doesn't have a bingo either. DGFISY blank on his rack.
And it doesn't look like Robin is going to have any bingos that can play either unless Jeremy opens up something incredible. But he can play something very simple right now. Gifts going down from the triple word score is going to score nicely. It'll clean up his rack and it will score very well and really just finish this game. He has a whole bunch of plays. His rack works very nicely with Leary in the top right. The LI is going to work, and then he has a whole host of tiles that can go either up on the triple word score and then right beneath it in order to score well. So just some options are GIFs, diffs, fids, gids. Any of them score nearly 30 points and is going to definitely put him in the lead here.
So these are situations I see beginner players botch a lot, these in-game situations. It's so tempting to play DI blank F, DIFF here, holding GSY, getting that F doubled both ways. You need to play out in 2 in these situations almost always. It's your turn. You've got the tempo. You know Robin is not going out next turn. Make sure you're going to go out in 2. That's almost certainly the best way to situation, and it is indeed in this one. So you want to hold on to that blank or hold on to guaranteed outplays. If you play DIFF, you hold a GSY, you are not going out next turn, and you're going to let Robin go out before you and sneak some spread out of this game. You need to go out in 2 whenever possible, almost across the board. You need to go out as fast as possible in games almost all the time.
And so that makes something like diffs or GIFs, keeping DY blank or GY blank much more appetizing, because you will have a bunch of places for both options in order to go out.
Yes, so holding on to that blank, you're definitely going back, or with that blank, you're definitely going out next turn. Sorry, I've got text blowing me up right now. Sam Masling is lamenting every turn from that previous game, as I would be too.
That being said, Jeremy is running scarily low on time. It is the end game, and in a place like this, you can figure out each of your turns ahead of time so that it takes as fast as you can to play it in order to make your turn go. However, it is always, I think, a good idea to keep a couple minutes for the very last turn, just in case your opponent pulls out something brilliant that you didn't see coming. But if you can be careful, now is the best time to do it. Jeremy knows exactly what Robin's rack is and can figure out any possible threats that she has. So right now he's probably just running through every possibility, making sure there's nothing that he's missing. I'm sure he's seen all of his options, maybe checking his tracking, making sure he knows exactly what her tiles are before he plays down. Yes, he's going to play diffs for, I think, how many is that? I think that's 37 points.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. And he's wisely holding on to the blank. He probably also did a little bit of math there to make sure, okay, even if like I mistracked and she bingos, this scores enough that I'll win anyway, right? GY blank is a lot of points to leave on my rack, but I'm ahead by so much now, it should be okay. And it is indeed. That puts Jeremy ahead 410 to 286. Even a bingo for Robin wouldn't win it for her at this point, although she doesn't even have one.
So Robin's best plays are just a little bit underwhelming. She can score 20 points in a couple positions, just playing off as many of her tiles as she can. Some options are teste or tease or taste or any of those words hooking onto eam, which was a front hook that we thought would become much more important if either of these players drew a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely could have been important, and one that, Jeremy's not going to get burned on the decision to play Moodier over Doomier, but you've got to sacrifice the point. You've got to score one less in order to play the defense in that table, or in that situation. I've gotten word from our overhead cam, we do have the mic above the table on and working, so we'll try to cut to that. I can't imagine we get too much of a post-mortem in this one, but it's always interesting to see what turns do these players lament. Which turns would they try to have back if they could?
Mm-hmm. And it
Jeremy,
was a pretty. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Overall, it was a pretty clean game. We got a couple of bingos on. Actually, I think all of the bingos here were by Jeremy. But it was a clean game. The board stayed pretty relatively calm. But both players played well. There was a lot of theory here with hooks. It's a good example if you want to look into figuring out what is the best possible play for your future self. This is a great example, but for now, it's just each player playing off their last final tiles, and whichever spot scores them the best points. There's not much to analyze there.
Yeah, not much to talk about, and we've seen our 5th consecutive double blanking on board 1 at this tournament. The player with both blanks is 4-1 in those 5 games, and the only player who managed to lose the game in which they drew both blanks was none other than Jackson Smylie, the 1 seed,
Wow.
the defending World Cup champion. So, for sure, although kind of boring here as well at Lake George so far. Speaking of interesting stuff, we have a lot of goodies coming up. We've got overhead mic we'll cut to after this game. I've got dog. You're looking for some husky action. There's not a lot of not a lot of action, but there is a lot of husky. So we'll cut to dog cam for just a minute before our next break. And we are bringing you another exciting game from Division 1. After this, we are going to Seth Lipkin and Jared Capel, who are two very nice guys and very solid. So good, exciting stuff coming up for y'all. Don't go anywhere. And if you like what you're seeing here, click click subscribe. The more we get likes on the video, the higher up the algorithm we get, and the more people may, wander into competitive Scrabble streams for the first time. The more subscribers you get, the happier you make Josh, and the happier you make Josh, the more Scrabble we get going forwards in the future on Let's Play Scrabble. So subscribe, share these links around, as Jeremy's going to go out with whatever he wants to make that blank. And we'll get that overhead mic. We'll get dog cam. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with Seth.
Here.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a minute.
I really should not. I feel like barmaid.
Well, barman is good.
Yeah, and barmaid, right?
Well, you might have gotten away with that. I was waiting for you to make a 5 word so I could play Jill's because I saved FM for that.
That's the only place to go.
I knew. If you had nothing here, then.
This is weird. I worked myself in the corner. My leave was LNNT after I
LNAT?
LNNT.
Oh, yeah.
I had no.
Yeah, I told no, you had to play that.
So they hemmed
I
us
saved
in.
EEERS to play that. So, like, what was I going to do? But hope you didn't have an I and an S, and you did. So that's okay. It got you back in the game.
Yeah, it was closed and I was down by 9, so I wasn't looking
This was
great.
I almost had Paquet has. Well, the question here was, do I play true, say the ES, and do I open the board so there's an S up here, there's an S up here, I've got the S. Let's do it. And
this I kept an E.
yeah, that's a perfect play. That's not a.
I was like a blank S out there.
I had the S, but of course it doesn't take. So, and there were two S. But this is just
That was just lucky.
I think Gunners is good. Gunnera and
Gunner
I had-
Lee, I guess. And then
well, and the stupid thing is, if I had been able, I want to get rid of the T, not the R, and then I would have had whereas in 2 places.
Yeah.
And I had wheat, but I'm not going to open up double this way. So I saved hates and picked up PG. Well, the bingo champ here didn't put a single one out on the internet today. My first game without a bingo. When did you get the blank?
oh no. The first one I got.
No, that I know. Yeah. Well, whatever. You might have had a troll.
No, it was after Vonti. Because I
Yeah.
kept an E, right?
Yeah.
And I just drew this, which is perfect for
I was about to play there.
I had a choice.
Yeah,
there,
but
there.
the board
But this
was-
is way more different.
And then you played Moodier and you picked another.
No, it was after Leary.
You're kidding.
Yeah, it was still in there.
I left it. Yeah. And I had.
Okay, that's enough. You made your cameo, and then we got Colby taking a nap like the big floofer he is. Good boys.
And both of these boys are obviously very high-level Scrabble players. The things that go on in their minds are incredible. Every single day they top Aerolith. Some very good boys right there.
Very, very good boys. Bingo champions as well. You can see Robin calling herself the bingo champion. We would agree, but unfortunately none for her last game. Soren was disappointed. He wanted to see fireworks, but alas. All right, well, that's it for Dog Cam. We are going to cut to a quick break. Matt Canik, Jeffrey Pogue will be back with 2 more games from Lake George, New York in just a few minutes.
We'll see you soon.
right, well, welcome back, everybody. We are bringing you some more Division One NWL action here from Lake George, New York. We have Jared Capel versus Seth Lipkin. I'm Matt Canik, joined by Jeffrey Pogue. And Jeffrey,
Hello,
he said
hello.
you had some stuff to say about these players. What do you have to say?
Well, this summer was the Las Vegas Double Down, which was the Nationals, and obviously it was a wonderful event. We had people from all across the country and even all across the world coming in, and I got to get really close to a couple really great players, and one of them is Seth Lipkin. Seth is, first of all, a very good player, but Scrabble world for his contributions in terms of software and development for us. He made the big Scrabble app Ulu, which is a very handy word searching app, had some very clever algorithms, which he will happily talk to you for several hours about, as well as creating cross tables, which is the main tournament database for many of the Scrabble players. You can see any player's history, how long they've been playing, what types of tournaments they've been in. So really great for the Scrabble community in general and been with us for a long time. Jared Capel has also been a player for a while and has a very good tournament history. I don't know him personally very well, but I do know of his reputation as a very dangerous Scrabble player.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and cut to the action now as we've got a lot to watch from these guys. Both class acts, two of the all-around good dudes in Scrabble. And we're hoping to see some good dudes and some good play here on board one of Lake George. Man, somebody's got to lose, which is a bummer, but at least someone gets to win, which will make me smile. And both of these guys, super awesome. I got to do some commentary with Jared. He's got a really cool approach to this game. I played him at one of his first tournaments. It was a little one day, and I think I was the top seed by 600 points or so. Jared nearly won the tournament anyway, even though he was a relative unknown at the time. And I told him right then, like, look, if you just learn a few words, you're going to be 2,000, man. You're really good. And lo and behold, about 4 years later, Jared broke 2,000. So,
Here he
you know,
is.
when Matt says nice things about you, my compliments are few and far between, like my parents and my grandparents before me. Oh, sorry, that's a therapy thing. And so yeah, Jared made true on the premonition that I had, and he's gonna go ahead and make true on some points here. JIN, I think the obvious play for him to make out of Iraq that isn't very promising. Maybe some consideration to HM as well, but I think that J is rather clunky, and we want to get rid of it here. So JIN, an opening I'm sure we've all seen to a game before, and we'll see it one more time as Jared jumps out to a 20-0 lead. Seth does have that crucial D that we all know goes in front of JIN, doesn't have the back N, but Jared has just drawn into that one. So I think Seth's best play here, TSKED and
Interesting word.
DJIN. Yeah, that's a tough one to notice and to spot, but definitely his best play here. Looks like he might be looking at Sked instead, SKED in the same spot. Actually, I think I like that play better as it sets up a sneaky little T front hook, although also the
Yes.
front hook.
Wow, hooking the T in front of the sked is not a very common play, or at least not one that pops to mind immediately. TSK is obviously a classic three-letter no vowel word, one of the ones beginners learn. And it's like, wow, there's words with no vowels. But it's very fun to see that it is a full verb and you can extend it. And in fact, it takes a whole nother set of three no vowel letters in front of it for TSK, TSKED. However, you would need to burn a blank for that one, which I doubt these players will be doing. But Seth playing down Sked, keeping LST on his rack, which is very nice, and moving forwards.
Yep, so Sked the play, opening up the sneaky T and the not so sneaky A front hooks. Jared has neither one, but does have the N to put behind DJIN, and no player has the I to keep the chain going. But I think we're going to see HUN here, HUN and DJINN. Perhaps we see a different play. He's got some overlaps on the left side of Sked. If he wants to play muon, the subatomic particle, he could do that. But I think HUN just looks so standard here.
cleans off the U, it scores well because of the H, and of course because you're hooking onto Jin. I love starting the game off with Jin because the scores for the first couple of turns will almost guaranteedly keep counting up as people keep extending the word. You're going to keep getting greater and greater benefits by hooking on to the seemingly infinite chain of front and back hooks that JIN happens to take.
This is tough. So I think if you're Jared, one thing I'm scared of after this HUN play is, does he have another S? Like, there's a good chance he has another S, right? After he plays Sked like that and plays one without really thinking, So if he has another S, I might get destroyed after HUN. A play like, I don't know, ROMS closes the board immensely and scores very well. I think because SKED has so many front hooks, I'm okay getting wrecked on the right side of that play as long as I have options back for myself next turn.
Yeah, the danger with a word like Jin is that it does have so many end hooks, and you will, like, once again, you will be scoring very well off of it. At least in my mind, there's always a little bit of hesitation because of the strangeness of which hooks Jin takes, whether it takes an I or an S at different times. But in this case, Hun will come down and set for whether he'd like to use that spot or capitalize somewhere else. Oh, sorry, Hun won't come down. Muon will come down next to Sked. Perhaps he was scared of the S hook, which I think is a good reading of the situation.
The Muon going to be the play here. Yeah, I think Jared did exactly what we said he would. And this gives Seth an interesting turn. No bingos on this rack, even though it looks like maybe with that I he may have one. SEZ and DJINS is a very fun play here to tighten this board. Or if you want to play down instead, you could play maybe Zest, setting up your back S, although two unseen Ys make that rather risky. I think SEZ's got to be the play we're going to see here.
It just scores so well. The Z on the triple is going to do nicely, and the S is obviously going to capitalize on Jin. And the benefit is that you have a second S on your rack, so you don't even need to feel bad about burning one of them.
Zest is what Seth is primed to pull the trigger on here. You're going to feel so dumb if you get hit with a Y hook, but if you don't, I think I like this play a little bit better.
Although in this position, I think it is just a risky play. Says comes down, and obviously Jared can play alongside it if he has an A, but there isn't that big a risk. However, right now, both players will see that and immediately think of the Y and be racing towards that. Whoever grabs that Y first, which I think is just a matter of luck, unless you want to talk about trying to play more and more tiles, is going to have an easy 30, 40-point play coming for them.
So yeah, the Y would be big unless Seth chooses to knock it out with his S, his third S of the game. He could do that. And Jared now with an interesting decision. He's got lots of good scoring plays. It's just a matter of which one he wants to make. I think standard is HOVE and EM alongside Muon. That's 36 points. It holds LRT, but it leaves Zesty alone, and it opens an H in a triple line. I think you still have to make this play, though. I just think there's that scores so well, leaves a good flexible leave. I don't think you need to overthink this play and do something like veto or vote instead. Looks like he's putting down LOTH. This is a 6-point sacrifice in order to hold ERV instead of LRT. And I'm just not quite sure it's worth it.
I mean, the E is very nice in a board like this. Keeping LRT does give you the possibility of being consonant stuck, or just filled with consonants at least. However, I think Hove for 6 points more is just a little bit nicer. The V is not a lovely tile to have on your rack, especially when the board is this open and you need to be making these overlapping plays next to Zest and next to the play that he could have set up with Hove. However, Loth is interesting, and it scores well because that H is being doubled in two directions. I unfortunately don't love it because it does put the L in the triple lane, which is much easier to take advantage of than the H, in my opinion. It is lucky for him, however, that Seth doesn't have something very strong through there. He has an L of his own on his rack, which means that finding a play through the L and the triple is going to be slightly more difficult.
So I don't like that play from Jared, but it's not the worst. LOTH comes down. Seth now BEELOOS, his rack. I think OBOLE has to be his move here, and Seth right on cue puts it down. Seth actually has an earpiece in his left ear and is listening to my commentary. That's why he was taking his time there. He was waiting for me to tell him what to do. But he got his cue. Wink to me, Seth, if you can still hear me.
It's funny.
Uh-oh. Winks. Okay. Well,
I think it is worth considering Bowls. It's +1. It scores around the same, if not a little bit more. However, what's important to realize in this situation is how important that S is. Next to S, you can clearly score a lot of points. So keeping that S on your rack is definitely a good choice by Seth. Va is going to come down from Jared. I think that's a no-brainer. It scores really well. It clears off your V. You're going to be able to close off that top section of the board. But now there is a lot of importance coming down to that Zesty hook. If one of them can draw that, they're going to be moving forwards very easily with a lot of points. However, it seems that still neither player has drawn that Y.
not only not the Y, both of these players got close to bingo range. Jared held EINR, Seth held ELS. You expect maybe one of those two to draw bingo. And no, not even close for either one. I mean, I guess there's 8 flashers, or maybe I would play Infer, but we're not getting bingos down for either of these guys. Got to be a little frustrating. Like, I'm balancing my rack, man. Why can't I draw this stuff? But I don't think they've gotten the memo yet. It's their first game on stream. Nobody bingos in Lake George. We've seen that at consistent tournament, and we're not ready to stop just yet. So,
There are definitely 2 hot spots on the board right now. Underneath, Zest is going to score a lot, and next to ZA is going to score a lot. Seth has the P, which can go next to Zap for a couple points. Unfortunately, I think using the S underneath Zest is just going to score way more and be far worth it. Something like Helps or even Schlep, which is another version, would be a very clever play.
I like that Schlep play. Seth has picked the 4th and final S already. So if you play Schlep, you've got that S. You're worried about getting burned by a blank, and Schlep does take a back P as well. But Schlep looks to be a pretty cool play.
Yeah, when you have this many S's in the bag, you get to have a whole host of strategies available to you. You can start setting yourself up in really dangerous ways right next to the triple lane, because you know that the only thing that can come to bite you is that blank, which, if you set it up correctly, might be harder to take advantage of. In this position, I think S becomes even more useful to you. That double S, perhaps if you want a bingo, isn't great, but keeping those S's so that you can set up these interesting strategies is a really useful resource. What do you think about that, Matt?
Oh, I would certainly play Schleps here. Yeah, I sacrificed the 2 points, and I don't even care about the inference I give up. Yeah, I've got an S. What are you going to do about it, Jeremy? Or Jared, I mean. Yeah, I mean, I've got it. I'm going to play it. Seth is going to play the more conservative option, score 2 more points here as well with Helps. But I think this is a missed opportunity to try to capitalize. When you draw the stuff in Scrabble, you have to make sure that you go places with it. You have to make sure that you're using it as best you can, because you never know. All of a sudden, you might draw vowels for like 6 straight turns. You've got to capitalize on every opportunity. And if that tile bag gives you 4 S's in the first 5 turns, you need to do everything you can with them. Don't sheepishly apologize and cash them in, but play offense, be aggressive. That's a missed opportunity. I like Schlep quite a bit, although I think
That being
Schlep would have
said,
given up Inferrer.
Helps isn't that bad a play at all. I think it's probably the difference between a couple points in the long run, perhaps a little bit more if Seth draws really well and gets some interesting opportunities. And perhaps if you want a more closed board, I think this is an okay play. I do agree that I like those fun opportunities where you get to make interesting plays based entirely off of your knowledge of your opponents, more chess-like plays than Scrabble in a way. But Helps is going to score 36 points and put him 26 points up, which is a nice place to be at this point in the game when you know that you have the S and you're leaving nice tiles on your rack.
Still, at the same time, if I've drawn 4 S's already, I'd like to be
Yeah,
ahead by a little bit more than I am. In any
that's true.
case, this is where we are. And Schlepp would have given up Inferer, which would have been an absolute killer. It is good. So I guess a good call at the end of the day in this situation for Seth. Jared looking like he's thinking about Firer, Friar, Rifer, the 3 anagrams of each other in this spot. Ironer plays through the O in Loth, making a bunch of overlaps.
Hmm.
Ironer. I think that's play number 1 for Jared there. But Friar, not a bad option as well. This is what he's going to do, and we've got a very tight game. Although Seth has pulled into this game's first bingo, Durant is going to play for 87 points right there.
Very nice overlaps.
So
When you
it's
see
that
the ZA come
S.
down, sorry.
That 4th S is the one that's going to be a killer for him as he cashes it in for 87. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
When you see the ZA come down, a couple tiles come to mind immediately. I mean, obviously the S goes there, but the P and the G are the ones that can often score the most after that with Zag and Zap. And Seth had both of those and considered both of those, and he's going to get to play Durance for a lot of points coming down right next to it. It's a nice overlap, and it lands perfectly on the double word score, which is very nice for him.
Just one of those aesthetic fits, man. And we've got another awesome Jared is 1 playable bingo. And back from the B&O Bowl, it is Brackenid.
Wow.
And it's 80 points. Good job, Jared. And I have no doubt that he knows and would find this word. The word knowledge from both of these players is quite good. So no doubt the Brackenid would get fined. He wants to make sure there's not some sick overlap using the O in Loth or anything else. But Brackenid, despite giving up a bunch back, scores 80 points. You've got to do it. That's going to pull Jared within 10 in this game.
Brackenid being a type of family of flies, it is in one of those words that you'll see probably nowhere but over the Scrabble board, unless you are some type of insectologist.
Hepatologist, is that what they're called? I think that's what they're called.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Well, Brackenid comes down. We have a 10-point game. Seth has 2 U's and a Y on his rack. You'd love to punish that spot. He can play Auntie, Aunty. If I were in this game, I thought Auntie was a word that could only be had to be Auntie, but apparently it's good as a 5, and that is a 45-point option for Seth. Outside of that, his next best play is Tuba with 4 overlaps to their left side of Brackenid. It's likely going to be one of those 2 here, although if he really despises U's, Auburn plays through the R in Friar, making ANE for 21 if he really, really wants to clean up this rack.
There's a lot of pretty plays here. It's often hard to score very well with those U's. And Seth does have some good options, but I think the spot next to Brackenid is too dangerous not to address. Auntie scoring the most there, I think, but Tuba is a fine play as well. You could argue that the B is not a fun play to have, or not a fun tile to have in this situation, but he is going to find Auntie, and I think that's going to come down in a minute. I was also just informed that its entomology is the main study of insects.
Oh, herpetology is a word I was thinking of, and that's not even insects. That's like amphibians.
Reptiles. Yes.
Reptile. Yeah. I used to teach science. They actually let me do that. Now I know those basic stuff.
That's very funny.
Life is a joke, and then you die. Getting existential here on the Scrabble stream as we wait for Seth to play Auntie. He might be doing exactly what I'm doing. I feel like this used to not be a word. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's just both spellings, but he is going to play Auntie here. 45 points for Seth to pull back up by 55 out of a garbage rack.
Very nice. And keeping the BU obviously isn't the greatest leave, but coming out of a rack with 2 U's, a B, and a Y, it is not something to scoff at. It's a very nice outcome from him. And Jared has drawn the X and 2 I's here, which is going to make this board a little bit interesting. there aren't any very hard-hitting X spots right now, but he has interesting possibilities through a couple tiles. For example, going back to playing through 2 tiles, he has Helix for 31 points to the HE. And in another sort of one of those 5-letter X words that you don't see very often, he has Oxlip coming from the O in Loth.
Yeah, some options for sure. Another cool word I'm just learning, RIFLIP, riflip, riflip. Riflip. I don't know how to pronounce it. It is a fragment of DNA. I write science textbooks for a living, and I didn't even know that. But that's a cool one as well. Holds GX, scores 24. An Opal gives you Gox, but gives back other plays. I think you've got to play the X here. Helix looks to be pretty good. Oxlip, if you really want to open this board, but I don't think you can. Jared needs to find Helix here. Although he's set up Riflip.
Wow, he found Riflip is a very surprising 6. I think Helix simply cleans up the rack a lot better, undoubling your eyes, getting rid of LIX, and it looks like he has it set up on his rack. I assume he's considering the right half of his rack right now rather than Prig, the left half.
Yeah, he's got to have Helix set up right now.
But maybe he's considering Prig underneath Hep or something similar with air. But I'm sure we're about to see Helix come down, which will bring him back within fighting distance. And then with Seth's rack of UUAABOL, he could start fighting back. While it is very lucky that Seth has drawn all 4 of the S's, it now seems like he's about to draw all 4 of the U's as well in the same amount of time.
Right. Hey, Jared got 1 earlier in this game, but Seth has to be happy about these U's as he gets free advertising for his Ulu app. All right, so Jared flexing that word knowledge. He's playing the word I didn't know, riflip, riflip, whatever this is. He's going to put it down. We'll see where this GX combination takes him. And the blanks are going to be very important now as the big S hook opened up after that play, as well as a big S hook with Zags are going to be very instrumental in trying to construct this board for these players. Seth can't be feeling good about this. A 5-tile play with 2 blanks unseen, opening an S hook. Oh no, and I've got all of this garbage. Seth has to be a little bit nervous right now. AABLOUU. 1 play here looks really fun. Word I did not know. Plays through the S in gerents. It's Asubo.
Wow.
It's only 9. It opens the board with 2 unseen blanks. I don't think it's a play you make, but hey, that's an awesome word, and one day that's going to bail all of us out of some abysmal rack.
All words in Scrabble which look weird and you can't tell where it's from. It's a type of.
Yeah, when in doubt, just say it's a fish or a tree. You're usually right.
Or a currency.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it would only score him 9 points and give far back to Jared with that triple. So instead, it seems like Seth is going to exchange 7, which honestly is probably a smart play in this situation. His other options aren't very high scoring. Although maybe it's worth considering something like Powa, but probably not. It's just 2 opening of the board. And in this position, you're up, you have time to exchange and hope for something better. And when you get rid of all of those U's and A's and the B, you're guaranteed not going to draw them in your exchange. So you'll probably be left in a slightly better situation.
One mind game going on right now. He exchanged all 7. To Jared, that means he did not have a blank. Now, there's a good chance he's about to draw at least 1. But, if you exchange 6, a pessimistic opponent thinks, oh, man, you kept a blank. When you exchange 7, you give that free information away. So maybe I would have held a tile just for the mind games. Hold on to that L or something.
And Waxy's going to come down. It's a very nice play. Gets the X on the double letter score. You're getting a couple nice 3-letter words. And obviously, with as high scoring tiles as you have in Waxy, you're going to score a nice amount.
Yeah, so Jared actually pulling ahead without a bingo in this game, but he has found Not the garbage that was thrown back in the bag, but some additional garbage. The tile bag just keeps on giving these wonderful gifts. Well, there's a
And
wonderful
with
gift. That's cheese.
Sith drew into a wonderful rack, probably a dozen high probability plays in here. He's going to be looking through words with riff flips if he knows it, which I'm sure at this level he does. Cistern plays very nicely there with the blank as an S. I think it's a type of pot, but I might be wrong.
That's correct.
Water tank.
Hey, what's the back hooks to cistern?
This is interesting. Cistern takes two tiles. It takes the S, obviously, but it also takes an A, which is worth making you hesitate on a play like that. I mean, obviously, with a bingo, you're going to want to play it there. You're getting a lot of points. There's not too much to consider, but there are options of Jared playing something very hard-hitting going down. Just with the tiles on his rack, if he did have the A, he could play FA for 30-ish points.
So this is nuts. There are 27 unseen to Seth. 5 are A's, and Jared has none. Scrabble is a weird game.
In this position, would that risk make you not want to play Cistern, or perhaps play something through or to the O or through the P?
If there were a Z unseen, I would be worried about Cisterna and Za. Otherwise, that play, while it looks rather scary, just doesn't really matter that much. What are you going to do? Play Cisterna and BA? Okay, how many points is that? Like 39? Yeah. I don't care. Fine, take your 39. I'm up by 80. That's not going to win you the game. So,
Waxy, while a really good play for Jared the previous turn, does close down that situation, so you're not going to get any hard-hitting tiles on that double letter score going down. So I think Cistern is clearly the best play there. But moving over to Jared, he has a pretty rough set of tiles on his rack. He can score around 20-ish points while cleaning it up, but it's not going to leave him in a wonderful situation, especially since he's now down nearly 70 points to Seth.
Jared needs to open the board. He has to play Rife here, R-I-F-E. You've got to create some more dynamic lines on the right side, and this is the time to do it. This is the rack to do it out of. Yeah, the leave is not superb, E-G-I-O. There's a lot of A's. I'm probably going to draw an A into E-G-I-O, and I don't see many bingos, but I don't see much else I can even do to get myself back into this game at this point. There's really only one reasonable spot that I can play in at this time. So I think you've just got to play Rife and hold your nose and hope that EGIO takes you somewhere. The only other thing I could think of to try to salvage this game is maybe Q stick. The Q looks like it's going to be really nasty on this. There's several U's unseen, but where's it going to go? So maybe Jared could think about that, but he's down so much that just a Q stick isn't going to win him this game.
Yeah, he is in a tough spot here. There is still life in this board, and there's still plenty of time for him to bingo and a few lanes for him to do it. But I think Rife is going to have to be the best play in order to just open up the board a little bit. There are other options here, like if you do want to just do a full rack reset, hopefully you can do something like Fogie or playing down to use, F-O-G-I-E. It puts the F next to the triple word score, which might be a little bit scary, but it does give you the best chance of drawing that blank. And interestingly, looking over to Seth's rack, Jared's chance of drawing one of those A's with his 3 vowel leave is much lower now that Seth drew 4 of them.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Seth, this is weird. Leave the Q and all the U's in the bag. Draw every freaking A out of there all at once. Very interesting. I kind of like this idea of Fogie that Jeffrey had, Fogie and USE. If you bingo from that F, it's unlikely, but it's going to score a ton. REIF kind of does the same thing. If you bingo from the F, that's a 90-pointer, and that's the kind of dynamicness that Jared needs to add to this board at this time. So Reef or maybe Fogie and USE, good options here. And Seth's going to waste absolutely no time cashing in on the Cisterna hook.
Yes, we were talking about that spot before. I looked at his 4As and I thought, oh, there's nothing he can do. But obviously, taking advantage of that spot with a nice double A drop is very much his best play here.
Oh yeah, 33 points, get rid of two A's at once. Yeah, and Seth is now ahead so much that even that 90-point F bingo is not going to be enough. Oh my goodness. Have we seen it? We've seen it. One player drew the first blank, and then the other player drew the second blank.
I I thought
Right
that's not
this
allowed.
moment,
I thought the first player has to draw the same blank twice. It's
I thought we were
incredible.
just going to see horrible games of Scrabble every single round, just boring double blankings. And yet, Jared has some life in this game with that blank that he found in the bag. So this might be something yet. Jared has options for huge bingos like Forgiven. He's one tile away from right now. The problem is he knows that the I and the F in Reef are going to be obscured next turn unless he's able to create another bingo line somewhere else on this board. And I'm not seeing a good way for him to open more stuff while also keeping some of the tiles on his rack. He can play Vogie in the same spot he could have played Fogey, making USE at the top. But you're turning over so many tiles at that point that you're going to have a mostly random rack drawing into an ugly, ugly pool. This is a Hail Mary. And yet, in Jared's situation, this may be all he can do. So Vogie, the play, going to come down, create a second line, 90-point options from the V, from the F, and maybe you just hope that you draw Vaqueros or something crazy if you are Jared
Yeah.
here. If nothing else, you make things hard for Seth.
V8s that start with a V are not the most common. It's going to be hard to find, but if you do have a blank and an O, like you're not in the worst position, is it worth considering O give at all to give yourself a higher chance of bingoing there? Because you can find bingo starting with an O, perhaps?
You'd have to look at the pool to decide, what you think is more likely. Is it more likely a bingo from an O? Are there like U's and T's for out bingos, or is it more likely I draw a bingo from a V? You have to understand too that the lower scoring bingos from an O, they're going to score 9 less. That might not be enough for you to get back into this game as well. So, lots to think about for Jared here in a game that is quickly kind of falling out of reach.
And
I'm
it
going to
is
try to
disappointing
Miles.
because if he did play O give here, I think Jared would have ovulated. Um, oh, actually, probably not because the V is obscured by. There are some interesting possibilities that could have come about. Um, he has some interesting eights theoretically with things like auto load or um, out leads, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like any of them are going to come down. Actually, he
Oh,
does have
those
them to the A.
bottom. Wow. Sneaky.
Auto load or auto dial. These are the 5 vowel 8s that are really important to know. Back when I was starting Scrabble, I was studying my high probability words, and I was told you need to memorize those 5 vowel 8s. I'm so glad I did because they don't come up very often, but when they do, they are the best play by far. Um, and it's a good thing to build towards because when you have a lot of vowels on an otherwise good rack, you can find yourself scoring very few points otherwise.
Yeah, 5 vowel 8s are absolutely essential. A set of words, at least a high prob one, because they're the difference between 74 and 16.
Yeah.
About auto load in this case for Jared is an auto lose. He is down by over 100 points. A 70-point bingo to empty the bag isn't going to do it for him. So he's got to
Wow.
make a decision now. Do I try to win this game? Do I try to bingo out? He can pass up on bingos here, play something like VAU. There's 3 in the bag. He can leave 1 in the bag, create a little bit of fog of war, and pray that he pulls a bingo next turn. But even then, I don't think a bingo out is going to win this game for him ever. And I think he's just sunk at this point. You cut the spread, you take your auto lose and auto load, and then just kind of move on with your day.
hmm I think it's hard to try to go for something spectacular here. It's early in the tournament. Both these players are 2 and 3, which is a position where you're right on the edge of being pushed farther down or being right in the middle of the pack. So I think going for auto load and trying to cut your losses pretty short is the best play for Jared. Um, is there any possibility? I guess there's 10 unseen tiles, so if you do play auto load, you are going to guaranteed not have a chance to bingo again. Um,
Correct.
I think the V is not worth trying to fish towards a bingo for.
It's going to get blocked, and even if it doesn't, the only reason it won't get blocked is if he has a play that outruns any V bingo. I think you're dead no
Exactly.
matter what. I think you play auto load and just lose, but salvage the spread in this situation. But you play to win the game. I think there's a famous sports clip about that. Um, Hello, you play? Okay. So maybe we see an O fish, OP and OI above cisterna for 12, fish for valuated, just see what happens. But
Hmm.
even then, OP and valuated, like Seth could make any valid play and he would still live that sequence.
Exactly. I do wonder what would have happened if Jared had played Rife instead of Reef. It's an interesting distinction, but he was down at this point, and it might be more worth it to keep the E open. It at least would have not allowed QI to come down, and maybe having that E right now would give him a bingo to the triple. I don't think Seth has been in any position to bingo recently because of his huge amount of A's that have been stuck on his rack. So maybe something small like that could have made a difference in this endgame.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things, and so much of Scrabble, the part that is beautiful to me, that is frustrating to many others, is trying to turn these 5% wins into 7% wins or 10%
Hmm.
wins. It's so easy to get cynical. Well, I'm not going to draw it anyway. I'm going to pick up the U, but you have to try to think about, well, what if I do? Is there any chance? Am I dead in the water? Or is there, even a 5% I can squeak out? The other side of that coin is just as fascinating. I am 95% to win this game. I've got to make it 97. I've got to start
Hmm.
knocking out worst case scenario situations.
And
To some,
it's
it's easy to get cynical. Okay, well, there's only a 5% chance anyway. Forget it. It's not going to happen. I'll save the brain. But that's what separates the top experts from good experts.
it's those 2% optimizations over the course of a game, over the course of 100 games, that really separates the players who are in number one, who can win that much more from the rest of the pack. The amount of hurdles that pro players will jump through in order to save themselves a single point in the long run is incredible, and is really is a wonderful vision of what high level Scrabble is. It's so complex and beautiful when you have all of these options and you calculate and balance and figure out anything going on. That being said, Jared has played off a single tile, trying to fish for something in the end.
Evaluated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we'll see. If he picks up the E in the bag, he'll have it. If he picks up the G or the D, he'll be sad.
And from Seth's perspective, I guess the only lane you really have to block is that top lane. Something like Vow will close it. The A is worth looking at the bottom, but I just don't think you can score enough if you can go there.
I wonder if there's an option to fish for like an IFY bingo for Jared. Just like
Interesting.
some surprise, like 100 pointer. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, Jared's going to pick up the G. He knows now, oh man, I've given up all this spread, passed on my bingos, and now I'm not even going to get a bingo. Sad day. I get the effort and I applaud the effort, especially if this game were 20 points closer. I think that's something Jared might need to do, but alas, it's not in the cards for him today. Two tiles in the bag, a D and an E now. Good stuff unseen to Seth. He's got a lot to think about. We just know that Jared hasn't pulled what he was looking for.
Hmm. But both of these players have been playing incredibly. I think we've seen very few equity losses going on in this game. So this really is a game of the highest level of choosing between those small distinctifying plays.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, it's so easy to get jaded or cynical to the luck component, but we were doing coverage of the World Scrabble Championship, and after 32 games, the players in first, second, third, and fourth were three of the four defending champions, or the only three players who had won a prior World Championship, and
Wow.
Harshan, who ended up getting second and has finished second twice. Like, the cream rises to the top over enough samples. If you
Hmm.
consistently sneak out these edges over and over and over again, it does balance out in the long run. So, that's the beauty of this game, as Jeffrey was saying, and he's spot on. I got to mute Sam. He is minting those
Has
double
Sam
bluff.
lost yet another game?
He's just still trying to figure out, like, what should I have done? And I'm like, bro, I don't know. You should have played Amidine like 5 prior, and then none of that would have happened.
That's funny. Seth is going to be taking his time here. I've had some more correspondences with Seth as going into college, he gave me the challenge of recreating Ulu, or at least the algorithms behind it. And I have been working towards that for the last couple of months. There's some very complex stuff going on there, but he's an incredible programmer and is so welcoming and kind to anyone who's interested in what he does. It looks like Seth is considering Vum up top, which is a good play. It scores well. It keeps a couple too many vowels, but in an endgame like this, all you are trying to do is not get bingoed on. And so Vum definitely is going to make sure that that doesn't happen, at least to the V.
The unseen pool ADDEGLTU blank. But if you're Seth in this position, you have to know it is not a random assortment. Jared does not have 7 random tiles out of that pool. He has just fished 1. You have to put on your poker hat and try to make inferences about what your opponent does or does not have. Why would you fish an O? I know you didn't have a second O. What did you have? What are you looking for? And looking out of that, I have to assume like some combination of ADELTU blank was on Jared's rack, and he's fishing for value weighted. I just don't even see anything else he could have been. So I've got him pegged on 5 out of 6 ADELTU blank, or 6 out of 7 ADELTU blank, and he was looking for the 7th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there aren't too many options here other than that. And the other ones you don't even need to be concerned about. He could probably still play some sort of 8 through the A on the bottom. I'm not sure which one it would be, but something must come down, but it just wouldn't score enough. It's going to be 70-ish points, which would still put Jared down 40-ish points to Seth, and at that point Seth can easily outrun.
And Seth has to be very relieved to see that E come out of the bag. Okay, your rack wasn't even as good as I thought. Okay, once he does his tracking, crosses off those letters, realizes Jared has garbage, he's like, okay, easy stuff. I'll remind everybody we do have overhead mics set above the board, so we're going to cut to those, see if we get any kind of post-mortem. I don't know that there's too much to discuss. It was really after that rye flip play, who's going to get to that S? And Seth, after his big exchange 7 into CEINRT blank, that was the big sequence in this game. A huge exchange from Seth, a great pull afterwards, and he's going to hold on to win this guy.
I have an interesting question for you, Matt. Seth played Vum, which emptied the bag entirely and exactly. Is there a possibility that he draws the wrong tiles? He draws the extra G and the D, and Jared bingos out and wins here? Or do you think he did the math to make sure that that couldn't happen? Because if Jared bingos out, then obviously all of Seth's tiles go towards Jared's points, which is a nice bonus.
No, he certainly did the math. He looked at what is the highest scoring bingo you could even have. Okay, if you play something like Adulate underneath Vum, okay, how many points could that be? It's 76. How many points would I have on my rack? What would I draw to make that possible? No, I still live. So, I'm sure Seth did the math and realized even if I get bingoed, and I don't think I will, but even if I do, the game is mine. He's got to feel very secure in making that play. It looks like our clock widget broke again. I think we're having some technical difficulties with cables. I think it's a tight squeeze at this table as well to get the cam set up. We'll try to get that fixed by our ground crew. But thanks for pointing that out, chat. We appreciate it.
Once you reach... Sorry.
Go ahead.
Once you reach that 100-point ahead barrier, it's really, you need a miracle to come back at this late stage in the game. So I'm sure Seth, once he played Vum, went up 120, he really he knew that he had that layer of security around him.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, 100 is usually good, but not 100% of the time. If there's a Q or a Z or a J, you want to be careful all of a sudden. 100's not
That's
100
true.
if you get caught with 30 points on your rack.
But Seth, now just trying to find his last little outplays. Can you find any wonderful out sequences for either of them? I think Jared is going out next turn for sure.
I think Jared definitely has a play. You don't play got there unless you're setting yourself up for a nice little out. Seth has the cool play of BE, making AB and Cisternae. If you want to
Wow,
continue
that's pretty.
along the bottom of this board.
That's a
And
very
yeah, I don't
pretty
think
play.
there's no way for Jared or for Seth to stop Jared from going out. He can play from the A, something like Audial. He has Lauds or duels with Zags. So Jared correctly going out in 2, and Seth just needs to score as much as he can in the interim. BE and Cisternae would be fun.
Mm-hmm. Is that something you think you would have found over the board? Something you're looking at?
I know the Cisternae hook, so probably, maybe, I don't know. I would have made this play a long time ago and probably gotten 2 more cups of coffee in this time, but I like being able to walk around and stretch my leg more than I like 4 spread points to my detriment.
That's fair. Other than that, there's a couple plays up top which Seth could definitely do. He's looking Ute or Utah.
Yeah, he's going to like to maximize his spread here. He's probably trying to figure out if he can block Lauds or duels in any way, but I don't think he can.
Seth does have some interesting long-term strategy here because although both of these players are 2 and 3, Jared is plus 15 spread points, whereas Seth is negative 204. So if he wants to start climbing, and especially when you're at that 3 and 3 middle of the pack range, you need to. He's going to need to maximize his spread points to every single point. You know, there are many tournaments where the difference between like the 7th and the 15th player was 30 points, just because when you have the sort of middle of the bell curve amount of wins and losses, the spread really starts to matter.
Yeah, I mean, you never know when spread is going to matter and when it's not. Sometimes, punting those 4 points feels very costly at the end of a tournament, and sometimes you're just very happy to have that extra time. Looks like we're going to see OG come down. Seth should put the D behind it, make OG'd. That's going to cost him 6 points of spread, and Jared's going to go out with Lauds. We'll see if we can cut to overhead mic real quick on this one, and we'll have a very short turnaround before we go to our next game here. We're actually going to keep it
Adulator or auto load or something, but it's never going to win. So I thought I'd put the O here, at least complicate it for you. Because if I hit an A or an E, I evaluate it. So if it scores well, you're never going to leave it. You're too good, but I should probably just take the spread. But at 2 and 4, do I care about the spread, right?
Sorry,
Let's do this. 23, right?
10, 23.
That's 352.
352, and we get
Was Geo better or no?
Oh,
Just get rid of the D, but you don't get this G. So
OG's good.
yeah, OG is good.
I didn't want to give you adult, but
Did you not see?
I wasn't
Okay.
really.
It doesn't
looking that
really
hard.
matter.
Yeah, I wasn't.
So I get 14 more. So I have this 450 to
So
366.
sorry, 5, 6, 7, 14. 366.
450?
450.
Yeah, nice job.
Nice game. I got even when I ran out of S's, I got more S's.
Because if the Q is still there, then I play auto load or adulator or whatever, and then maybe you have to dump it for very few points. But I just didn't see a way to win, like only scoring 70 when I'm down 103 and you're gonna get tempo.
Very happy about the ability.
Yeah.
I had 2 more A's, but I was like, wow, I'm happy to take 33
Just
points.
one turn early, I played this, and I could have played here on or something, leaving LRM. I left HLR. I don't know. They're kind of close.
Hold on, I see.
I kind of like setting up the H, but this is big, so maybe. But I didn't know if you had an A or a T also.
You will not draw any blanks. You will not draw any blanks.
He draws
but I would like to have lunch today.
Yeah, he had the 4S's like within like 5 turns. Did you have the T or the A here? Like just
Oh my god!
Oh, you didn't see
think
it,
about
Tis?
it. I didn't think about
Did you
it.
see ask? Oh,
I didn't have it.
that's part of why I thought like because you could have like
No, it's so funny. I was. I mean, I like to play anyway.
Yeah.
But now I'm liking it less.
Yeah, I didn't have an A or
I didn't have-
HLR.
There was no turn where that was.
No, because I took it out right away.
Check it out.
But unless you had a like master, I don't know what.
No. Yeah, on this turn I kept LES. So yeah, that's funny. Because this is new, so I
Yeah, so you don't think about it, right? I was like
So,
thinking, oh, he's probably setting up one of those. I don't have either, so I leant towards that because this
Yeah,
felt like a
so-
setup where this no.
desk. Yeah, the thing is, kitty. Yeah, I want the kitty there.
So I think I cost myself about 70 sweat points or something, but it doesn't really matter.
So 84.
Yeah.
Cut yourself for that.
Yeah, like, because it's only going 66 or 70 or something, and I'm like, it's just, I'm down 107. And you have tempo and you play whatever.
Right, and the reason I took so long is I was like one time
Right,
off. And
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, no, I keep so
Because I
many
wanted you
vowels.
to, because then I was going to drop the G and, like, or whatever G it
But
was.
this is, I was like,
Yeah.
I don't have
Right,
5 vowels in a consonant.
right.
And you might score 1 million,
Yeah.
and now I'm
Yeah, you have to take the spot, but
terrified.
because I don't really care about spread, I just have to hope that somehow you mess up. So by keeping the game alive, by fishing off one, I'm like,
And that's one of the reasons I didn't play off one. I was like, I'm not giving you another chance to fish.
but I think the A, the E, the D, and the O all hit. So I think just the B and the G is
Your
going to be bad.
analysis is eating into my lunch break.
Sorry. We'll square them and then
Yeah.
I'm going to square them if.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know. I felt like we started playing pretty fast here. Okay.
So you can see the post-mortem going on until they get shooed off the board. That is so customary in Scrabble. We just want to keep talking about the plays and what we were thinking about, but the tournament does need to go on. So they're getting shooed out of here. One more game before the lunch break from Lake George. We're not even going to cut to a break. We're going to stay live. As you can see, we've got the next players crowding around the board. So we're going to get these tiles squared, and we are going to get our widget updated, and we're going to cut right back to some Scrabble. We've got a first versus second place in Division 1 as your last.
Very exciting.
Today. Michael Fagen, who has previously won a North American Championship, against Jeremy Hall, who's been on a very hot run to open this
Playing
tournament.
very well.
He's been playing very well and undefeated so far on board 1. I don't know what his record is right now in the tournament. Maybe he's still undefeated, but should be some exciting stuff. And we're just going to stay here live, interacting with chat and all that. I see we've got Cesar Del Solar, who I think has played this tournament before, in chat. We've got Joey Mallet coming off an awesome showing at the SPC. We've got Alex Seaholm, who's done some damage at Nationals, winning his own title. So lots of firepower in the chat. Come say hey, everybody who's watching us and hanging out with us on this wonderful or abysmal Saturday, depending on where you live and how your weather is. Jeffrey, how's the weather up there in Providence?
It's a beautiful day outside. I can't wait to go out for a lovely walk. It does happen to be, I'm at my campus right now, and it happens to be Parents' Weekend, so there's all sorts of events going on outside, which I'm very excited for. But for now, I get to do what I like even more, which is watch Scrabble games and judge other people's plays without having to make them myself.
And get paid money to do so in the process.
Get paid money.
And
Yeah.
we've got Dog Cam. Soren was not excited by that last game. He fell right asleep with a toy literally in his mouth, wrapped around that bone. And Colby
Very cute.
out in the hallway, still just passed out. We need some good Scrabble. We finally got a game where one player drew both blanks, and maybe we'll get a really exciting game that comes down to the wire for this next one. We'll see. It is hard to hype cast when there's very little hype, but we'll get some good games. we're bound players of this caliber.
As a commentator, it's very satisfying when you go to the post-mortem can afterwards and they are talking about the same plays and the same thought process that we talk about. We could see Seth and Jared talking about that auto-load, auto-dial adulator decision going on, making the same choices. I think it was Stefan Fatsis who said that the game isn't over until far after the last turn has been played, until the post-mortem is done, until analysis is done, until you can finally put it to rest in your mind.
I mean, yeah, that's how you get better. Is you go back, you look at these game positions. You only have 25 minutes to play the whole game, but I've sat down and looked and talked about a position for hours at a time before. Gone through
Exactly.
every possibility, and you can. Hindsight's always 2020, of course, but that's how you get better. You analyze, you lament, you discuss with your opponent. That's how you learn. And there are a few players I can think of in Division One who are middle of the pack Division One players, never made a mistake in their lives. They've never done anything wrong. It's always the tile bag. But you can see this is why Jared and Seth, two of the good guys in the sport, they're just trying to learn, get better. Speaking of learning, let's go learn some words as we are ready with our final game of the day. As promised, Michael Fagen, Jeremy Hall, going to duke it out here. This was a first-second matchup, but this early in the tournament, there can be big shakeups in just a few moments of time. So Jeremy now 5-1 in second, and Fagen, I guess, coming off a big loss, is now 7th place at 4-2. But still,
Wow.
Big playoff, big money ramifications in this one. Jeremy would love to be 6-1, and Michael Fagen certainly does not want to be 4-3 at this point in a tournament. Though Michael certainly no strangers to big comebacks. I think he had an abysmal start at last year's Nationals, like 2-10 or 1-10 or something, and bolted all the way back up and nearly cashed. Was in playoff contention right at the end. So we will see. Fagen, no strangers to long runs, but he's hoping to keep himself right at the top of the pack here with a victory. Looks like Michael has left something at his previous table and has stepped away to go grab it real quick. That'll be a 20-point penalty from his clock. Just kidding. That's not how the rules work. He got a tracking slip. Michael's got a very unique tracking slip if you haven't seen it. He crosses out the tiles, his custom version. But we are now off to the races. Jeremy
Very exciting.
First, Michael to respond, and Jeremy, once again, we're going to see a QI opening as the Q, the last tile on this rack, made what could have been an interesting turn, a very, very boring one instead. If you can't play QI on the first turn, you almost always do, and that's what's happened here. We're off to the races, 22-0 in Jeremy's favor. Michael looking to respond, Aegiory, and Yogi,
something like Yogi coming down.
Play. Yogi gives back a lot, but you don't want to hold on to this Y here, and I don't see really any other way to get rid of it.
Keeping AER is very nice. Yogi obviously giving back a lot, but you're going to have responses in the future, and it's going to come down pretty quickly. I just want to quickly talk about the importance of this game for both of these players, because if Jeremy wins this one, he's going to definitely be solidifying his place as one of the leaders of the pack. He'll almost definitely retain his second place and might even move up to first, depending on how the first place player does. And that would also send Michael far down into the pack. He'd be near the middle with a pretty good spread. However, if Michael wins this game, then they're going to be still headbutting each other in the middle to high range, still in contention for the number one spot. They'll have about a similar spread. So really, this game can determine the futures for both of these players right now.
Yeah, big game for both of them. The big concern after a play like Yogi is, what if my opponent has the M and crushes me? And what's on Jeremy's rack? But that M. So he's got film and he's got helm, two different four-letter words that'll both play for 46. I hate Fs, and I would probably play film in this situation because I hate
the double
Fs.
E is not terrible to keep, and H's are, as far as 4-point tiles go, pretty good to have. So film is going to come down. I think that is probably the best choice, but helm, probably you could make an argument for just as well. And moving back to Michael Fagen, he finds himself with 4 vowels, A, A, U, E, and not any wonderful plays available to him. He's probably going to have to do something simple to drop the H in a couple vowels, maybe just ha over film or aha above QI. He has some very creative plays, including RHEUMY, if he can find it. It's a very rare 6 that probably doesn't come up very much, but it will score better than most of his other options.
This is going to be an educational turn for sure. These are turns where you learn a lot about a player, their styles, their tendencies, and how to exploit them. There's a lot of players here who I think play HAUL to the L for 6. They see, AERS, what an awesome leave. I'm going to do that. But you're giving up a huge scoring spot to your opponent playing down from that double word to the left. You're only scoring 8. AERS is by no means a sure lock to bingo. And this board is so tight. Like, there's no scoring spots. Don't do that to your opponent. You can't make a play like HAUL here. So many players would autopilot into that. You cannot do that. Looks like Michael has spotted RHEUMY, which I think is a play he needs to make in this situation. If you're going to open the board, you've got to score points in the process. I think you could justify a few other plays here, just HA above film, or I think you could justify maybe even just an exchange AU. But Michael showing why he's won a national championship before, spotting a play I think many players miss. I didn't even know this.
Great word knowledge, great confidence.
Great find from Michael as well.
And it's going to come down and be a score far more than his next best option. Moving over to Jeremy, keeping that double E might have been a mistake because he now finds himself with 3 E's on his rack, which is just about the danger zone. That being said, he still has a couple plays that can come down. For example, P next to Rumi would score 22 points and set up his final E, or even Epe, if he wants, can score 24.
I think playing EPEE, making RE and HE is fun because it sets up the one front hook which you retain, and that's TP. At the same time, I think you get overlapped so often and so hard on that play that it's hard to pull the trigger on. So PEE sets up EP, EP sets up TP, but all of that gives up a lot to your opponent. This is a tough turn, and I do not know what the right approach would be here. Perhaps a play like THEE in that same spot makes sense. Maybe ETH and keep this board very tight makes some sense. You could talk me into a number of plays this turn.
Yeah, there's a lot of options going down. It looks like the computer prefers THEE next to Rumi, scores 26 points, which is a nice amount, and keeps PIE, which obviously is nothing wonderful, but nothing terrible either. But the real benefit of it is it really doesn't open up much for Michael. It closes down the board. You're not giving too much back. It's overall just a pretty solid play. The H and an Y have come down, so you're not looking at too many dangerous crosses onto the triple letter score. Although that being said, something like Fritz or Blitz or anything along those lines could hit really hard. But I think
So P going to be the play, setting up the front E, and Michael does not have one of those. Jeremy also has an earpiece in his right ear, and I'm telegraphing Michael's racks to him. Just kidding. That is illegal, and I am not doing that. I know some people detect sarcasm a little bit better than others, so I just thought I would clarify. So P, the play. Michael's got an interesting position now. Equity says play AX right next to P.
Interesting.
A and Rex and Ax. That just gives so many points back. You know, if your opponent has Wax or God forbid Zax or Fax, a number of things. So I prefer a play like XI in the same spot. The leave is significantly worse, but you give back so much less. And on a tight board like this, with an absence of scoring opportunities, save bingos, I'm not giving one to my opponent. I'm playing XI here. AXL, if you want to undouble your A's, AXLE plays to the E in Rumi. That's another option for 27, but I'm not playing AX here. We cannot ride the equity train because the equity train in this situation is on the fast track to pain.
What do you think about the option of LAX here, which still leaves the option open of an F, which you don't have, but does allow you to clear off that A for a couple extra points?
I think it comes down to confidence, honestly. I think that's a big part of it. If I never like setting up hooks that are a race. If I'm the overdog in a game, if I'm playing somebody 1400 and it's early in the game, I'm never making a play like lax. I don't want whoever draws the F to win the game. We don't want coin
That's
flips
true.
if we're the overdog. But Michael, we've got our score a little bit behind. Jeremy was up 90-49 on that turn. Michael, definitely the underdog in this situation against a player as good as Jeremy. Maybe you do want that volatility here. You can't play axe. Maybe you play lax, but I still like this play here. If I'm
I think
Michael, I
X
hold
is.
an S, which is huge in this game for the QIS spot. I don't feel as bad about my prospects. I'm not desperate enough to throw up coin flips yet, and this is exactly why, as he's pulled into a blank, some S's, some good stuff.
And moving over to Jeremy's rack, he has himself a nice rack, but I don't think any wonderful options. He's going to have some really nice overlaps next to P. Things like Theen, or Theine, go all the way from the top to the bottom. Maybe that's a little bit risky, putting the T in the triple lane, so you could do something more like Ho next to it for a couple less points, but a very nice leave.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, equity once again says play HOE right there where HIE just got played, but there's a big S front hook that you don't have. I just don't think it's
Definitely.
worth it. So I like what Jeremy's done here, HIE instead. Try to keep things a little bit more defensive. Yeah, if Michael has an S, he can still burn you with the QIS play, but you don't need to get burned for 90 up top on a letter you don't have. I like this decision by Jeremy quite a bit.
He's definitely the best choice here and is incredible given the circumstance because Michael finds himself with two S's and the blank on his rack. I don't think that he is bingoing this turn despite having such a nice rack, but he can almost guarantee himself something strong next turn by playing something like GIS or SIG or even just IS somewhere for a bunch of points. What do you
Remember,
think about?
this is Lake George. Nobody's bingoing in Lake George this year, it feels. So you can try to play GI, and the tile bag's going to spit out like VV or UU. This has been just abysmal drawing across the board so
That's
far in the
true.
7 games on stream. But um, you can't think like that. You can't think like that in Scrabble. Past events don't drive future events. So Michael, I think, needs to play like GIS or SIG, depending on what he wants to do with the shape of the board, and try to score some points now and get that bingo next turn.
And you can tell a lot about how risky a player wants to play because he has two strong spots for his S here. He can do it next to the QI or underneath the QI, which are both very strong, or if he's feeling very risky, he could do something next to HIG. For example, SIG or GIS there score very well, but open up the triple lane. I think in this case, it is better just to play the IS underneath QI and Yogi, just because it scores well and it doesn't open up too much while leaving yourself open for the QIS hook in the future with your S.
Yeah, SIG takes a sneaky back hook. People miss this one a lot, but it takes an N.
Oh, I missed that
And
one.
yeah, I miss it all the time. So I've missed it enough times that I stopped missing it. So that alone, I think, scares me off of that play. IS looks to be pretty solid, making GI and QIS. My dog's fighting over what they think is the right move this turn. But Quackle analysis shows IS is about 80% to bingo next turn for Michael. You got to feel pretty good about being able to score 21 and bingo 80% of the time next turn. IS is a solid play
Definitely.
for him here.
What do you think about playing? So, I mean, the consideration for doing SIG up on the very top is that you will still have both of the S hooks underneath Yogi and on the right side of QI in the future if you need it. However, it does give back in terms of opening up a triple world in which you play SIG or GIS up top next to HIE.
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I would think about it. I'd think about it for a long time, probably longer than I have to think about it right now because Michael's going to make a play pretty soon. I think, honestly, depending on my mood, I may or may not make that play. How optimistic am I? How pessimistic am I?
Yeah.
But it looks like Michael does like that play up top. Maybe he feels his chances of bingoing from that S are quite good. Those bingos are also going to score very well for you.
And it will
And
make
Matt is going to
his
play.
play next turn very hard to block underneath QI or to the right of QI. There's not many options for Jeremy to close things down.
Yes.
But Jeremy
Oh,
has
man.
some
And this
really cool plays right now too. The B and the N work very well together for things like Bonita going to the triple, which is 27 points, or Inbox to the X, which I think is a very cute play. It scores 28 and leaves ENT on your rack, which is almost as good a position as you could possibly hope for.
Yeah, both of those are very good plays. Michael has pulled very well into his rack. He's picked up another S, so that actually stops him from bingoing for any, but he's got MISSALS, which is going to play with 3 underlaps at the bottom of the board, or if he wants to flex, he can play Miskals, MISKALS. The blank is a K, always empowering words to say. As we see, Jeremy is electing to play Inbox over Bonita. Respectable play for him. And Michael's going to hit back now with a bingo. The question is just which one. The highest scoring, again, Missiles or Miskals for 83 beneath that. He may play Mislays or Dismals. Those are slightly lower scoring. Solarism also plays through the O for
Wow, it's a
78.
good find.
The highest scoring bingo is Missiles or Miskals for 83 beneath the Yogi.
I mean, those types of words are hard to find. Like, when you have two S's, the last thing you want to do is have a third S on your rack. However, I trust that Michael will find this play. Um, it is worth considering that it opens up the double double very nicely. Putting an S in the 6th position there is very dangerous because any sort of T word with est or eist or ist will come down for a lot. However, judging by the fact that you're scoring 83 points with a bingo, I think it's definitely the right choice here.
Yeah, 83 is a lot of points. Expert analysis from Matt Canik. I will be here all weekend, and I would get the 83 points if I could.
Mm-hmm. Is there any world to not open it up as much? I mean, it opens it up plenty in its own.
If I need to win this game by at least 200 to win the tournament, I think I might.
Sure.
But otherwise, I don't know.
But Michael looks deep in thought as he's considering his options here. It is an interesting choice. There are options for him. I wonder if he is trying to find something through the S up top. I mean, Missiles has 3 S's in it already, but starting with 3 S's and then trying to find a blank might be extremely difficult. I don't think there is a single play that goes down up there.
Yeah, he's got to be looking from the S, from the F as well. Something like false
Yeah.
isms. It looks like it could be good. So, lots to think about here. Again, Scrabble's way easier when you have anagrammars open.
It's very true.
But yeah, he's going to look. And you also maybe want to think about non-bingos here. If you had some sort of 35-point play just to the right side of SIG, it's worth at
That's
least
true.
thinking about those as well. If something like IMS were good, maybe you just play that instead of bingoing here. I don't know. 83 again is a lot of points. You've got to take those, but take your time.
Yeah.
Make sure you do your thinking before you do anything else.
S blank A is just too strong a leave to completely ignore. There is a theoretical world, if the situation were different, that I could imagine just playing MIS on the bottom underneath Yogi, not playing the final 4 letters, could be worth considering. I think in this case, you're just scoring too many points, however, for that to be worth it.
I don't know. I mean, your bingos are going to score a ton if you hit the F or the S.
That's true, and you have a really good chance with LAS blank. So considering playing MIS with OM, GI, and QIS, my problem with that is that I think it gives a lot back to Jeremy because you can play the T down, or I think even the I, right? Or the E. Yeah, the I, the E, or the O go down with Mist, Miso, and Mise. So it might be a little bit risky to do. but it scores well and it leaves you with a wonderful leave.
Yeah, I just think, that blank is probably worth 40 points, but I can play it for 55 more. There's almost no
Mhm.
leave that's worth 55. There are a few,
That's true.
probably Z blank blank or something, surely, but yeah, I think you've got to play bingo here. Quackle agrees. It has not bingoing about 15 behind the highest scoring bingos.
hmm Jeremy has two 8-letter words if an E or a Y come down. He has tent pole, which kind of reminds me of gatepost at this point, and potently, neither of which I think we'll be able to play unless Michael does something really incredible.
If Michael backs out of missiles, which he'd set up MISSALS, and decides to play like a word he's more comfortable with, like seasmal or samiels, SAMIELS, like it's possible he sees a floating E, but Michael would have to make a mistake to make that happen.
hmm Tent
I
pole
don't
is an
think he needs
interesting
that.
play to find. Oh,
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
No way. So we think that he
This
probably
is
didn't trust himself with
salamis.
missiles.
Oh man, if I'm not gonna see missiles or something, I at least want to knock out like every bingo line on this board. I guess this knocks out the dangerous S line, but you're just leaving QI at the bottom of the board. Whoever
And that's going to
draws the
be
fourth S is
so
gonna be,
difficult.
yeah, I don't know. If I'm going to, not play missiles, if I don't know that word, I'm gonna find almost anything else other than that one to
Mhm.
play.
Yeah, I don't love salamis at all. I mean, it is a findable play, and maybe he's just doubting himself right now and wants to get something down. And I'm sure it's better than not bingoing. But I think there are other plays that you really need to find first before salamis comes down.
I stopped eating meat a few months ago, but I never liked salamis even before that. So, not a fan of salami. Just kidding. Bad joke. I'll be here all day. Um, yeah, that's a puzzling one, but that was played. Presume the blank is an A, and we'll keep going on with our analysis of this game now. ELNOPTT, the rack for Jeremy. He did not find the floating E for tentpole or the Y for potently. Best play probably here is Splent, SPLENT from that S. And to be
Interesting.
honest, I didn't know you could spell it that way. So we'll see if Jeremy.
Splint, which is a real word that we all know. Um, it is very tough for either of them to block that QI spot, and I guess Jeremy's of it now because I guess a bingo would help either of them cement their place, but a bingo would really bring Jeremy back. But that is going to be a long-term threat for both. It is interesting that Jeremy could start closing down that spot with something like Pinto. Yogi takes an I, or takes an N after it, which could be one of the few ways to close down that spot. But unless that comes down, it might be very difficult in the long run to make any closing board decisions there.
I think we're going to see another really stupid game. Michael's drawn into Enchanted. He set it up on his rack. That plays for like 9,000 points. And like, once again, we're just going to see like kind of back and forwards game. And then one player draws like 3 bingos in a row, and it's not actually exciting.
And unfortunately, there's no possible options for Jeremy that are worth considering that would even slightly block Enchanted.
Yeah, even with that earpiece in his ear, Jeremy would have to pretend like he can't hear me because that would be too fishy if he blocked that. So good job, Jeremy. Yeah, you understand. You got it. Just play OP up there.
OP
Get
comes down,
bingoed
it
on.
scores well.
They're on to.
It's nice.
Oh wow, I
Oh,
did
I
not see
missed.
this spot.
Yeah, I missed it with Yogan. That
Wow,
spot.
nice job, Michael.
And this
Nice.
shows why Michael clearly is a genius. He played salamis knowing that he would draw Enchanted with Yogan. He really didn't want to block himself there, so really just far ahead of either of us. Definitely an
That
intentional
is
choice.
yeah, that is some incredible foresight by Michael, and this is why he won himself a national championship. We could never foresee this sequence of events coming. I'm sure this was always his plan. Really nice stuff.
He's been practicing his bag drawing so that he could come into this rack. But moving over to Jeremy, jokes aside, he is found himself with 3 T's and all 1-point tiles, which isn't what you want to see after being bingoed on twice. He has the cute play of Tetanol, which drops 2 of his T's and cleans up his rack a little bit, and that will be a double-double through Enchanted. Despite that, normally double-doubles score 40 points, but with a hit of 1-point tiles, he'll score only 28 points for a clever play. But it does seem to be far better than his next possible option. It keeps a T, which isn't terrible for bingoing, but his next best options are anything like Tet or Tat next to Salamis for only 14 points.
Yeah, and with the absence of ITA and NWL, a play like Tet or Tat is very close to game over. You can't do that. I think you got to play Tetanol here. You got to try to draw the Z or something to get some life back into this game.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough, though. He's down 90, what is that, 96 points. Oh, I guess, no, he's not down quite 96. He's down 96 points. He's going to need to find something great to come back. And if you look at that, Michael has drawn the second blank. We are back in a 1-player double blanking, and might have another bingo, bango, bongo. I think that's the 3rd one this stream.
Man, this is so boring. Can I get more money? Like, if I have to commentate games that are terrible like this, can I get a raise at least? Oh, Michael's gonna play Flannery for like 80.
Oh, yeah, Flannery is going to be very rough. It's going to come down, and there's no way he can block it. If that gets blocked, then Retain comes down or Detainer. With a rack that nice, Michael has been going all over the board.
Yep. And we already talked about the weather too. It's going to be hard for us to get through these next 30 minutes, Jeffrey.
So taxes, right? No, I'm
Yeah,
too young for
taxes is next. Or we can get some politics going. So how about that? No.
I wonder what's going through Jeremy's mind right now. He clearly doesn't know what's about to hit him. And I don't think he sees Tetanol. He plays Latte, which is an interesting option. It keeps the board pretty open, but it just doesn't score enough.
Yeah,
I would also.
Yeah, a good board opening play, set up the back hook, the N, the R, the whatever. But when Michael's going to do this, you just lose.
So Flannery comes down for another bajillion. But if Jeremy can start drawing really well and Michael gets stuck with some bad tiles, I could imagine this turning around. It would take a lot, but Jeremy's drawn into one of the most common racks of Senator or Treason or Atoners or Santiro, and those will go down in a lot of places. Unfortunately, there aren't many high places.
Big question. You are down 176 to 345, and you have this rack. Do you just play something boring like Senator and Latin, or do you play Earstone from the E and Incandescent
wow.
70?
I think, that's risky. I mean, I saw this on your little worksheet before, and I think it would be a very creative play. It just seems too unreasonable. I think there are too many tiles that go down there. Like literally any 2-letter play at the bottom there almost guarantees that the board is closed. The only benefit is that it keeps Latin open for the future. But if we do look at Michael's rack, he will have Fez or a bunch of other point plays that will come down for too many. I think you just have to go for Senator and start hoping to draw bingo after bingo.
Yeah, at this point, if you don't have tears rolling down your face ready to resign, you're not doing it correctly. I would be bawling if I were Jeremy, losing by 170 right now. No, I would play Earstone just because why the hell not? But, it's just a play that gets burned almost all of the time.
I think it is worth considering that the spread does matter for these people. If Jeremy can win or can lose by less than 130, I think, I guess it needs to be less than that. But there is a possibility that Jeremy can still stay ahead of Michael in the standings, which might be good for his future possibilities. So Jeremy is still fighting for spread points here. That being said, Michael looks like he's going to keep hitting really hard with his tiles.
Yeah, I mean, this is just incredible. The foresight he's had, first playing Salamis, drawing into Incanted Flannery, and now picking up Frizz and Flatter, which was just set up for
Wow.
46. Truly incredible play of Scrabble, or display of Scrabble here. Foresight, planning,
He's really
psychic.
doing mind games. He put the word ladder into Jeremy's hall before the game, knowing that he would draw this F. Scrabble really is a game of so many. Michael
I'm
with
hearing
his
from our
psychic
production
powers.
team, Michael actually went down to the coffee shop in that brief intermission, grabbed a latte, and put it on the table to plant that idea in Jeremy's head. Missed the double-double, played latte instead, because that's going to give me a spot to hit the Z for 46. That is next level stuff.
Mm-hmm. Very big mind games. He's really ahead of the field here. We have
Okay,
a
I'm
lot to
pointing
learn.
out because I feel compelled to. This is all sarcasm once again for those of us who maybe didn't detect that. All sarcasm. But what else do you do in yet another boring drubbing of a game?
Mm-hmm. Jeremy, back to the game, will just need to drop down. He didn't draw the bingo that he needed to climb back into the game, and in fact has two double letters, so he's going to drop his K for OKE up on the top, which is going to score him 29 points, which is respectable, keeping arrow, so there's a chance he keeps bingoing back. But this game is quickly coming to a close as this very open board has all of its high scoring spots used up.
And milking the board for everything it's got, and Michael's just not going to open up any new stuff while the existing stuff slowly gets taken away. We're probably going to see Davy come down here, DAVY, either making YA or AY in a toners, and that quickly puts this one out of reach. Jeremy would need a bingo from the D and Incanted, probably, and he has not found one with that dreadful draw.
Mm-hmm. He does have Orature, which, if Michael plays not in that top spot, will come down. But I think it's unlikely that that situation comes to be.
Oh wow, orature is a word now. Wow, I haven't. They must have added that. Okay, spicy stuff. This is what happens when you don't study for 9 years, folks. You're terrible, and that's what's happened to me.
There is something magical about Scrabble Rust, because if you stop studying for a week, suddenly 50% of your knowledge is gone. If you stop studying for a year, the threes start slipping away. But it is doable to come back. There are a lot of players who have taken long remissions and then come back and still been at the top of their field. But it is that type of thing that you need to polish up your knowledge pretty regularly in order to stay at the highest level, in order to stay confident. And when there are so many words and so many things that aren't words, it's difficult to balance.
It really is. Staying on top of the words is so hard, and that's why we see in January tip top players are guys in their 20s who are single because it's just so hard to do everything else, to have lives and jobs. And, we see a lot of college kids pick up all the words. Take notes, Jeffrey, while they're in college, because it's very hard to find enough time to stay on top of it. And yet, if you're methodical enough, meticulous enough, and set up a card box or a good study plan, we saw Harshan nearly win a world championship on, I think he said, about 30 minutes. He just
Wow.
card boxes his words, and he's got it all set up, and sees the easy stuff once a year or less, and the hard stuff a little more often. It's definitely doable, but at the same time, to get yourself to that point where it's just repetition and review takes a whole lot of time, more
I
time
mean,
than a lot of people have.
it is a lot of time, and that's why there are so many people. That's why the youth scene is so big, because I don't know, young kids don't have much to do, and that's why the older generation scene is so big as well, because the grandmas on that field will destroy you if you give them the chance. Um, but in this situation, I mean, it was very interesting over COVID because obviously a lot of players had a lot of time. Some of the highest players in the field skyrocketed during that time. Players like Chloe Fatsis memorized all of the sevens over COVID, over that lockdown. Michael's going to make an interesting choice here. He's playing Davy on the left side of a toners rather than the right side of a toners, which I think is probably a good move in most situations because otherwise you're leaving an E hook open after AY. But in this case, it is the only play that keeps a bingo for Jeremy. He's going to play Orator hooking Yar and TE.
Orator was going to play either way, whichever side he played Davy on.
Oh, that's true. I didn't see that it could play on the other side. I think this one does work out a little. Well, it's risky. I guess this gives a big scoring spot back to Michael on the triple. Michael's going to draw into outgave natural,
Of course he is.
which I don't think plays after Orator.
It does not. Yeah. But if you're going to draw VUG, you might as well draw it in a bingo, although the bingo's not going to come down. And Jeremy, sure yet. I don't know if he's like me. I mean, that word has been in the lexicon probably since 2014 or 2018. So he should know it, but hasn't seen it yet.
I would like to see it come down because I think that, I mean, if he plays Orator and tries to draw, oh, he can't even draw into another bingo after this.
You're right.
It's
Oh,
gonna be
yes, he
unfortunate.
can. Yes, he can. My Quackle's a little ahead. There's 18
Got it.
unseen to Jeremy right
So-
now.
Oh, he doesn't see Orator, or maybe he does, and he realizes he needs to bingo out. I don't like that play though. I think that
Oh,
you
he
need.
missed it.
Yeah, he missed it, or oh, he's setting himself up for Daura.
Right.
Dour, taking an A hook at the end, which is a clever attempt. He's very lucky it doesn't give Michael a spot for his play. And in fact,
Right.
it doesn't give Michael many spots at all. The best play he can play there is Ovate. But other than that, not many plays are going to go down next to that.
Yeah, so 15 unseen now, 8 in the bag for Michael. So as long as he can play off 2 tiles, he's not getting bingoed on twice. And here he's going to come down with Vogue pretty quickly, which is a play that wins this game 100% of the time. As Jeremy needs 2 bingos and doesn't have enough time anymore to do so.
Jeremy's going to get some high scoring plays in the end here. Craw is going to come down. It'll score a lot.
Wared, W-A-R-E-D, is 59 in the bottom left.
Wow, Wared perfectly paralleling Flannery.
That's some like Collins stuff. I feel like every time I call Collins games, you just get stacks for 60 points like that. But that one even fits here in NWL.
I do wonder what would have happened if Orator came down, because with those 50-point spots, Orator doesn't give much back. I don't think Michael bingos off of it. And there is a possibility of Jeremy drawing something very powerful, at least closing the spread gap between the two. But at this point, it's just down to who can hit the open spots on the board the hardest.
Yes, and Jeremy has the stuff to hit it hard. As you said, Craw going to come down here with Daura. We've seen Jeremy consistently this game, when he is down, set himself up in ways that are cool. Latte with the 3 backhooks, that was cool. Dour, I obviously should have been Orature, but if you're going to miss the bingo, that's a good way to breathe some life into this board and set yourself up. So some clever stuff from Jeremy. It's been fruitless this game, but just want to call out good Scrabble when I see it.
No, are some of the best in the field right now. Plays, even their misplays, are still extremely high level and far and few between. Michael has a couple places that he can play out his last tiles for a lot of points. Bow or Bow next to Flannery in that same spot as Wared is going to score 31 points, which is just too many for Jeremy to try to fight back.
Yeah, again, at this point, well, you've got to look at the unseen pool. The bag is exactly empty. Both players have 7 tiles. If you're Fagen, you really want to go out into, if at all possible, and you've got to look, there's an unseen J. Where does that J go, and what can I block? So Jeon plays through the O in Daura. That's got to be priority number 1. Make that go away. Priority 2, try to go out into if possible. This rack is so bad that I don't think you can do both at the same time. A play of Taboo from the T and Flatter holds ATW, which is definitely going to go out, but you concede Gian in that case. You can play Boot, B-O-O-T, through the O in Daura, but that holds AAOW, and you concede I'm not going out in 2 if you make that. So got to think about your approach to this game. Am I going out in 2, or am I taking away your best option? The third choice is do neither one, go out in 3 and allow Gian. You can play WT next to Flannery. Actually, 2, right? That's 2. Okay, so you can play WAT or Taboo, let your opponent have Gian, and then go out in 2.
Just score a lot.
While Michael figures out the best way to figure out this endgame, I'll remind you all of what's coming up next. We are going to cut to lunch after this. I will get a word from our team on the ground what time lunch ends exactly, but we will be back this afternoon with CSW action from Lake George. We will have 4 games of CSW play. I'll be on the headset again, joined by Austin Shin, a name all of us should know. He is phenomenal at Scrabble, and it's going to be an absolute treat to have him in the booth with me this afternoon. Make sure you like this video, bump us up the algorithm. Make sure you subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble. If you're just now checking out Scrabble and want to see more of this, letsplayscrabble.com is going to have a lot of information. Subscribe to this and we'll get a lot more content out there for you on this channel as well. And check out Scrabble clubs and tournaments near you by doing a little Google search. I trust you can figure that part out. We will resume play at 2:45 Eastern Time, 1:45 Central for those of you who are going to pop back on and join us, which should be every single one of you. What else could you be doing on a beautiful Saturday afternoon watching Scrabble? I do want to give a shout out to Jeffrey for hopping on with me this morning. This is the first time I've done commentary with Jeffrey, but I'm certain it won't be the last time. This went very well. Thank you for everything, Jeffrey.
And thank you for carrying me with your commentary. I had a wonderful time, and I couldn't have done it if you were not so experienced and skilled with this.
Hey, anytime people will give me money to talk, I can take them up on that. I used to get paid money to talk in front of a captive audience for a living when I taught high school. So I know how to talk to people who don't want to hear me speak. I'm good at doing it, and I will continue doing it on headset anytime my broke little booty can't make it out to tournaments like this weekend.
That's very funny. It is really nice to see. I met someone at my college who isn't a competitive Scrabble player, but when I mentioned I played competitive Scrabble, immediately knew everything about the scene from channels like this. He's been really invested in watching competitive Scrabble, even though he doesn't play it, which I think is a wonderful audience that we are trying to target, that we're trying to spread to. And it's lovely to see that people are becoming interested in our field, in this wonderful game.
Yeah, no, Scrabble is so cool, and channels like Will Anderson's channel and streamers like Josh and Charles are bringing a youth scene into this game. It's really cool stuff. Let's cut to overhead mic, see what we can catch, and then we'll cut this one off. Let's go overhead now.
At the end, I'm not sure I played as well as I could have. It took a long time. Because I'm like looking for plays going Miss A is good or Miss Seal. Looking for things here is falsism's good. I just felt like I just felt like I had to be able to play with that. I am looking for BS72. Yeah, that was lucky I had another spot there, so I didn't have anything to think about.
Yeah, it was that sequence that really because it was tied up for them. And like
When I played this, I kept AIS blank, so I was wondering if there was a bingo with that. Was double S, double I. Maybe we're doing it. And so I just didn't think of it, even though I had a kind of at that point, the game was pretty much decided. I really wanted to go flattery, but I couldn't really save the live.
Do anything,
going for something there, like gated or something, but didn't quite have it. When you held, was it Yogan you want something or incanted?
I just wanted to make sure it can't, just think of the incantation.
Yeah, I mean, for that score, it makes sense.
Right.
yeah, I think that was too dangerous. But I was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
And I kept thinking ATE, so it seemed pretty clear to me. But I was like, oh god, I messed this up.
No, just because I scored a lot.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you messed it up. Yeah. I was just lucky to have it. Yeah, but I was toast after that sequence.
I was lucky. I'm still questionable if that was my best play.
It was a decent play. How much did it score?
72. But anything starting with like miss, you're like miss, MIS, and then miss last, miss slay, miss slays. Or any of those words, if they are, it'd be a lot better.
I think Miss Lays, right? Miss Lay.
I don't know, Miss Lane and Miss Lade for some reason maybe didn't ring too much of a bell to me. Maybe. I saw it out of it, but for some reason I didn't like it. Probably good. If you like that's probably good. I'm just miss. Probably is good.
Yeah.
I have anything else with miss? Or just miss Lays?
So, okay, so this wasn't here, right? So,
And no N.
yeah, so you had Dismals.
Yeah.
Miss Calls, that's a toughie. MISKALS.
Didn't know it.
And then Missiles, MISSALS.
MIS.
SALS.
MISSALS. It's low enough font I wouldn't know it. I mean, I thought of it, but like,
You wanted to go for a sure thing, which is understandable, yeah.
yeah, but all those would have been like 10 points better than what I did, or so.
That's
I mean, it would have scored in the 80s. That was like 72.
Yep. It's okay if you're not sure. It's
Yeah, I
better
mean,
to
I
be
was taking
safe.
too much time, so
Yeah.
time management, I'm not sure of the word. Miss Lays, I should have known though.
That's probably what I would have played. Just 'cause I was certain of it. But,
I don't know why I didn't recognize like Miss Lane or Miss Lade, which seemed too unfamiliar to me.
yeah.
Sometimes you can make mistakes and still get away with it.
Yes. I have many times.
What a weird game this is.
Yep.
Should we square them off?
Sure, I'll take a picture.
So I think Michael putting it just about as best you could. Sometimes you make mistakes and get away with it. He realizes, oh, I didn't know missiles. I didn't know miscals. Oh, gosh. But hey, when you draw 3 bingos in a row, you can do whatever you want. You're probably going to be just fine. So, all right. So we want to do a little standings update before we cut for the lunch session. We're going to look on over at the standings for Division 1 after a big win for Michael Fagen, shakes things up and makes things very interesting. You can see in first place of Montreal, Jason Lee. We know Jeremy is about to drop down the standings as he just lost, which means Jackson Smylie, also of Montreal, will be in second. And then Jeremy, Dean Herget, and David Spargo all at 5-2, plus Michael Fagen about to jump up to 5-2. But in that 4-3, we've got several formidable players: Chloe Fatsis, David Pearl, Zach Ansell, Wes Eddings, and Ed Roth, who I got to know very well over the summer, all sitting right there at 4-3. Still a lot of Scrabble to come in this NWL division, and we will be here for it on Sunday morning. In the interim, again this afternoon, we will have Austin Shin on the mic and switch over to our CSW division, where we'll get y'all some action from there. For right now, we are going to cut. I've got a bladder I need to relieve, but one more time, I want to give a shout out to everybody behind the scenes. Josh Greenway doing all of the work, all of the legwork, putting this stuff together. Huge shout out to Josh. Noah Slatkoff doing the thankless job of quackling these games, just keeping the score widget updated. He gets no FaceTime, no glory, and has to put in all of the work that we do. So thank you to Noah from behind the scenes. Wave at your computer screen. We appreciate you. And of course, thank you to Jeffrey for coming on and giving us some commentary this morning.
And of course, thank you to everyone who's been watching. We appreciate you coming. We appreciate you showing us your support and commenting, or even just putting us on in the background while you ignore the work you're trying to do. I didn't realize that Noah is the one paying Noah behind the scenes, but Noah was actually my school Scrabble partner and is the one who carried me to a championship. So I appreciate him for multiple reasons now.
Yeah.
But it was wonderful to commentate with you. We saw some really good Scrabble, and I'm sure you have a lot more good Scrabble to come. Collins is always very exciting, so I think you all should tune back in for that one. I'm sorry you won't get to see my pretty face, but you will have awesome Shin, who will be great.
Yeah, he will do great. You did great as well. And with that, thanks to our viewers, like and subscribe. We will be back at 2:45 Eastern. See y'all then.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. Thanks for bearing with us through the lunch break. Once again, Matt Canik joined here, and this afternoon we have a special treat, Austin Shin, joining us on the stream. Austin, how are you doing?
I'm doing very good, Matt. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'll be doing a lot more once we get through some games of Scrabble. We've had a lot of drubbings so far, a lot of terrible games on stream, one-sided. So if that means anything, that means we've saved up all the good ones for this afternoon, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so as well. We'll see. For those of you just now tuning in, this is the Lake George Scrabble tournament, day 2 out of 3. We got 4 games this afternoon. They will be all CSW games. And so we brought on one of the best CSW minds out there in Austin. Austin also does some streaming of Scrabble, right? So can you tell us a little bit about that, Austin?
Yeah, so I stream on Twitch at Austinium9, so you can probably see like right above here. I stream every Tuesday evening, and every Thursday evening on my channel. Always Scrabble stuff that I do on Wiggles. So if you want to see more regular streaming every week, then go to Twitch and type in Austinium9 and go give it a follow.
And we had Ancient Cosmographer Charles Reinke, another streamer, on yesterday. Give him a follow. Josh Sokol playing today. We may get to see some of his games this afternoon. Axer Typo, lots of Twitch streamers. And we've got some other Twitch streamers in chat as well. So go ahead, followers, drop it there. And speaking of followers, if you are not a follower or a subscriber of Let's Play Scrabble, then go ahead and fix that right now. Get us a like on this video, get us a subscribe. That would make Josh's day, and we will bring you more top-notch Scrabble content. With that, we will cut over to the board. The first game we are bringing you is Ben Schoenbrun and Josh Castellano. Ben currently 7-0, and the last time I got to do streaming with Ben, he was winning $10,000 at the Word Cup up here in New York State. So Ben looking to continue his run of dominance with me on the headset. But Josh looking to throw a big monkey wrench into this vision. He's at 4-3 right now. A loss would be devastating to his chances. A win would make this anybody's tournament. He'll have to overcome going second and defeat Ben. But you know, anything is possible in Scrabble, and we are underway now. Austin, are you familiar with these guys and their game?
Yeah, I think I've played both players quite a number of times. Both of them are very strong players, and on their day can win pretty much any tournament. So yeah, kind of expecting to see some very high quality Scrabble. Not too many misses. You can see already both players have picked out a blank, so hopefully this is a sign of things to come. Some big scores heading our way.
Oh my goodness. And Ben already with a very tough first turn. He can burn the blank for 46 right now, Zaire, but I think you've got to exchange here, right, Austin?
Ooh, maybe. I mean, the other option is maybe Zaire. Using the blank for 46. Again, the blank is probably worth about 25 to 30 points, so it could be worth just taking some points now and just go with it. But if he exchanges, maybe exchanging IE might be okay here, or IIE, something like that. But 46 points is a lot to potentially give up. So yeah, that might be something that I might try and do. I don't know, maybe the ZEA might be okay, but keeping 2 eyes is pretty terrible. So I think it's either Zaire or maybe. I think I would probably lean towards that.
This is so hard. Yeah, Zaire, 46 points, burn the blank on the first turn, or do you exchange? And if you are going to exchange, what do you exchange? Do you keep the Z, right? So Ben opting for none of these. He's going to play ZEA here, which I think is a play that makes sense. But I really like the exchange out of this rack. We'll see how this works out for Ben. IIE, in Austin's words, pretty terrible. But the leave for Ben, and we'll see if he's able to bail out of this rack. GINPRR blank the poll for Josh, and this looks very standard. I think parring is going to come down underneath ZEA with the 3 underlaps. That's the only word that fits beneath that and is going to be his highest scoring option. And Ben has pulled some good stuff as well, so we're going to see a bingo and a bango unless something crazy happens here.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got the S as well to hook on for sparring potentially. So, yeah, should be expecting 2 bingos on the next 2 turns that we have here. Just a matter of if Josh actually sees parring and sees a space for it. But as we know in Collins, with the Z can go with an A, E, or O. So he just needs to find a bingo with that blank using one of those tiles. And I'm sure he has already seen it, but is just doing his due diligence to see there's nothing that extends to the E, to the triple, or anything like that. But I think he's about to play parring right now.
Yep, and here it comes. Parring going to be the play. I can't imagine he makes that an E or an O and plays a phony here. So parring going to be the play. 75-24, Josh's lead as he's cashed in the first blank on the first turn, but Ben going to hit him back with the second one. Parring going to give up a number of double opportunities to Ben. I won't call those words out so you can have some fun with that, but I'm sure chat will solve those very quickly, and I know Austin has already solved those.
I see at least one right now, but I won't give it away just yet. But I think the through the end is really the main thing that Ben should be looking through at this moment in time.
Yeah, 2 doubles through the N, each scoring 86 points. Laicize also plays beneath three of the tiles in parring, making PI, ZAS, and ERE. That would be 80 points, but he has indeed found one of the 2 doubles, Piscine, Piscinae, coming down.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much going to be the top move here. The other option is Skynid through the N, putting the S out there. I think the S position probably better here because any bingo ending with an S won't hit the double. So I think this is good. He's showing looks like Ben is showing the blank on towards the camera in case we weren't sure what the blank was, but I think there's no doubt here.
Thank you, Ben. I wish more players did that on stream, to be totally honest, but there was no ambiguity about that one. We knew that was a P. Some of these other ones get a little bit interesting. It looks like we have our board camera completely upside down, so I don't know what magic is going to happen behind the scenes, but we do want to try to get that corrected if possible. Production team is working on it right now, so apologies for that. I cannot play Scrabble upside down for the life of me. I like seeing the squares in their actual spot, but some people, you'll see Ben, if you haven't seen him on stream before, just kind of orients his tiles in a direction. They may be upside down, right side up, or on their side. So he obviously can handle the chaos a little bit better than some of the rest of us.
Definitely. But there we go. We've got the board the right way around this time. So don't forget that the blank is a P, and it's Josh's turn right now. So he's looking to try and get rid of the B, the H, and the I that's on his rack. So there's probably 2 different options in terms of what he can play. He can play BHAI with the B on the double, making PI. Or maybe playing Habit, which scores a bit more, putting the H in that double and also scoring a little bit more, but slightly worse leave of just IE rather than ITE. So it's a bit of a toss up there, but it looks like he's getting ready to now.
Yeah, this is a tough decision on these always. Do I scoop 6 more now at the expense of the stability of my leave? Or do I score the most points with Habit, keep a more volatile leave, amping opportunities to my opponent? These are tricky turns, and a lot of the time it is just a point or 2 of differential between these at the end of the day. Austin, how do you make these decisions? What goes through your head when you see racks like this?
Basically you just try and go through like what you think the value of the leave is. So EI is probably worse than EIT because it's a bit of a better balance of consonants and vowels. You look at how many points it scores and also look at how many points it gives away. There's kind of 3 different things. You're trying to kind of almost simulate in your head what you think might be coming out on top in that stakes. But it looks like Josh has come out with an anagram of Habit, which is Baith, which kind of scores almost the same number of points, I think. But it also does not give away the triple, top triple at the top. That's what Habit would do.
That was an interesting decision, foregoing 3 points to avoid exposing the triple word square. Perhaps there's some merit to it. I think I was most partial to BHAI there. The Quackle Sim agrees, but Quackle doesn't know everything. Benji ready to make some fireworks out of this rack as Kaboom plays for 48, and he is not going to waste any more time. Right on cue, throwing this down. 48 points for Ben. That'll put him ahead 158 to 104. And we are seeing a lot of points scored already in this game, as Austin predicted beforehand.
Yeah, I think Kaboom is pretty much the say standard play, but if you find it and you see it, then I think that's going to be very easily the best move you have here.
And Josh now has pulled into Cyanite, which is going to play with Sparring on this board, should he notice that hook. I know I've played Enmities instead of Enmities before, so that would be an enticing, phony triple for him. But the only playable bingo out of this rack for Josh is the Baby Bingo Cyanite, and there's only one spot for it.
Yeah, I'm sure that Josh is going to see that. It's a relatively high probability at this level that we're watching at right now. And obviously Josh played Parring, so he would be more obvious or more aware of the S hook that he has actually created. So I think he'll be thinking of either is Parring's a word just to get a few extra points. But I think he should really go for the or standard play of just playing Sparring and Cyanite, which, as you said, the only bingo available here. And I think he will know that there's only enmities with the M. So I don't think there's too much to kind of consider here, especially with the floating E on the board, which doesn't really go well with what he has on his rack, and also the O of Kaboom, not great either. So I think that's the only thing that he might be even toying with, but I don't think there's much else to think about here.
Yeah, there's one playable bingo. He's eventually going to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah,
Here
there
it
it
comes,
is.
Cyanite. And this is going to give back huge plays to Ben. A Shivery, I already see going down. That's going to be over 50 points. All four S's have been drawn, both blanks already on the board. All that material, the Z is coming out quickly. I worry about the second half of this game. And
Yeah, it's game over already. Yeah, a Shivery is going to score, I think it's going to be 60 points. So it's going to be almost as much as Cyanite.
60 points for Shivery. There's also IMSHY, which plays through the M for 51. But you've got to knock out this E. You've got to take the 9 extra points, I think, in this situation, if you're Benji.
Definitely, and the E is definitely much more dangerous as well in that spot than the M. So again, if he sees it, I think they're both sharing a joke right now. But yeah, I think it looks like Shivery is going to come down.
Oh, is Ben going to pull the fake triple?
He's going to
pick up 2 tiles. You see the face Josh just made there. It's like, well, that could have been worse, but also, ooh, okay.
Yeah, he was bracing himself there.
All right, so Ben surges right back ahead after the bingo from Josh, and this pull is going to be huge.
Ooh.
Looked promising, E and RT, the first 3. He will actually bingo here.
But bingo to the eye, I think.
Yes, he will.
And yeah, I mean, I would assume, if he knows that one, I would expect that Josh would know this word, but there's not really anything else to think about if you know it, because you have 6 consonants, you're looking at basically vowels on the board, and there's only an I that's really going to hit something with a double. So I think he's going to find it if he just looks at the I and notices that there's a bingo there. And I think he is. Yep, there it is. Easy game. We don't even need to commentate. They're just playing all the best moves.
Yeah, right. We'll just buckle up and watch and let them do the rest.
Yeah, let's just watch. We just put ourselves on mute and just let them do their stuff. Easy.
Yeah, Ben's already doing his sound effects with Kaboom, so let's just let him have it then.
Very fitting for this game so far.
So a lot of the good stuff out of the bag. We'll see if Josh is able to find another bingo in there, though. As Ben, it looks like EENNOSV. He held onto that one S and has found some.
Does he have another bingo? Does he have a bingo here?
He does.
Yeah, I just realized there's 2 floating E's, and I think the bingo, the 8-letter word, can fit on either one.
Yep.
Oh, there it is.
All
right,
right,
guys, there's going to be a lot of points in this game.
My goodness.
So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th bingo of the game.
Well, this is a welcome change. I was calling out on stream all morning that nobody bingos in Lake George, and no, we have blown that out of the water. There have been so many bingos already this game. As Venenos, the playable bingo for Ben coming down. He had 2 spots, as Austin said, through either one of those E's, but the other placement exposes a triple, not the variance Ben is looking to add to the game here. So for the same score, he will play through the E, or through this E. And I think there's nothing really to discuss about that one. When you have the bingo, you play the bingo most of the time. Josh is not going to bingo here, but he's going to score some mammoth points. That spot above Kaboom has just been sitting there, that M, for several turns. And finally, it looks like Yom is going to come down for Josh here. 49 for just a little 3-letter word, Y-O-M, but he's going to crush that spot.
Yeah, that looks like it's the most obvious play here. I think this is really the only play on the only place on the board, apart from the K, that he will actually leave another O on his rack. To be able to score a lot of points on, obviously the triples are the biggest spots. And also he has the Y, so for those watching and are not necessarily familiar with Collins, NY is also a word. So on Flitten, the N there, he could play the Y there as well. That's a big spot. But this would be the second Y that actually comes out. So I think Yom at the top right is still going to be the best play here. And he has the other O for OK. So he's doing pretty okay right now, I guess.
Austin, would you consider making a play like WOO, foregoing 12 points to hold on to that Y to try to hit a big NY play next turn?
It's a tough one. I mean, again, the Y spot at the bottom is pretty big. You do almost have to be pretty much set on actually getting a 5-letter word with the Y at the bottom if you want to do that. But 12 points seems like too much of a sacrifice. And also, if you play something down with NY with the Y and then hitting the double, you're going to open up the triple as well. So you're giving away points like that as well. So I think it's probably best, to just play Yom in this case, take the points and worry about the rest of it later.
Solid analysis there from Austin Shin. As Ben has pulled some garbage, we know there is a lot of garbage left in this tile bag, and Ben has pulled the Q as well as 2 O's, a C, and a P, so unwelcome. It is worth pointing out all 4 U's are still unseen to Ben, and we know none are on Josh's rack either, so it makes this a little bit more palatable. He has no good Q plays at all, but a play like Coop or Droop making OK at the top of this board should feel okay. You're turning over 4 or 5 chances at a U. You'll probably be okay with that Q.
Yeah, I think so. I think just because things like Coop or Droop at the top with the OK hook just score so much, I think that you just have to take the points, take that spot out, and hopefully you pick out either a U or a Q or an I, because if you play Droop, you can probably play QI and DI, which is obviously Collins only as well. You could do that for 34. So that's might be something that he is thinking about here, playing Droop instead, going for extra turnover and trying to get one of those 2 I's that are still in the bag for QI.
Worth pointing out as well, 36 unseen to Ben, and 18 of those are vowels right now, with 4 U's, 5 A's, and 5 E's all in the bag. Now, we know a lot of that is on Josh's rack right now, but definitely a skew to the unseen pools from Ben's perspective. AAEEOUW, the rack now, as Josh, down at 10 points, is looking to pull back ahead in this one.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what he can really do here. Doesn't really have many long words on his rack. I mean, he could play something maybe like EAU or something, but doesn't really score enough points. What other suggestions have you got, Matt?
So a Wee, W-A-E, or A-W-E-E fits underneath Flittern with 4 underlap. Tayewerene. So if you're looking to score some points, that's 26.
Nice.
AOU, drawing into 3 more U's is scary. You can also score 32 up top. YOWE from the YO is 32, but holds AAEOU, which just isn't going to end well for you. Not this turn, and probably not next turn either. So I don't know. I think you've got to spot a wee down at the bottom of this board and just kind of hope things turn around for you.
Yeah, I think so. It just gets rid of more vowels. You just want to kind of shed a lot of those vowels off your rack first and then deal with the rest later. AOU is not great, but it's definitely workable for the next turn if you don't pick up too many vowels. But yeah, I think that's probably the move. I think OE. Looking at the leave values, I know that Josh is actually a heavy studier of leave values. So I don't know if he would know this, but the leave of AAEOU is worth minus 18 points, and AOU is actually worth -8. So it's actually worth 10 points more playing off OE. So I think he will be considering that, especially since so Wii is 26 points and Yao is 32. It's only a 6 point difference. So Wii seems like the better play here, just on raw equity value.
And Josh agrees with every word of your analysis as he elects to make that play right as you've come to your conclusion. So a wee, leaving 3 vowels on Josh's rack, and he is looking to find some relief in this tile bag. The Q would actually be a good tile for him with that leave, but we know that
Yeah.
Ben is continuing to struggle with it on the other side. Oh no, it looks like we're getting a phone call on our clock.
Don't look, everyone, don't look.
Right. What happens when your director is directing and trying to run the stream and doing 8,000 other things at once? All right. We've got the clock back. That's good. So there's a very sneaky play here for Ben. I don't know if he considers doing this or not, but Alpha, ALFA, plays beneath sparring above Venenos, drops that F on the triple letter score. 36 points for Alpha, holding CEQT, but there are still 4 unseen U's to Ben. So Alpha holding the Q has some merit, scored very well. QATS also plays to the S in chivalry if we are looking to shed that Q, but you know the old adage, if you get rid of the Q, you will draw 2 U's immediately. So that's something Ben needs to keep in mind as he thinks about this.
Yeah, exactly. And you're right in terms of whenever you play the Q without a U, it basically happens like 99% of the time. I can vouch for that. So yeah, I probably would have just seen cats and be like, yeah, I think that's the move here. Definitely gives much better bingo potential as well, keeping FLEC. Oh, wait, does he have does he have an L? He's got 2
Oh, he
L's,
has
right?
2 L's. Ooh, I've got this
Yeah,
rack wrong.
not cat. Yeah, he doesn't have a T.
Oh, no
So
T.
yeah, so I guess that alpha is actually even stronger now.
Oh, yeah, you can't play the Q no matter what. So you've got to spot Alpha here. Oh man, Ben's going bingy on me. Giving me the
Yeah, that's the
commentator
problem.
dyslexia.
Yeah, that's the problem with not having all the tiles right way up. It's harder for us to see, but it looks like he's picked up the A. I think he might have seen it.
He's seen
You know?
it.
Wow,
Good.
that's world class play from Ben there, finding the standout best play here with Alpha, which is 36 points, I believe. That's amazing. And again, he
Yeah.
can go for another fish with the eye as well for QI at the top.
Okay, he's got draws into U's, draws into I's. This Q looks dangerous, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as it seems right now. As Josh, man, AAGOOUW, Awuga or something, I don't know. But yeah, just not a lot for him to be able to do out of this wreck. You almost want to think about exchanging here, but you've got to continue scoring as well. I know Austin scores all the time. In fact, I don't think his scoring has ever stopped. But what do you think here, Austin? Do you score points or does the scoring stop and you exchange out of something this terrible?
Oh, yeah. So the problem is that now you're about 20 behind. You end up being down maybe 40 points if you don't make a move here. Again, you don't want to kind of back yourself into a corner by keep playing tiles that are good for your rack, and then you just get worse and worse and just start falling further behind. But yeah, something like Wu onto the E of Pisane, the E there, EW and Wu hitting the double. Is not really that great, I guess. I mean, but might be of a bad bunch that we have. You could play WAG or something, and maybe just try and get rid of that U and the W somehow, or maybe just get rid of one of those because those two are absolutely terrible together. So I think something like that might have to happen, but yeah, it just doesn't look particularly great for Josh right now with what he has.
We did try to warn you folks at home. All the good tiles were already played, and I said there was hot garbage left in the bag. We see it here. AAGOOUW. I don't think there's a Scrabble player on the planet excited to see a rack like that. And if they are, they're the most masochistic Scrabble player I've ever met. Oh man, this is tough.
Yeah, it's very tough. And like even Ben doesn't have anything great either. They're both kind of like looking at each other, like, what are we supposed to do now? Is a matter of like who's going to blink first in terms of is someone just going to exchange right now if both they have the chance, or are they just going to try and just plug away at it and just see if they can uh, work their way through it and pick out some of the few better tiles that are still in the bag right now.
Oh
I'm really
man,
not seeing much else.
this is killer.
Yeah,
Guava through the V is really terrible,
yeah.
but opens this board up. You can put yourself in a bingo or die situation after a play like that. But with this unseen pool holding OOW, bingo or die means die.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Guava does a good job of getting rid of some of those vowels, keeping WOO, which it's not great, but it also doesn't. It also leaves it with no tiles to actually hit that G with. So the G
Right.
would be one spot to the right of that middle left triple word square, and he would have played off his two A's and the U, which would go there. And in the pool, there's still an A and three U's left. He would have to rely on picking up one of those tiles, and if he's keeping WOO and he's actually hoping for a U or an A, like what are you going to do with that? Pretty much nothing. So it's one of those things. I don't think Guava might be too great either. And Guava also opens up an A spot above the V. So below the V, there's an A there, and then there's also a J unseen. So JA or JO would hit there for 34 points, and would give another hotspot away as well.
But I just don't see how a play like Woo wins this game. WOO. It just feels like you're asking to get overlapped and outrun and keeping garbage. But
Yeah,
I don't see how any of these plays win. I think you need a time machine to go back in time and not draw all of this stuff.
if only that was possible, I would use that time machine millions of times by now.
That would be an overpowered strategy for sure. For those of you at home, if you want to be a top-notch Scrabble player, there you go. Some free advice. Invent a time machine. You will be quite good.
So what about OU in the bottom left corner?
Yeah, the longer I look, the more I'm like, I think I've got to do that, you know? And OU can mean a number of things for Ben. It's not like free information. It's not a great inference. You know, OU is almost a misleading way because you would never expect to play like OU to hold AAGWO. Ben's going to have you pegged on a nicer, better, more bingo friendly range, more likely than not. Holding the W is also, I think, important for the top right of this board, that YOW spot. Points are going to be at a premium with this garbage in the bag, so maybe that play alone makes this worth it. I kind of like OU. Just get rid of some of this stuff. You know, more U's are coming. I think I'm partial to it.
Might be lining up WAG and EW here. But also, I would like to just point out that all three E's that are unseen from Josh's point of view are all on Ben's rack. So what Ben's looking at his tile tracking right now, he's going to see that's even worse than what it actually is because, well, we're seeing anyway, because he's holding actually some of the better tiles that are actually in the bag.
God, this one's going to be tough to watch at the end, folks. Oh my goodness. All right, so WOO from Josh comes down, but for 13 here, not for 15 with EW. Perhaps knocking out scoring options for Ben, perhaps trying to look out for some of the more killer overlaps. Perhaps a little bit of both there for Josh, but I do like this placement, I think, better than the 17-pointer. AAGU, and BLJ is going to be almost exactly what he was looking for. You're not bingoing into AAGU almost ever, but this is going to score some points at least. That J is going to be big for stacking on top of Wu as well. So this might be interesting yet. Ben, CEEELQU. He did draw the U he was looking for to go with this Q, but not really any good options quite. Or Peak, Pique, playing from the blank P and Piscine are the only two plays I see that get rid of the Q. Otherwise, he may be sitting on it for one more turn. This is a very hard decision for Ben to make. CEE at the top walls this game off and puts him ahead by 23 points. But is 23 enough? You have the Q, that's good. The J's unseen, that's bad. There's a lot for him to think about. Do we play defense? Do we play offense? What's going through your head in a situation like this, Austin?
So I mean, I don't think you can really block anything, actively block or actively open up anything at this stage. I think you're just going to try and keep scoring basically and try and knock out some of the potential setup plays that could be played right now. So we already know that all the S's and blanks are already gone. And just as Ben is playing CL in the bottom right corner, I was actually thinking something like Josh can play something like Jug and Joe, setting up the A hook since there's no S's left, and he actually holds 2 of the 3 remaining A's on Josh's rack. So that actually kind of maybe stifles that option for Josh right now. And he's probably looking to play off something bigger with the Q later on. Or maybe he's hoping to pick out an I still. And there it is.
Wow, quieted on top of that.
Yes. Wow. We'll see if that actually gets played later on, if Josh decides to open something up. But it does take out a big spot for Josh right now in the bottom right corner. And he can't really do anything there now with the second O of Wool now, making a J spot. But yeah, there's not really many things he can do. He might just try and he could play something like JA and DA at the top. Might be something that he can look at, for example, just getting 28 points, which is actually quite a lot on this board. He might be looking at, Juba is even better, and Oka, so that scores even more. And he has the A to go underneath the J anyway, so that's going to be somewhat of not say a setup play, but it's going to be a strong one. He could have even thought about playing Juga as well and setting up the A for that Juga, which might have been worth a bit more.
Yeah, that's what I would have done for sure. Juga set up the front A that I'm holding on to, but Juba is not a bad play in and of itself. You have the the A to play underneath. Maybe the G underneath the U could be helpful as well. But Juba, what Josh elects to do here, perhaps feeling a little bit of this time pressure, and Ben with quieted on his rack is not going to be able to play this anywhere, but does have a pretty solid candidate play in Wold, just extending WOOL, putting the ED behind it for 30. That holds quiet or sets up Quid, gives him a number of options with this Q. And I think that's a very nice play for him. I'm not seeing much else to do with this Q right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think playing something like Ward is probably best, and especially with holding the Q, which eats up a lot of vowels. From his point of view, there's 5 vowels left. There's AAIUU, which are not particularly great. So he's going to have to make use of the remaining E's that he has on his rack, but it could potentially give away points above the O and the E of Ward. Potentially. But I think it's worth playing that here, just giving yourself another shot or another place to play off the Q with Quid, as you said.
Oh yeah, there's the play from Ben, and Josh now down 23, but he's going to be able to score even more than that and take the lead again. After the play of Juba, remember we talked about it was a good play because it set up JA underneath. He does have Gulag or Ungag, both of those playing underneath for 32 points right now. Those are good plays for Josh to take the lead, but there are 5 tiles in the bag right now. A play like that would empty the bag, and there's a lot of fun stuff. I just dropped the bag in chat for everybody. ADDE IIQTTUUX. Like, whoa, what? So you've got to be worried about Q plays. You've got to be worried about X plays. You've got to be worried about Q draws. You've got to be worried about X draws. There is a lot for Josh to think about in this situation. I don't think you can make a play like Gulag or Ungag here. I don't think you can empty the bag. You need to go out first. You want to leave about 2 or 3 in the bag here. Austin, what would you, or how would you approach a situation like this?
Yeah, it's tough because if you get rid of the U and you're toast, I think this is pretty much game over if you do that. There's still 2 U's left in the bag as well. Ideally, you want to leave some tiles in the bag, but Gulag scores so much. It's he's already 23 points behind. Other options maybe just playing shorter, like lag or gag or something, and then potentially keeping the U for something else later on. But yeah, there's really not many other options that I can see that score points, other than playing underneath Juba, and it's going to be tough because even though it's very easy for us to see, Ben does have the Q and the X on his rack, but also Gulag would also give a lot of points with the Q that Ben has on his rack as well. So it's kind of dicey at this stage. And it doesn't look all that great for Josh, as I think right now. Probably not too great, but he might have to just go for something like Gulag here and just hope that Ben can't do anything with that Q or X, but that U again, you can play that X above it and play something like DUX and UG and XU, which will score 30 odd points as well. So you're always going to be giving away points opening something up. It's just a matter of, do you think it's time to go all in on this right now, or do you just wait for a slightly better opportunity in the next turn?
I think there are 3 approaches you can take here. One, score as much as you can with the play, like he set up Nugar, Nuggar, that plays for 30. We'll draw the last 5 tiles out of the bag, and you just kind of hope and pray that you draw wins. You draw a play that lets you go out. We know he's actually going to draw 2 Lottie after that because we know what's in the bag. But your chances feel very slim after a play like that. You take a narrow lead. If you don't go out in 1, Ben gets to make 2 additional plays to the 1 you get to make. You're probably going to lose. The second approach you can take is play shorter here. Play off 3 tiles and score well, something like Gag or Lag underneath the Juba. Leave 2 in the bag and see if you can beat your opponent to the outplay. But are you going to draw the Q, X, both, or neither? It's very hard to plan. The third option is say, forget it. I'm going to try to bingo, and that's to play Shrug from the SH. Just play RUG behind it, hold GLN with a bunch of eyes to be drawn. Maybe you can make something happen. Definitely just a different idea. If you think your odds are so thin, maybe you do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a valid option as well, because putting the G out in space is not really going to help the Q or the X particularly well. Really, the only thing you can do there is something like Guchin or Gox, but there's no N's unseen, and there's no O's unseen. So there's not really that much that Ben can do if he has the Q and the X. I'm not sure if Josh is trying to maybe kind of like range finding now in terms of what he thinks Ben might have based on his last few plays. Does he think that he might have one of those tiles or not? And I think another thing with, instead of Gulag and Naga, is that the U with Gulag will be placed just above the double word square, and Naga puts the U on the double word square. So anything that goes through if he doesn't have the X, if he has the Q, won't score very much otherwise. But it looks like he's playing Gulag here. I think it's a very valid play in terms of trying to keeping up with the scoring, but does empty the bag, and he will actually draw into a 7-letter bingo. But he wouldn't be expecting that based on what's left in the bag right now.
Yeah, in this situation, you're just kind of hoping that you don't draw the Q or the X, and you hope Ben has both, and you hope you can go out before him. But I mean, this is, I think, the problem with a play like Gulag is unless you go out in 1 move, and you're not going to with 7 tiles on your rack, Ben just hits you with the Q, and you lose. I don't know. Maybe if Josh draws the X in this situation, then this is a much more exciting game. But it just feels like Gulag loses a lot of the time here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that too. It's just a kind of a really bad situation to be in, having to kind of empty the bag in this way, and also if you don't want to empty the bag, you'll just be a long way behind. But yeah, having the Q and the X kind of in this case kind of helps in terms of being able to just outrun your opponent with really no good bingo lines on the board. So just as long as you have a good space to play off the Q and the X, I think that's going to be enough. And I can see that Josh is kind of shaking his head right now. He's only got 2 minutes left on his clock, and Ben has about 10 minutes, so he's got plenty of time to think this through and work out what his best outplay would be. And is there a optimal end game here that we know that's the best one here, or is there enough ways to win? How is he going to
There's
win this
about
game?
10 wins that Ben has
Oh,
right
okay.
here. So it looks like the most straightforward is just play Quid through the U in Gulag. You set up Tex and Equid above it. So
Oh, right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's tough because you're not going to be able to block that at all. Yeah, that's very clever actually. Yeah, Quid and then Tex Equid. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, that's right. He's going to play Quit here, I think.
That should do the trick as well.
Sets up Dex underneath it, or Lex and Quite. Is there another way he can go out? Oh, he can play X'd as well on Piscine, the E there. So he has guaranteed outplay here, from what I can
Oh, he's
see.
going to need it too. He's only got that. Yeah, going out with X. Josh has Indart, Indart beneath Quid.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's
And
big.
so after that play, Ben is only going to win by 4 points.
Oh, wow. That's a lot closer than I anticipated there.
I think Ben has not hit his clock yet. He's looking at everything that can happen.
He hit it.
Indart
He's
is
hit it
going
now.
to be killer should Josh see that, but it will not be enough to win Josh this game, just barely.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Josh is going to find it. He doesn't have much time on here, but he's got IN lined up. He looks like he's trying to think of a place. Yeah, he looks like he's finding a way to get Indart on the board, and you can see it now. It's going to be a lot closer than it suggests, but yeah, Josh is not going to have quite enough to win this game.
Yeah, I really wonder about this Gulag play looking back at it. I think, that these decisions are so hard to make with 5 in the bag like that. Nobody's able to play an Endgame that well, that far out, especially factoring in inference. But it just kind of feels like Gulag loses this game most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I also think so as well. It's just even if you pick out the Q and the X, you might still be in a hole. And even if you don't pick it out, then this is what's going to happen now. If you're going to get hit twice with two moves for a lot of points, and you're going to lose that way. So maybe Shrug might have been the move there. And yeah, just trying to go for some kind of hitting some kind of bingo there, or just making Ben just think about what to do here, whether he kind of sacrifices not getting rid of the Q or the X, blocking the floating U and G of Shrug, or just continue to do his thing and continue as normal. But
yeah, I don't know. I think in that situation, you say, let's just see if I can find a bingo or something out of the bag. But I don't, it was a very hard situation. And I feel like if you play Shrug, you just end up drawing the Q, getting bingoed on, and losing by 150. So damned if I do, damned if I don't kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Josh didn't see Indart, but he could. I mean, I guess Ben could have played Lex and Quite for a lot of points and try to get a much bigger spread. But either way, Ben is going to win this game by 16 points. I think the pick takes him to 447 to Josh's 431. So as we saw earlier in this game, there were 5 bingos played straight away almost, and they raced to like a mid 200 score each by that point, and it kind of slowed down quite considerably after that. And yeah, that was I think it was pretty well played from both players still.
Yeah, we'll see what they have to say. We'll cut to the overhead mic.
Quite enough to win, right? Couldn't find it.
I didn't see it. I just have television done making
It's
sure.
34 and it gets into 439.
Yeah, it's not
43.
I didn't see it until after I played with though.
Yeah,
So,
Gulag is such a throw. I can't win after that. After like any draw. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Do you just play gag and pray that like
That also looks so bad.
Well, I had all the E's after I played.
well what if you
Elf.
like if you play gag there's some chance that he can't afford to block it.
I don't know.
Either the D or
Gag looked equally hopeless, honestly. I was like, alright, maybe I'll play
through the last 2 E's after
maybe
this.
you win after Gulag if he has the Q and not the U's.
I don't know. I mean, it scores. It scores a lot. So maybe I think Nugar is maybe a better shot.
So make sure you pronounce that.
Yeah, Nugar. I guess why didn't I play that? Nugar actually has a chance because then if I go out, yeah, I don't know why I didn't play that. Sweet. If I have just the L, Tyndall. I threatened Tyndall somewhere, but I mean, probably block it or not. And Nugar, I guess, is better.
We have the mic on, by the way. That's why I post game.
Yes, we are being very careful to pronunciate that.
No, I'm just checking.
Wold is a word, right?
I think so.
It better be. Is the chat going nuts?
What is it?
Wold? To remove the wool from? Is it good or is it funny?
Good.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to remember, like, is it only D wool
I beat
somehow?
Bob in the Lake George early bird last year by like showing up with a surprise for the like the D and like
They're saying shrug or ungag.
Ungag is a better version, keeping LR?
Because I guess they can.
Oh, just because the underlaps?
Is that because he needs to have quite in order to do
Shrug? Where does Shrug go? Oh, here.
Is
I
it
don't know.
because Ben has to have quite in order to do something if you play on jet?
Well, I mean, what else? I mean, Parings is good, right? Parings is good, right? Isn't it good? I chickened out of it for like 2 fewer. Or 4 fewer, I don't know.
Well,
No, what? No.
confused about what you're asking. Oh no. Sparring stuff. Just sparring stuff.
Just sparrings? Okay, good. All right. I was like, I'm chickening out of parings. Okay.
Yeah, I would probably check that. Or nipple.
Let's see. Wait,
Might do that for
What's my name? Is it Castellan?
All right, so there you have it, the postmortem. Josh said it himself. It's just a throw. I'm losing the game after Gulag, but he just didn't see anything else to do there. So, tough situations in Scrabble, of course, and he just didn't quite have the stuff to survive Ben's onslaught. Our next game is going to be Matthew O'Connor versus Tim Weiss. And those of you familiar with competitive Scrabble probably heard Matthew O'Connor's voice leading us through that postmortem. So we know he is ready to go. And I'm hearing from Josh on the ground that we should happen pretty soon. So, Austin, what do you think? Do we just keep the stream live? Do we hit a little break?
Up to you. I'm ready to move on to the next game whenever, so I'll leave it to you guys.
Okay. Well, we will take just a very, very, very short break because I have a small bladder, and we will be back very shortly
TMI.
with more Scrabble. Welcome back, everybody. I hope those of you who live in the Eclipse line were able to catch some of it. I was busy doing commentary on Scrabble, like a real diehard. But we are back. We have 3 more games of Scrabble from Lake George, New York. We will be featuring Matthew O'Connor versus Tim Weiss in this one, and I've got word from our team that they are ready to go. So without further ado, Austin and I will cut right down to the board and get some more, y'all. Or we will sit here and look good.
Exactly. That's what we're here. That's why we have cameras on us.
Yeah, right. Get some dog cam going as well. Oh yeah, Soren's right here. Look at that. Check out the standings real quick. I know Ben is starting to look like he's going to run away with this thing once again. 7-0 before that game, 8-0 now. So we'll see how things shake out down the road. Yeah, Ben is 8-0. He's 2 games up on the field now. Matthew O'Connor at 6-2, along with 2 others. It looks like Josh Sokol and Mark Francelon both 6-2 as well. But a Matthew O'Connor loss here, coupled with a Ben win, is it's going to make this a very boring CSW division. So if you like drama, I think you want Matthew to win this one. I'm getting word from our team on the ground that we were ready to go. The players were seated at the table, and then one of them got up and wandered away. So maybe he heard me talk about the eclipse and wanted to go check it out. I don't know. I'm hearing we may have a switch up. Maybe we have a different game going on. I don't know what's happening. Time is a flat circle. But Austin and I will be here to navigate you through anything.
Yeah, we'll be here no matter what. So we're hoping for more good Scrabble and hoping for some more bingo. That's what we want to see.
We do want to see some bingos. Yeah, nobody's bingoed in Lake George until that last game. And then we saw a bunch. And then we saw AAGOOWUU come out of the bag at the end. So anyway, hopefully we see some good stuff. Austin, I'm going to give you more time to plug your Twitch channel and other online Scrabble that you know of that people can watch.
Yeah, so I guess I can plug my own first. So if you didn't see earlier, I have my Twitch channel above my head right here. So if you go to twitch.tv/Ostinio9, you can go ahead and hit the follow button. I stream on there every Tuesday and every Thursday evening in the US. I play a lot of Scrabble. I play a lot of against the bots. I play against you guys out there as well. I do all sorts. I play blitz games. I play just regular games. I play other games that are just kind of variants as well. So I kind of try and make it fun and make it kind of engaging as well for you guys. So go ahead and go to that site there. So Ostinio9 on Twitch, and go give it a follow, and then you'll know when I go live. There are a number of others that do stream Scrabble as well. So I think we had Ancient Cosmographer or Charles Reinke, who was on here yesterday, who also streams. We've got probably a few others as well. They probably kind of escaped my mind, but we do have a number of others that are regular streamers who are also putting out some good Scrabble content as well for you guys out there as well, to try and grow the game beyond our circle and make sure that people are aware of what we're doing and try and get more people coming to Scrabble tournaments or just becoming Scrabble aficionados.
Heidi Robertson has been running Scrabble and other game streams. Sam Masling, who we saw earlier, may be looking to start streaming soon. I've talked about it, but I'm just not good enough or funny enough, and you'll have to deal with me enough already on all these Scrabble streams. So, I don't think any more Matt Canik is something anybody could tolerate. So maybe I'll do us all a favor and not stream anything. I'm hearing from our production team on the ground that Matthew O'Connor and Tim Weiss is not the game that we're going to get. And because this one was going to be started a little bit on a delay, it seems like nearly every game in the room has already started. So we are going to sit here and hang tight and look good while the team on the ground runs around and finds any game at all that we can show to the people watching at home. So stay tuned. I don't know what we're gonna get, but we will get something. We're gonna show you guys some Scrabble, so you don't have to sit here and look at my pretty face.
Put it in the chat as well if you guys want to see more Matt Canik on some other streaming things. Put it in the chat and see if that's what you want to see. But you get to see more dog cam as well. You can see, well, why would nobody not want to see this?
Yeah,
Everyone
this is really what Joe tuned in for. Let's be real. Soren jumping into his little rope toy, I guess. I don't know. He's always destroying something. You can see he's got like 9,000 toys all over my office. So anyway, digging deep into that one. And you can see while we're here, my second diploma up on the wall.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah,
congrats. Yeah.
Now.
Where did you graduate? When was that?
I graduated in May.
Yeah.
I finished pharmacy school, so doctorate in pharmacy, and then I hate the U.S. healthcare system for reasons we don't have to go into on air, so I refuse to participate in that. Speaking of things we refuse to participate in, we're going to show an NWL game because that's all we could find. So, Austin, I do have my Quackle up. Set to NWL.
I do, yes.
Drive some of your analysis that way, as some of the moves you like to play won't be there. We're bringing you guys David Spargo, who is 6th place right now, 6-2, very competitive record in that NWL field. A win here, 7-2. That -50 spread won't even matter. If you win enough games, your spread never does. But Jared is a formidable foe and will be looking to shake things up in this tournament. So Jared Capel, David Spargo, NWL for this game. The plan is to hop back to CSW for the next one if we can get any game at all from that field. But here we go. Jared drawing Heroic. And what is the 7th? He doesn't even show it to us. He just drops, I think, what, Choicer?
Oh, yeah.
My goodness, 86 points. All right. Welcome to the game, Jared. Welcome back to stream.
Choriak is also another bingo as well that's playable. But Choicer doesn't take a hook, so it could catch somebody out at some point. You might think Choices, but I think it's Choicer and Choicist.
That's correct. It's only a comparison of an adjective. So no S on Choicer. I bet Jared knows that too, and that's why he's picked this one. But yeah, Choriak also there for him out of this rack. You don't think you're going to bingo. You have 2 different anagrams with CCO, but there we go. And Spargo now on stream has to respond. He's already trailing by 86, and he's pulled some interesting tiles to be sure in EEJMOVW. Oh. Mojo down to the O is an option. EEVW, not ideal, but it's something.
Yeah, that's not what I was thinking also. I mean, again, I'll tell you right now, Matt, this is the first time I've ever commentated on any NWL game, so I'm going to have to tread lightly also, but I'm kind of just looking through words that I would just normally see myself. And Mojo pretty much ranks near the top anyway, despite whatever dictionary I'm playing. And that's obviously a good word, so it might be the best option here, setting up the W, potentially. I mean, he's quite far behind already, so he needs to do something. He needs to open something up.
Right. So Mojo, a decent option there. I actually had my Quackle set to CSW, and Mojo was still the top option, even with those extra words. So that's why Austin hasn't found anything better. In either lexicon, it's not there. Mojo looks promising to set up that W. Wove on top of Choicer, making WE and OR, I suppose, another option. But you just get hit back so hard after that play that I don't think you can make it.
Yeah, the leave of JEM is not great either, so it's... Oh, he's going with Mew.
So Mew going to be the option here. EJOV, the leave. That is a bold leave for sure. One I am not a fan of at all. I can't think of almost anything that's going to help out here. But Mew is the play we've seen from David. 86-16. This will keep the board good and open compared to some of those other options. But he's going to need a good pull here, or he's looking at a clunky turn next turn as well.
Yeah, I mean, as it turns out, if he played Mojo, Jared would have hit that X anyway. So he would have had Ibex or something. So he actually ends up dodging a bullet with that one. But Mew does take an L hook as well, so he could play something down there. And David's also just drawn into an L as well, so I'm wondering if Jared is looking for something down there, looking for Beald maybe.
Beald, yeah, he's got Beald set up right now, holding on to the X. I think Jared's going to take some time here and see if there's a way he can cash that mule hook and hold on to and set up the X. That would be a really cool sequence of events for him. I'm not seeing a way to set it up effectively out of this turn, but it looks like he is going to hold on to it. And I mean, I think this is reasonable. From that D in Beald, you're going to have Dexy or, Dixit type plays pretty often. So, a strong idea here from Jared. I think, though, maybe just cash in the X and play Exiled here is another thing you want to think about.
Well, you might be thinking of Bile, putting the E next to the double, and hopefully setting up an EX something play. But I feel like it might get used fairly often though.
Exude, you pick up Exude on a U draw. That's something to try to set up this X a little bit better. If nothing else, you're guaranteed XED unless it gets blocked next turn. An XED is going to be that's going to be 36 on its own. But Exiled this turn is 37. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm likely to play Exiled here. The only thing is that, actually, I think Exiled looks pretty good here. Maybe he doesn't like keeping the B, but Exiled just scores so much.
Yeah, 37 is a lot of points, but opted for Beald here instead, and we'll see if this pays off for him. Is he going to draw a big X play from the D or elsewhere on this board? Spargo, I think, to respond with JOLE and BE. Yep. That's the only reasonable option on this turn for him. Like setting up that J and giving it away. I think you have to.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance that Jared can't use the J, and then he's going to get two big scores no matter what. So, and since he's trailing by a long way, he might as well. If he draws into an I or something and get Jive, get a bunch of points that way.
Might as well. And Jared has drawn into the D plays he was looking for. Doxy and Detox both available, but he's also drawn into the Q this turn. And that Q is going to make things very interesting. Now you can cash in your X like you've wanted to, but I've got to hold on to the Q, and I hate holding the Q. Or you could think about holding on to both. Just address the J spot, play Jota or Jato, and hold EIQX. You'll score 33 this turn, likely going to score 30 to 40 with the X, and maybe something opens up for the Q. And hey, if you never bingo, but you score 35 every turn in NWL, you're probably going to win that game. So that's not an unreasonable path to victory here as well. I'm curious to see, does he hold QX or what? This will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I personally would just take the points with the D here with Doxy. I think because you actually end up keeping QAT on your rack, so you are ready to play off the Q at some point. But it looks like Jato is coming down. Maybe he's setting up an X spot underneath, or in between the Joel or the O of Joel and the A of Jato, getting maybe something like Oxo or something if he picks something like that out. Or maybe if he draws into a U and something other good, he might get some like quote or something like that. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of picking. Well, he almost gets that, but keeping the Q and the X at the same time. But I can definitely understand keeping those tiles for next turns.
That's going to give a huge play to David. David already had Zowie through the O, which was an underwhelming play, but now it's an awesome play. Zoweee is 45.
Yeah, looks like a standout play to me.
Yeah, these are tough to spot. I mean, maybe you see that word earlier, but now that this comes down, you don't think to continue looking there. We may see DEAVE for 30 from the V or from the D in Beald instead. I'm not sure what to expect from David here, but he'll have options in either case to score very well.
Yeah, another option is to play Wazoo onto the O of Joel, tripling that Z. I mean, it's very dangerous to put the W next to the triple word square, but he is holding 2 of those E's after that. So, but he actually opts to play Z and Eam for 37, keeping a vowel. Yeah, I mean, it's a good move. I probably would still go with Zowie here, getting rid of the W and getting a little more points, but it's quite possible he didn't see it.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's the case. Zowie's a no-brainer if you do see it, but a very tough to spot play as well. Jared now holding on to QX after last turn, and he may opt to do it again. Just AHI down from the A and JTO looks to be a reasonable play. He also has quiche available through the C in Choicer, or quiz to that newly exposed Z. Quiche kind of closes some of those floaters, but then opens a big S hook down on this board. How do you approach a situation like this, Austin, in terms of board control and doing what you want to do to the shape of this board?
Yeah, I think it really largely depends on what obviously the situation you're in and what the score is. So Jared is currently ahead by 45 points. I know it's still very early in this game, so he probably doesn't really matter too much at this stage. Looks like he's just playing EX in the top right, so he's keeping some kind of clunky-ish tiles with HIIQU. But quiche kind of does really blow up the board and blow a board open basically with the E next to the triple letter square, maybe like an F or something, or a Y or a W can go down there, hit the double. So this is a bit more kind of keeping things kind of contained, kind of keeping things in check, really let David kind of make something happen, open something up, and probably have to sacrifice some equity in order to do so. So yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of what he's trying to do with EX here, not doing anything with the board that's too crazy.
I think it's reasonable, hold that Q. It is a great closing tile, and wield it when you have a play you like. I think that's kind of some of the thought here going on as David into that AOVW leave has picked up BST. Promising tiles, but AVOW rather inflexible. He still doesn't have many good options. Avows making DA may be the best play for him here. You don't want to burn that S, and that closes quite a bit, although it exposes new quadrants of the board. I just don't know what else you do. A play like Oxbow from OX maybe holds ASTV, which can bingo for you a lot. Wove down to the E and Z for 14 points is absolutely abysmal. There's not much else that can be done.
Yeah, I mean, Wove, so Wove from that E of Z kind of opens up that big spot for the triple, so it's really not great. It's going to give away a lot of points. I mean, Avows might be the play here. I mean, no S's have been played yet. I mean, there's still 3 more, and there's still blanks unseen. You might not need to worry about just playing off the S at this stage. You're likely to get one of those at some point later in the game anyway, and you want to try and open up the board. And putting an S out in space means, if you have a 7-letter word, it's somewhat likely you're going to have a space to play it with that S on the board to pluralize it. So it might not be that bad. He doesn't really have all that many great options. So Avows and DA might be the best of kind of a bad bunch of options that he has currently. But since he is training by 76 points, he might need to kind of make something happen here. But he does play Dawts, DAWTS, which keeps BOV, which is not great, to say the least.
Yeah, I actually threw up in my mouth a little bit looking at that. I know 30 is a lot of points, but oh my goodness, that is not going to end well for David. So
Yeah,
we'll see what he pulls, but he'll need a miracle here or he's in continued trouble next turn.
Yeah, it's a recipe for disaster. Any kind of, maybe even you pick up 2 bigger clunky tiles, you could be in big trouble. But it looks like he's drawn into something like above.
Wow,
and then you have
vowels.
too many vowels. So he'll still be in a bit of trouble anyway. So that's the kind of thing that in a way, you don't want to do with playing something like Dawts. You want to get rid of your worst tiles. And, he kind of drew okay, I guess, with that. But it was, he has bad tiles to start with. Well, I guess he drew 4 vowels, so it didn't really help.
When you draw 4 vowels, you're usually not going to have a good turn.
Yeah, it doesn't end too well.
No, but I guess it kind of works out here. If you are going to draw 4 vowels, you might as well be holding a B and a V to score something with them, right?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, he has a place for above with the with the A of Dorts, I guess, but he's going to keep AIO, which could put him in bigger trouble later on if he picks up too many more vowels. But yeah, we just saw Jared put down quips, which sheds that Q, and he's actually drawn into a bingo. It looks like hurried. So we'll
Yeah,
have to
hurried
see
and
what.
buried.
Yeah, exactly, and if David does anything to open up the board that will be favorable for that, we'll soon see. He's playing
Looks like he's
Obia,
playing
but yeah,
Obia
look
here.
at the leave again. The leave is not great again.
Man, I don't know. I mean, you can play Bota, Bota, through the T and dots. You can play a number of other things, Boo beneath dots. I don't know. IOV is so scary. There's only four E's left to be drawn in the game. You can't be giving yours away like this, I feel.
Yeah, you
Oof.
definitely need that E to help Bingo on a subsequent turn, and he's going to have to hope to pick up some kind of low point, 1 point constants here, which he kind of has done. But now you have two G's and you have the V and the O. It's again, you're kind of digging yourself a little bit of a hole here. You're not going to be able to get out of it, and in that time, Jared could be bingoing again, and it might be game over by that point.
Yeah, this is tough. But now Jared has a tough situation with this bingo lead. He has to decide. He's got a couple plays that score very well, but blow this board wide open. Word, WHIRRED, is 36. Churred, CHURRED, is 34. Both of those good ways to play off a lot of these tiles, but he can also just play HUT to the left side of quips, making HI and UP. That holds DEIRR. This isn't the best board for bingoing, but you have to assume it's getting opened by David, right? And if it's not, well, that's fine. I'm A-okay with this board never getting opened again. So I
Exactly.
really like this decision here. Just keep it tight,
Yeah.
make your opponent open, and then crush him when he does.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I think Jared is basically just trying not to open up the board and just get his tiles ready to the point where if David decides to open things up, he's ready to hit with a bingo, and then it's basically game over. And you can see that David has really no choice with the letters that he has, and now has to start opening the bottom part of the board with coving, which actually does seem like a decent move here. He actually does need to open up the board and get rid of those bad tiles and hope to go for those blanks and S's that are still lurking in the bag.
Yeah, so coving comes down very quickly. Once again, look at this leaf, GT. Like, yeah, it's two tiles. It's not the worst, but those even together have some anti-synergy. Just David has not been able to get a good balanced leave that gives him good bingo percentage at any point in this game. Although maybe.
Oh, there we go.
It is. He's drawn a bingo anyway, GT. But when you pick up reins, good things happen.
Yeah.
So he's drawn ratings and staring and all that fun stuff. And Jared looks like he's got a bingo rack, but nothing is going to fit on this board for him. And he's going to have now another tough decision. He said, we'll keep it tight. You open the board and I'll bingo on you. He kept it tight. The board got opened and he is not going to bingo. So that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, if we were playing Colin, Joel does take a D. I believe that's not a word in this dictionary. That would have been nice for playing rid, to getting rid of those two tiles, but not an option here. So, yeah, he's looking to get rid of the R and the D here for whatever points he can find. And without Joel, which is obviously not a word here, there's not really that many high-scoring places to do so. So it looks like that David is going to come back with a bingo on this next turn, and it really depends if Jared's going to draw into a bingo straight after that to kind of keep him behind.
Yeah, definitely an interesting decision and a tough turn here for Jared. Do you just drop DR somewhere, or do you do something more productive in terms of scoring points? The other thing we have to ask ourselves is, do we think David's going to put an S on Coving?
Oh.
And does Coving take an S? So these are a lot of questions going on right now. I'll go ahead and spoil it. Yes, Coving does take an S, and Gastrin plays there for 83. But how sure is Jared on that? How sure is David on that? I had no idea. I would have flipped a coin and just did what it said.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously with this challenge rule, even if you're not slightly sure of it, if your opponent's not slightly sure of it, they might not actually challenge it. So it could be worth just trying it anyway if he's not sure. But there are multiple other. I believe there are other ways that he can bingo anyway. So he has other spots. Well, actually, he only has one other spot. Well, he has gratings as well into the G, but it looks like he's playing Gastrin anyway with Coving, so he must be sure of it. It's going to put him into the lead now.
And this is
As-
so hard for Jared
yeah.
to challenge too. You just can't let this go and then get hit for 40 again, especially not when you've drawn this rack. So we see a baby bingo come down. We'll see another baby bingo come down unless Jared challenges. Looks like we are on hold right now. David has not drawn his tiles. Jared has this sad look on his face like, oh boy, now I got to figure this out on stream. But, Retina and a T, he's got a plethora of options that can play underneath Gastrin. I think even if you're unsure, you kind of just want to let this go, play your bingo. But there are 2 unseen blanks. If David picks one up after this, bingos again, I'm in some trouble. Oh my goodness. This is a hard challenge here for Jared. It's one you can't make, but most of those ing words do not take an S, especially in this lexicon.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just seeing in the chat as well, the 9-letter word that's actually playable with Gastrin is through the ER of Mule and Choicer, making serrating. So serrating and Z's would have been kind of the style points play in this situation, which I'm sure would not have resulted in any hold or challenge in this case. But yeah, I mean, as a person that never really played NWL in a tournament, I've actually only played in an NWL tournament back in 2005. But that was a long time ago now. What is your opinion of like just trying out words that you may not be 100% sure of, but you're like, I'm just going to put my opponent to the test now. Like, how would you approach that?
So I'll say the best thing that ever happened to my Scrabble game was me fluking into 2000, because as soon as I did, everybody thought that I knew what I was doing. And that had, oh no.
Uh-oh. This is not a word.
David's face says it all. Oh my god.
Not even good in comments either. Wait, I think David's just pinching himself here. Is he just double checking that and he's challenging it?
Oh
wow.
Man.
There's 5 possible bingos, out of that rack. And almost all of them fit somewhere above or below Gastrin. And that one is not a playable or an acceptable one. So it looks like Jared is actually going to lose a turn here. Phony that's come on the board with Tainter, but it really depends on what David's going to pick out the bag, because he knows that Jared is going to bingo the next turn anyway with something valid. But yeah, this is a surprising Phony here.
Yeah, wow, this is very uncharacteristic of Jared. Every player I think has studied their retina bingos at one point or another, or their retained bingos, depending. But it's so hard on these racks that have 5, 6, 7 solutions to like get every single one right and know what's not in there. But that's a killer for Jared, man. And he's got to be feeling really down on himself. But Jared, you can't think like that. There's still 2 unseen blanks. You're going to bingo next turn and pull ahead. You have to shake it off psychologically and keep playing here. That was very surprising, though. Jared is a very good player, and that is a very uncharacteristic mistake from him.
Yeah, I'm figuring out. Yeah, so I was wondering if maybe the fact that he held Covings kind of maybe kind of stopped his concentration a little bit in terms of what he was about to do. Maybe he was wondering about Covings and was kind of like oohing, ahhing about it, and then was like, okay, I'm going to play a word on the board now, and then probably didn't really think too hard about what he was actually playing. So that could have been a little thing that would have happened in his brain also, I think.
Yeah, lots to think about. Oh man, and this is a tough turn for David. You now have perfect knowledge of his rack. Bingos are going to play above the T and dirt, like iterant or entreat, and then you've got the high ones down on the triple words. You want to make sure you take away the triple square. I think he's got the right idea. Play also here, and forced Jared to settle for a very sad bingo of like Attainer for 68. It's going to happen. You better make it hurt as little as possible. If I'm David, I also want to turn over substantial tiles on this turn to go digging for one of those 2 blanks, as I know that they're both in the bag right now. But going back to the previous question about the challenge rule, yeah, the best thing that happened to my game was me hitting 2000. I've always played a lot of phonies. I've never known what's good and what's not. But once I hit 2000, people thought I did, and I could get away a couple of years. It was wonderful. Now people know I'm full of excrement, and they challenge me a lot. But hey, they also challenge me on my helps a lot earn in this challenge rule instead of 5 points.
Yeah, you really do have to be sure or very sure of what you're challenging because it's a huge penalty. But yeah, I mean, just personally, you and me are both going to be playing in a tournament in a few weeks from now, so it'd be the first time we would ever play. So it's good to know that you play a lot of phonies.
In Collins, I don't. In Collins, well, first off, even when I try to play a phony, a lot of the time they end up being words on accident. And no, I'm so scared because it's a nickel to challenge. Everything gets challenged. I like both challenge rules. They both certainly have their merit, but I'd say I'd be more inclined to focus my studies primarily on CSW if some CSW tournaments were played with double challenge. And I'd like to see some NWL tournaments played with 5 point as well. I don't know why the challenge rule, lines up with the dictionary 100%. I think it'd be fun to see it both ways.
Yeah, I feel like there should be more variation in terms of I think it adds something a little bit different to each tournament and to each game that you play. Because like even if you play 5 point penalties in Collins, you also have 10 point penalty challenge as well, that's just mostly played in Nigeria. So there's also those kind of things where if you're not sure of 2 words, you could be giving away 20 points, which is almost as bad as a double challenge, double challenge game as well. So, but yeah, we've just seen Jared put down reattain and then play entreat instead. So, what is the next play here? David has an S and a blank, so can he make
David
that
has
count?
1 bingo.
1 bingo. Oh, is it through the L?
Jared had played, from the L.
Wow.
That is very tough to spot. I would miss this almost certainly. I see nosegay in the rack, and I'm looking for a spot, and then I just not think about anything else. But yeah, had Jared played attainer or reattain, either from the A and dots or from the A and also, he would have blocked the bingo that David has, which is long ways, Longways. You don't think to make that blank a W. That is very hard to spot. I'd be impressed if David's able to pull the trigger on this one.
Yes, and long ways is actually a sticky S, so you can't even have long way. It's actually long ways only. So
wow.
Even if you're thinking about playing long ways, you're like, is long way a word? And then you were like, I don't think so. So it's probably not a word either. But there are a few words like that, like edgeways or things like that, have to have the sticky S on there. So it's going to be added a bit more, even more difficulty to playing something like long ways as well. And don't forget that on the scoreboard, he's actually still behind, despite all of this. You can't afford to phony also. So you can't do that if he's not sure.
So yoga is a very good consolation prize. Yoga through the G and Gastrins, holding GNS blank in a pool that is half vowels. I think there's nothing wrong with that play. You have to be almost 100% certain on long ways to pull the trigger. It is a better play, but even if you're 90 or 95%, that play gets challenged almost anytime Jared doesn't have a blank, and you've got to be very sure. I say play yoga here and just kind of coast on to a victory from there. There is an unseen blank, so you've got to be worried about Jared bingoing on you, but at this point, you just grab your points, I think. Long ways if you know it, yoga if you don't, and we keep playing Scrabble.
Yeah, I mean, Jared obviously just bingoed, so he has kind of 7 random tiles out of the 26 that are still unseen right now. Another option also is to play Agony to the right of Obia, so putting the A out into the triple lane, but it scores a lot more. It scores 34. Well, actually, it doesn't score anymore. Actually, it scores less. It scores 34 points instead of 36 for Yoga. That would be a pretty bold move if you want to play something like that and open up the board completely to see if you can hit that bingo as soon as possible.
This is also an educational turn, I feel. I think a lot of players in this situation play OY, like GO and OY.
Yeah.
That's a good play. That's 29 points. And AGNS blank is going to bingo damn near all the time, but so is GNS blank. You're giving up 7 points to play OY instead for a little bit of extra security. This is a great
Look at
call by
that.
David. And look, he's found the second blank. Oh my goodness. That might break your anagrammer trying to find every single bingo in AGINS blank blank. God, what's the over under on that? 199.5 bingos in that rack?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. It's he kept NGS blank, and aside from the blank, the next best tile to pick out really would probably be the I, which he has also. So he's now got 11 minutes to try and find every single bingo he can play, and then pick the best one, which will take him probably 11 days to do.
All right, chat, no cheating. How many sevens are there in AGINS blank blank?
Ooh,
We're playing
look at
The
this.
Price is Right. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Here we go. All right. Oh no!
Well, Furio is
wait,
not
what
a
did you play?
word, but I think David
Oh.
would have let it stay on the board if he could find a triple through it.
Oh no! We want to see the F in a triple lane. But yeah, Furio would have been an interesting spot for David. Would he just not challenge and try to find something? He could play something like Staffing, I guess, which would have pretty much killed the game off. But Fido's come down instead, and now David is now. I guess the cogs are turning now. Let's see what he can come up with.
This has taken a very interesting twist, as we felt David was all but dead around that Coving turn, and then he drops the bingo big baller move, putting the S behind Coving, rattling Jared, getting in his head, getting the fight. Couldn't even pull the trigger on a tainer or reattain. He was so rattled from the sequence of events that happened, and all of a sudden David both blanks on his rack. Is almost certain to win this game.
Yeah. I mean, as long as he finds something that's valid here and not play a phony, I think he's good. So something like orangish onto the O might be something good here. I wonder if there's any other better spots.
Yeah, the highest scoring bingo is 3 more than orangish.
Oh.
The highest scoring bingos are 80.
Oh,
orangish is 77.
Oh, okay. So he's actually looks like he's playing, wanting to play through the W of Dorts and making sup. Okay, so it's really take your pick here in terms of what those blanks should be in that word.
Yeah, make them double B's or double P's or whatever you want.
We go. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much because all the S's are already on the board, and all the blanks. So there's not really going to be any hooks anyway. He just ended up just blocking everything in the bottom right corner and leaving Jared with the only place to bingo is through that F of Fido, which is obviously not going to happen with what he has right now.
Yeah, so I don't know what those blanks are going to be, but I also don't think it's going to matter. The big baller move is to write GG on a blank piece of paper and just show it to your opponent, because that's what we've just seen. GG. And GG are acceptable. Swagging is good. So I don't know what those blanks are, but I'm sure we'll catch it. Jared has to be spinning right now. After
he's looking at the camera.
Oh, man, that is killer.
Yeah, exactly. It's not great to feel this way, and especially when he played the phony earlier on, that would have changed everything. He could have ended up bingoing again or picking out one of those blanks, and this may not have even happened. So it's minor mistakes like that. I say minor mistakes. I guess playing the phony in that case was actually a pretty big mistake in the end. But a slight slip up or any kind of lapse in concentration like that can cost you dearly, and you can see right now that's what has happened.
Yeah, man, this one's just really spun out of control for Jared. You got to feel for the guy, and to do this on stream, it feels very bad. I'm getting word from our production team that our next round, we will go back to CSW. So if you tuned in or hopped over to watch CSW, don't go anywhere. We will have 2 more CSW games after this. as it looks like pink is coming down, keeping Jared on the scoreboard at least reasonably close. But we know a nice balanced rack from David is all but the end of this one. While we're here, if you're new to the channel, if you're coming over from MGI and the tournament going on in Africa right now, this is Let's Play Scrabble. Hit like on this channel. We've got NWL and CSW content coming out weekly on this channel. I don't get paid to say this. I say it because Josh is a good guy who puts out cool stuff, and this is his channel. So like and subscribe. Hit that like button on this video to push us up YouTube's algorithm and have more random people stumble into Tournament Scrabble. And who knows, maybe one day we'll be playing them over a board. Let's Play Scrabble.com is where you can find all this stuff and plenty more about competitive Scrabble.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering what David's going to do now. I mean, the F floater is actually not that dangerous whatsoever, but just for the kind of peace of mind, he probably will want to try and take that out. Something like Reify, Reify, which scores 38 points, puts him much further into the lead, and also doesn't give any bingo lanes as well, which is obviously useful here. But you just don't want your opponent opening up a bingo lane that you can't block on the left side of the board and having to sweat it out. So you just kind of want to take up space on this side of the board and just try and kill it off once and for all. As we can see, the remaining tiles in the bag as well. There's only 2 tiles in the bag as well. So I guess in that case, it doesn't really matter. He just needs to take out that F, play Reify, something like that, and he'll coast to victory, I think.
There's only one playable bingo unseen to David at this point in the game. So if he knows it, he just needs to block the one spot that this bingo plays, and this is his game. I will let you guys at home with that unseen pool figure out what it is, but I'll tell you the number. There is 1.
Yeah, just 1 8-letter word on here. I mean, we already pointed out what the floating tile is, so, and it is that same one. So that will give you a bit of a clue. But as I said, you just need to block that lane. Don't give anything back, and you win. That's what you have to do.
And I think the ability of David to go through that W and just muck up the entire board with that bingo is the reason he's in this situation now. If he rushes and plays orangish, all of a sudden he's also got to think about that floating A, that floating L, and also he's got to think about significantly more things. But because he was able to wield that very nice rack and just block everything up all at once with swagging or swabbing or whatever that is, he's in a comfortable position right now.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely. Whatever that bingo is, just takes up real estate on the board and just destroys everything in the bottom right corner. But David's just played Yum, which kind of does a similar thing, really. Doesn't give anything back and blocks off that floating F. So there's no real, there's no danger now, especially now that David has 6 tiles on his rack now. There's no more tiles in the bag. But just to spoil the teaser that Matt just said, the only bingo through the F, unseen to David at that point, was unfeared. So that would have to have left the F and the V in the bag. But Jared is about to play Fakir.
Excuse me? No, just kidding. So Fakir going to put David up. Now David is up 420 to 395 after that play. Excuse me. 420 that play.
Yeah, so he has 2 outplays here with Love, LUV. I mean, this is talking from Jared's point of view. He has LUV onto the L also, and Vug onto the G of whatever that bingo is. So if he can play something that kind of disrupts both of those outplays, something long enough to onto the G or through the N or N or G of that bingo, or through the A of Intrigue going down long enough, maybe a 5-letter word or something, or through the L of also, then he will block everything. So that, I don't know if that's something that he's even on his radar right now, but he has enough time to kind of work it out with the unseen U and V. There's really not many options anyway, so definitely worth a look. It looks like he's really good here. He's blocked Bug and Gov at the same time. Well, actually, wait, he actually has a outplay with the A anyway, right? With also.
Yeah, VAU. He could have blocked all of them. There's 4 outs, VAU in 2 spots, Love and
right,
Bud. But, he's found a cute play that scores a little bit better. He's going to go ahead and make it and mercifully let Jared go out in an endgame that Jared rushed just a smidge.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, anything down from the A of Entreat would have been the way to block everything if you really wanted to, or if the spread really mattered. But at the end of the day, as long as you get over the line first, and he's smiling to himself there in his seat, so he knows he's done a good job here winning on stream, as Jared is playing out with Val for 6 points. So that should be a final score of 444 and 411, 33-point difference. So well played, David Spargo.
All right, we're going to cut to overhead mic, see what we catch here.
Yeah.
I could have just played Natty or Tertian or Entreat, and I was confident on Tainter. It seemed like a word to me.
It seems possible.
But the other ones were all putting the I here, Tertian, Natty, so I just, and Entreat obviously goes, no, it didn't fit. Is this good, Covings?
Yep, it's good. I was really hoping to get a challenge out of that because
It looks bad, but I kind of liked it. And Attainer and Reattain,
they're both good.
Choice Rose Anagram.
What, Chicory or something? Or?
Cool.
I've been phoning so much in the tournament, I've lost faith in any word being valid. Like, when you just, Attainer and Reattain I would normally know. Yeah. And I've just...
Korea.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Furio wasn't good.
No, I know. You know why I know that's good? Because I wanted to play it against Jason in the last tournament. He taught me that. I saw the way you looked at it. I also saw the way you looked at Tainter, so I'm really annoyed that I didn't just...
Kind of a better poker face.
Yeah, but the second you said holes, I was like, then it clued into me like the face that I was seeing. But just terrible. Like that's like top 100 drop, and I couldn't.
A lot of pressure.
That's okay.
But I think that
I knew when I stopped studying words a year ago that it was gonna, like, I said to myself, I'm stopping words. I have to accept that I'm gonna go down a bit, but I answer, like. Anyways, congrats. Like, that was a really nice comeback because, I almost played File because I had the X. And then I decided Field and I got the J. I think File's probably better. I left EX.
Yeah, if you're setting up your X, I like that idea.
The only Exude I saw as like sort of a possibility, and I thought maybe you get like, I was more worried about a bingo down. I don't know.
Or I'm thinking more about like if you have the E here, but like maybe played down.
Yeah.
Wait a sec.
Well, XCD I would have
sure.
given the XCD, yeah. Well, that's not that.
Oh yeah,
big
you only
point.
have the E, I guess.
But I had XCD here too. I don't know why I didn't play it.
I might have gone with XE. It seems like
You just played Mew, so I thought let me take out the hook that you just made. Yeah. Clearly, I am not playing to my ability.
Oh, will get me next time.
No, I'm calling for you. You're having a great tournament.
Like, yeah, definitely. I put in a lot of hours for it. So
yeah.
All right, so you see the end of that one. Jared lamenting to himself, "Man, I knew when I stopped studying words, stuff like this was going to happen." But Tainter, that's like top 100. Yeah, that's what happens. But as we've seen over and over, the words go away so quick if you don't stay on top of them. We are pivoting back to the promised CSW action this afternoon. I'm sure Austin's like, "Good, I can play my words again." We are going to switch back to Ben, who is at 9-0, starting to threaten a runaway here in this 15-game event. Ben is going to be paired with Mark Francelon, who I believe is in 5th place right now. So this is going to be a good one. Austin, do you have experience with Mark as a player?
Yeah, I have. I played him a number of times, so he's a frequent player at the Crescent City Cup, which is a tournament that we hold here in New Orleans. And I played him a number of times there and at other national events. He's a very strong player. He knows a lot of words. He's also on Aerolith as well, Aerolith.org. He's got high numbers on those short words. So he's got very solid word knowledge. Maybe he lacks a little bit of the consistency to kind of compete at the really highest level, which probably is the main thing that he's lacking. But other than that, I think he's a very solid player, and he's beaten me a number of times also. So he's definitely no slouch whatsoever.
Yeah, and I want to pivot back to one thing you brought up earlier in that analysis, which is the Crescent City Cup. So for those who don't know, the Crescent City Cup is, I'm a little biased, but in my opinion, the best tournament of the year. Every January, MLK weekend in New Orleans, Louisiana. These have been going on every year except during COVID for 10 or 11 years now. An awesome event, mercifully a late start time so you can really go out and enjoy your evenings. The culture, the music, the food in that city. If you haven't been to a New Orleans event yet, you really need to fix that. Awesome CSW turnout, always a good NWL field as well. The streaming setup will be there. I've already sent in my money, folks, and there's no reason you shouldn't do the same thing. Let this be your cue. I'll see y'all in New Orleans. That is such a good event. Lila and everybody, they do such a great job. Lindsay every year, Kate, they put together just a great, great time. Yet I strongly encourage you look into that event. All right, I'm getting word that our players are seated and ready to go. So as we get the tiles bagged and all that, I'll let Austin talk a little bit more about this event. But we're going to cut back to our overhead cam while Austin says some really fun things about his hometown.
Yeah, so the Crescent City Cup, again, similar MLK weekend in January. As we always do, we have open and light divisions for CSW and NWL divisions. We have one streaming table, which will kind of go back and forth between the two divisions throughout the tournament, and there's 20 games over 3 days. Entries are open, so all you have to do is just go to Cross Tables, so cross-tables.com, I believe it is. Go find the flyer on there. There's obviously 2 ways you can enter, so there's the NWL side. You can send in your Google form, and we'll put you down on a spreadsheet. Or you can go, if you want to play CSW, then all you have to do is just pick the other CSW option, and you can just pay your money on through the Coco. So that will be how you do that. So definitely would recommend anyone coming or anyone interested. We're here to have a good time.
And you will not have a good time. I don't know that I've ever had a good record at a New Orleans tournament, and yet I've had some of the most fun I've ever had at Scrabble tournaments at these events. So it's not just about winning and losing the games. It's about everything else that the community has to offer, that city has to offer, that the directors have to offer. Oh my goodness, it's a good event, and you should get your name on the list for this upcoming January. I'll be there. So still on the fence about deciding if I'm going to be doing commentary or if I'm going to actually play in the dang event. I do like playing Scrabble, believe it or not. Get a little bit of FOMO every time I sit here watching instead. All right, we are underway here. Ben versus Mark. Ben has found just one vowel on the first rack, Grand FS, and it looks like he is playing Grand quite quickly here. Austin, do you agree with this idea? Would you play something like Fangs for a little bit more? Would you play short?
So this is 18 points. Fangs is 26. Actually I might play something like Fangs here. I know that it scores 8 points more, and getting rid of the S. The S is generally worth about 8 points anyway, but keeping the F is probably a lot worse than keeping DR, I believe it is. So it's probably worth a bit more that way instead. And the F is also not as good to play through, despite having an S on the board if you did that. But I think Fangs is slightly superior here. We shouldn't be too worried about playing off the S if not. Oh, we have Benji mode here. There we go. That looks pretty accurate.
Benji mode has been enabled. And oh my goodness, these games are always a little bit of a headache for me. There's not enough coffee in the pot for me to spin these around all the time. All right, well, Mark can't go Benji mode with his rack. He's got to find a good play to make. There's one play that stands out above the rest of his options. It's a tough to spot word, but it is rowboat, ROWBOAT. It looks like instead he's going to play what is this? Woon?
Woon. Yeah.
Is that a word?
Yes, it is a word.
Okay. I'm in the wrong lexicon.
Yeah, you might be changing. Yeah, you might need to change the lexicon. Wound is a Connor's only word. But yeah, the standout play here, I believe, is Rowboat. You want to get rid of the two O's, the W and the B from your rack, and that really is the only way that does that. So Rowboat would have scored 24 points, and although would have given an S hook, which Ben has two of those on his rack, but Wound is still okay here. Keeping the B is not great, but yeah, he's getting rid of some bad tiles at least.
Yeah, so he's able to score pretty well, 18 to 20, tight board, and Ben now ACOFPSS. I think FOPS and wounds may be the best option here for him. I don't like plays like this because they telegraph that you've got a second S, but you've got to do something and you've got to score some points right now. Austin, would you play FOP and DOF, or would you play FOPS like Ben just did?
Interesting. So yeah, what's the score difference? So FOPS is 25 and FOP and DOF is 23. So yeah, it's pretty obvious that you have the other S. You would have played DOF and FOP underneath Wound instead. But having two S's is also not that good. So you might want to just play off the S. This actually also kind of closes up the board a little bit with the way that it's kind of shaped right now. I mean, in this case, I probably could go either way since the score difference is not much different. It's only 2-point different, and FOP would have given you a good way to kind of play a bingo with FOPs. So that's what would have been played in that position. So I could go either way in this case. I mean, if the score difference was a bit more, if FOP scored like 6 or 7 points more, then yeah, I think I would do this. But I think it's kind of negligible.
Yeah, there's a lot of situations in Scrabble where the plays are so close, and you have to wonder: am I splitting hairs trying to decide which of these is the best play, or are these those little percentage points that really start to add up? And how much time do I want to devote to this turn? Mark is going to come back with Biota to make this a tie game, 43 to 43, as Ben now looks to serve back ahead, AACMNRS.
Yeah, scoring well. Awa does not take an S hook as well, so Ben can't do that. Just the Y hook, I believe, on Awa. So yeah, Ben is going to have to start thinking about what he wants to do. He only has 2 A's in his rack, and he has 2 bigger tiles as well. So he could play something like Cam, CAM, to the right of FOP, so making FA and OM, giving his S a space to go with Scam. Or he could play Kama, CAMA, as well, which would have been 6 points more. But that doesn't allow him to hook the S on Kama. So he might want to kind of weigh that up a little bit as well. But either way, I think both of those are pretty good.
He's got a lot of options that are all rather similar, but all quite good. I would play Pac-Man here and lose a turn. That'd be an awesome play. But not even CSW has Pac-Man. I guess you need the hyphen.
Well, you know what? Not everyone studies their 6s, so you might get away with it.
You're right. In 5-point, maybe not, but I'd play it anyway. Let's go. No. Yeah, lots of very similar plays here. You're going to keep a good leave no matter what you do. All of your tiles are good, and you're going to score okay no matter what you do. So just kind of do something.
Yeah, I think he's going to play Cam on the left. Oh, is he going downwards? And Micra.
Micra, it looks like.
Okay. I feel like there's a slight misstep here playing this. It's not big, but I don't know if he's maybe thinking that Mark is holding the Q or the X so he can play QI and Geo or XI. Maybe he's thinking that could be a potential tricky setup play that he's playing. But yeah, I mean, it's not that. I mean, with that in mind, maybe it's not that bad. But I think I would still play Cam or even Cram in that same spot to the right of Fops.
Yeah, Cram is the same 4 tiles, but Cram sets up Scram. You've got the
Exactly.
S. You kind of want to do that. At the same time, Micra might be a trap. Perhaps he is looking for an S or an L or something to be put at the end of that. Micra, as far as I know, has no hooks, at least not in NWL.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so that's actually worse. I guess it does no hook. Doesn't you give him really that much else?
Unless he's trying to bait it, unless he's trying to bait Mark into playing there. But I don't know what exactly the intent behind that is.
Yeah, yeah, it's yeah. I think I definitely would have went for Cram, but it gives Mark an extra few points here playing under Biota with C for how much is that? 16 points. But Ben has actually drawn into a bingo here, and that move of C is actually just giving him that one spot.
Yeah, he's got to be sad when you draw C1 and there's no spot, but now there is a spot. Oh my
Wait, look at
goodness,
this.
this was not
Here
a
we go.
bait. Oh
All right,
wow,
Mark, it's your time to shine.
Mark, you got 5 points. You got to throw a challenge at it, right?
So let's
It's always
see.
so
Let's see the
hard to
challenge.
challenge a bingo when it comes down instantly like this too, especially when there's a second spot available.
But he's not looking like he's challenging.
Ben has
Wow.
not drawn his new tiles.
Mark looks like he's writing things down. But he could have just held him. I mean, no one's moving right now. But Ben looks like he's... Is he reaching for the bag, or is he just frozen? Oh, there he is. He's reaching for the bag, so there's no hold. And
This
tiles have
could
come
be
out
a
the bag, so
courtesy.
that's it.
This could be a courtesy draw,
Oh, yeah, that's
but I
true. It
think
could
he's
be.
gotten
It could
away
be.
with it.
I didn't see anyone say hold. And the board is turned around now.
Yeah, I think he's gotten away with it, but
I think
micra,
so.
the plural of micron, or one of the plurals of micron, you can't pluralize a plural, but he's gotten away with one here, pulled a fast one.
Yeah, he literally did a fast one. He played it really quickly. And I guess sometimes if you do that, you kind of up your percentages of it staying on because it seems like you're incredibly sure of it. And a player like Ben, who is actually still unbeaten with an almost 1,000-point spread, you're probably thinking, "Oh, this guy knows what he's doing." And sometimes they don't. It's as simple as that. Sometimes you make a mistake, and you have to be ready to catch them whenever it happens.
And Ben, his which plays for over 100 points
Oh,
on top of Seawand right now. It's not going to stay, but he's going to play it on the right side instead with Fops for 90 instead.
wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I wonder if there's anything. Yeah, if you play something like Yagi, Joinder still plays, and look, that it still plays.
I had written this off as we were going to see Eying, E-Y-I-N-G, but I forgot about that sneaky N-Y. Joinder still plays with this one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So the top E-I-E-R-Y as 5 underlaps beneath Seawand for 54 holding GL. And that would not, I believe, give back. You know what? That would still give back Joinder. No matter what he does, he gives back Joinder. And oh my goodness.
Yeah, Airy being played would still give back Joinder. Yagi gives it back, and even Guile, G-Y-A-L, still gives it back with Jag. So some of those moves, sometimes it just doesn't work out. But again, just like what we said about the previous game, any small mistakes with phonies or not challenging things can happen. This is a small mistake can snowball into a landslide victory, or I say as a victory. Is actually still plenty of games to go, but it's looking very good for Ben now to go 10-0 based on a phony that wasn't challenged.
That's nuts. You don't often see this, especially in CSW. At this spot, a phony has led to a ridiculous sequence. And Mark. Oh, yeah, Mulcherer. Wow.
Oh, Mulcherer is good.
Mulcherer, yeah.
Oh, I actually wouldn't be sure of playing that myself. Wow.
Well, it is good. Mulcher takes DRS behind it, so
oh wow,
they're all available. All right.
Yeah.
Without counting it, Austin, how many points do you think Joinder was?
I'd probably say like 110 or something.
125.
Whoa. Wow. That's a lot. That's like 2 bingos. Almost like a 9-timer almost. Just
yeah, that's ludicrous. For a natural bingo you draw out of the bag, like, man.
Yeah. And for a play to go underneath that and still not block it, you're doing pretty good. Like, go buy a lottery ticket, Right. It's very good. But we did see Mark actually put down, well, he had it lined up. He had Mulcher on his rack. Again, he might not know Mulcher. Again, as I said, I wouldn't be 100% sure of Mulcher myself. But there's 2 floating R's, so there's one of Joinder that just got put out in space, and there's also the R of Grand, which would hit a double. So that way, that one would be much better to open up the board into the top half, top left quadrant of the board. But yeah, this is a test to see if he really can find it here, or if he has the courage to put something down on the board for 70 points despite being 170 behind already. And we already see, unbeknownst to him, but Ben actually has another bingo lined up on his through the E of Joinder, I think. So, what's this? Term? Okay. 24 points.
All right. See, this is where we lose the suspense of double challenge. If Mark plays Molterer down to the R and Grand, opens a triple, like Ben can't challenge that, because if he loses a word and gets tripled on, he's going to cry about this game for the rest of his life. 5 points. Yeah, okay, it's more accessible, I'd say. But man, like, those are some fun debacles that you can play with. Challenge.
Yeah, exactly. An additional element of, say, a bluff, I guess, with a double challenge. But even without that, I mean, Micro still wasn't challenged. But with Term, the only kind of silver lining for Mark here is that it did block Ben's bingo of Decocted, is what I saw through that E. I don't know if there were any others there or not, but I don't think he actually has any bingo playable now. So it's going to slow him down at least for another turn. Oh, does he have something here?
Oh my God.
What's happening?
He's going to something. Decoctor?
Deductor? Oh, that's not a word.
Deductor.
He's going to get away with a second phony?
He's going to try a second phony. We'll see if he gets away with it in just a minute. This would be a front hook to eductor, too. This would be something Mark should have seen before. I haven't seen his mouth move. I haven't seen a hold. Have you?
I don't think so. I mean,
we're going to go look.
I did notice Ben, whenever he put down the bingo, he did look at Mark kind of nervously. So I don't know if that was a tell or anything. Oh, I shouldn't be pointing at people's tells on stream, but I did notice that. He kind of looked at him slightly and then see if Mark was going to react to it. But I think the damage was done like this. You can't really put it down and then not play a bingo after that. But yeah, this time Mark does actually challenge off the phony. So I guess that's good for him. He's still got a very outside chance of coming back in this game. But knowing that your opponent has the blank and at least 4 or 5 other good tiles, the bingo is kind of looming. So he's going to have to get on his bike and get some points on the board.
Oh, I'm opening a second triple. I've got to do some math, obviously, but can you play Guttle and FE? Does that give back any bingos to Ben?
Ooh. Maybe not. Put a T. There's a floating T and a floating U.
No, it doesn't give anything back.
You can play Deductor again through the U. Yeah, maybe that's the way here. I mean, another option is to play Tegu and Ugg onto the left side of the board. If you're keeping LET, if you really want to do that. But I think the E actually does give away bingos anyway. So yeah, Guttle looks like
would give it decocted or docketed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So that would have been the same as keeping the E on Joinder. But yeah, Guttle looks like a really strong play. Actually, you might as well try and open something up.
Or you can play Melt. That's 18 points. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know if he wanted to keep that M open. And he actually he kind of improves his rack slightly, I guess. But he really needs to open up the board a bit more somehow.
Yeah, it's just a rollover kind of play. Like you got your challenge. You've at least looked good for the stream. Now just kind of roll over and lose. I mean, he picked up PVY. It doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, he didn't draw too favorably there. Benji's gonna keep T blank on his rack and play Coded for how much is that? 26 points.
Bro, you guys
26?
have
Yeah.
Voguey, Voguey. That's awesome.
Oh well, yeah, that would be great to kind of get rid of all those bad tiles. Only problem is that it does kind of corner off the board a little bit towards the top left hand side of the board, but I think you just have to do it. It just scores so well.
If Mark's last play is any indicator, I don't think he's trying to win anymore. He's trying to cut spread. So, whatever. Forget the top left of the board. Get rid of VGUY and score 34.
Yeah, might just be going for the equity plays now. Just trying to cut the spread. Just play as well as you can despite the score, and just try not to lose too much more spread.
Boy, that's so scary when you know your opponent held T blank. Like, oh.
I know. That's not what you want to see at all, but that is the reality of what we're seeing right now. And you just kind of feel hopeless because this is what Mark's doing. He's got his hands in his head and he's like, what is happening? I'm just picking out garbage from the bag. And with T blank, I mean, the Y is out there in the triple lane, but you never know. He could have drawn into something, but the Y is not easy to do. But yeah, Alec in the chat is just saying that Voguey would block favorite through that O of Coded, which is notable there. So he does need to play something through that spot. It's just a matter of, does Mark actually see Voguey or not?
I just can't get over that Joinder was 125. Like, it looks like a lot of points, but like I'm gonna keep going back to this moment, I think, in my head for the rest of the day. I'll be laying in bed at night trying to visualize it. 125? Are you serious?
Oh, look like he's about to play it. This found the start
Nice.
the start play here, I believe.
Nice. Boy, what a wonderful word. Can we get that one in NWL, please? There's like 80 times I could have played that for 1,000 points.
Yeah, very useful word to have, especially any of the words with V and a U in them, or any other bad. Oh, it looks like it's a challenge. Is it a challenge?
All right, Mark picking up a nickel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Mark's just picking up a nickel. That's all.
Yeah, looks like it might be a challenge also because it blocked favorite. So if he's not sure, it's a big swing. If versus 0 points and favorite versus Voguey and something else that's kind of equal to that. So it might have been worth the challenge there if you're not sure, especially if it blocks your only bingo lane. But
yeah, for sure.
5 points.
So with the 5, I show Mark at 189, Ben at 288. But maybe I did something wrong. Ignore me. Yeah, I screwed everything up. So ignore me. Look at the score on the board. There have been so many lost turns and weird turns. My quackle exploded.
Yeah, so I think what is the score? Is it 186?
We'll figure that out for us in just a minute.
Yeah. But it looks like very onto now keeping EFT blank. Yeah, relatively strong. Yeah, he's got the R of Grand floating there, and also the U of Voguey, so it's possible that he could still bingo through any of those spots. Nothing really much to say about Very. Going to get rid of the V and blocking that 9 timer lane. But Mark has some better tiles now, but I don't think there's any bingo playable here. So he has Protease through the with an R, but it doesn't fit through the R of Grand. I don't think there's anything else here though.
Like you were talking about Protease, correct?
Oh yes, sorry, yes, I might have been pronouncing that wrong.
Sorry, my biology major needed
exactly. I was
that one pronounced right. Yeah, protease, an enzyme that cleaves proteins.
So yeah,
I like protease too.
A protease.
Oh, Ben is getting dangerously close to his favorite word.
Oh, he just needs to exchange maybe 2 of those tiles and
find a place to play 2 E's. Exchange the E's, Ben. Do it. Let's see. Where's the W's?
On the board,
both W's have been played. Ah. If you
Could
know, you
happen.
know, and if you don't, you'll find out one day. I can't say it on air.
Well, you might have to if he plays it.
If he plays it again, I might have to. You're correct.
But yeah, Mark is wondering what to do next, I guess. Yeah, what does he do? Wondering about
Lose?
Poa, maybe. I'm looking at Poa or PO above Grand, making Power and Ono, but it blocks the R of Grand. So it's like, it's not gonna do you any help. It really will block off that top left corner if he really wants to try and bingo. But after that, all Ben has to do is just block that U of Vogie, or maybe the potential overlaps of term TURM, the bottom right. But you could potentially bingo above that. But other than that, there's really not much else. That's really it. So I wonder what the other options he has to play here.
Yeah, there's actually kind of sneaky bingo lines on top of TURM. If you get something with an A to front hook TE, maybe hit the right letter in front of UR, and then an E. It's possible. It's unlikely, but it's possible.
Yeah.
But I think this kind of goes back. The play of Melt just like ended any chance Mark has of winning this game, which is fine. You're losing by so much. Just kind of do something, I guess. But if you're going to keep fighting, you've got to keep fighting. You've got to keep the board alive. Otherwise, you end up right here with bingo prone tiles and nothing to do with them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he would have been 170 points behind or so at that stage. And obviously it looks pretty bleak at that point, but yeah, I definitely would have wanted to see him keep that open. And just like, you never know, like your opponent could make it, and you might get a bingo and then another bingo later on, and you might be quite close. You just never know. Things could just change very quickly. But as we see, Mark has played down tape, keeping EOS, going for a little bit of score, and trying to keep some bingo-y tiles for the next turn.
Ben's going to play Keefe instantly.
Yeah.
And Mark's going to be like, man, how do you keep scoring 40 and not bingoing? I know you have that blank. Just get it off your rack so I don't have to think about it anymore.
Yeah, and he's got rid of 3 of his 4 bad tiles, and he's maybe closer to bingoing. I guess he's a lot closer to bingo than Mark is right now as well.
There's 6 I's and 3 N's, I think, unseen. So ING bingo's down to Grand, still very likely. This one might do it as well.
Yeah, I mean, and neither of them actually picked out any I's, so it's quite possible we could see a player picking out like 4 I's at once at some point later on in the game.
We're going to see a freak draw, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it won't really matter in the grand scheme of things with the result, but yeah, we're going to see what Mark is going to do here with the Z on his rack. There's no big spot for it on the board either.
Yeah, man, that's I don't even know. Fez and ZA and lose, or Fez and ZEA. Whatever you do, you're going to draw 5 I's. Even if you only played 2 tiles, I think you're going to draw 5 I's after this play.
Yeah, I mean, things are not going very well for him right now anyway, so it's quite possible that that could be what would happen here. He's playing Gaze, I think, getting a few more points. Yeah, I don't think Ben has a bingo on his rack here.
No, he does not. But Gaze gave him Ruth and Gazer for 40, holding on to that blank.
Yeah, that's how he's scoring 40 points. There you go. So I think he'll play Ruth.
If you're Mark, you're looking for a big tile and a blank right here. You want Benji to bingo down to the G or the R in Grand, and then you want to triple out to win.
Basically, that's the only way that could happen, yeah.
Your triple is going to need to be a QU triple or an X triple. You need one of those big pointers, because at this point, even like a baby 120-point triple won't do it. You need the full thing. You need 200. You need an X. He's got an I. Where's that blank? Oh my goodness. Is Ben gonna draw it?
He does have a bingo though. Into the G of Grand.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what Mark needs. He needs
Here we
Ben
go.
to bingo
All right.
there.
It's go time.
Okay. All right, Schuling. And then Ben probably gonna crush him back.
Oh wait, Ben,
My
he has
God.
a 9 timer here.
Yeah, he does. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wait, he played it the wrong. He played the wrong letters. He played it.
Oh no, he spelled it wrong.
He spelled it wrong, but it's gonna stay on the board. It's gonna stay on the board.
Oh man. Oh, he spelled it wrong.
I don't even.
Oh,
I mean, I'm
man.
not even
And then
sure if
Ben
Ben
just
even
accepts
noticed.
it. I doubt Ben has even noticed. He's just so excited about tripling for 131. The blank's an R that is rinsable. Oh man.
Yeah, I actually don't think Ben actually had a playable. Well, he did have playable bingos with like linear or bilinear through the R. I guess he had bingos with the G as well. Yeah, like building. We saw build in the last game as well. So yeah, I mean, yeah. Did anyone expect that to happen?
There's another phony played and then a triple because of course.
A second phony bingo. Oh man. I don't even know what to say.
I'm not convinced that I'm still sleeping between day 1 and day 2, and I've hallucinated all of this in a fever dream.
Wow, you better believe it. This is happening. 136 points for Rinsable. Wow.
And is Ben going to reach in and grab the last blank too? Or did Mark pick it?
We'll see. Let's see. There's the blank on Mark's track.
Mark's got it. Okay.
Ben's got the S. Oh, there's a Q. Okay. Well, so how many tiles are left?
Oh, my God.
Are there any tiles left? I don't think there are any tiles left.
No, Ben's emptied the bag. What? Equinox? Where's the last tile?
Wait. What else does he have? Is that it? No, he must have another tile, right?
Oh, boy. Director. Oh, is that one on the end of his rack? No.
No, I don't think
Did Mark only draw 6 and then Ben drew the last 3 out of the bag? If that's what happened, we're about to learn a rule.
Oh, wait.
Oh, God.
Just a real thing. You didn't put Ruth.
Let's cut to overhead mic. We're about to have a nutso director call, I think. Oh, wait. No, there it is. Okay. Just one more. Okay. We're good. It was in his hand the entire time, according to our director.
He was trying to fool us.
And we know he's not palming tiles because that I is about the last tile he would have even thought to palm.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to be palming those ones.
Yeah. If you're going to palm tiles, at least be good at it. Jeez.
I mean, if you're going to lose by 200 points and palm tiles, yeah, something's not quite right.
Probably time to walk away from the game at that point, right?
That's true.
All right. So there's one way for him to get rid of the X and the Q right now.
Exequi
from the E,
oh, yeah.
holding the I. But I mean, Ben has ILS, right? So he's.
I would assume so. Let me think. Must do. He has Sill, SILL, in the bottom right onto the L. Puri.
Yeah, he's
and
going out.
He has other ways than oils or lins or ills through schuling. Or I should say schuling, it's schulnig.
Oh, yeah, he plays to the N in schulnig. Oh my God, I am hallucinating. None of this is real. Okay, take it away. This is the end of the game, I think. Watch them pull out a second bag and just kind of keep going. All right, we're going to overhead mic. Let's see what happens here.
Let's see what they say.
551 and then 22 is 573. Madness continues.
I agree.
Where's the second blank?
Huh? It's here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I just missed it.
No worries. That doesn't change anything, but it's confused.
Yeah, I wonder if any of them actually realized Schoenbrun was played.
It's fine. Just
I want to make sure my math is right.
Let's see if we can point out to somebody action. Point out Schulnig.
yeah, it's 227, not 237, right?
Yeah. All right, good.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Good luck in your next one.
You too, man.
Thank you.
All right, so destroy the evidence on this one. It seems like
game.
go back to squares. We do have one more game for y'all this afternoon. That'll conclude our coverage of day 2. After this next one, looks like we are planning to get Matt O'Connor versus Josh Castellano on stream in our last game. But this one was wild, just a roller coaster of emotions. We thought Ben had blown the game. We thought he set a trap with Micra, and then he fell for his own trap, but then he got away with it, and then he drew Joinder, and then it got blocked, but then it didn't, and then there was a bingo, but then it was fake, and then there was a triple. I don't know. That was a very strange game, but I'm glad I got to watch.
Yes, definitely. And for those people that are out there watching right now and don't necessarily watch all that much tournament Scrabble, all those things happening in one game at a top level pretty much never happens. So you definitely watched something that was pretty unique. And even though I've obviously playing tournaments, and so does Matt, this has probably never happened to us either, to be fair. So it's completely out of the ordinary. And again, I will go back to this. It all came down to that phony that was never challenged. And it just snowballed from there. So that's what would if that challenge stuff, this probably wouldn't have ever happened. So it's funny how these games go sometimes.
And you have these games in Scrabble all the time where you're like, well, what could I have done differently, man? I just felt like I did everything and I was never in it. There's almost always something you could have done differently, and you have no idea how the snowball is going to roll after something happens. But there's almost always a chance to pick up some points in some ways. We are going to take a brief break because Ben and patented Ben form used significantly less than half of his clock last game and still scored almost 600 points. But before we do, I want to give one final reminder. Like and subscribe to this video and to this channel, Let's Play Scrabble. Hop on Twitch and follow Austin on there, Austinio9. You can see the handle above his head. If anybody else in the chat has some channels they want to plug, go ahead and plug them now. This would be a good time. And we will cut away to a brief break before one more CSW game wraps our coverage of day 2 of this tournament from Lake George, New York. We'll be back in just a minute, y'all. Game of Scrabble for you folks hanging out with us on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. The eclipse is over, so you have no excuse but to buckle up and watch one more game. Matt Canik joined here graciously by Austin Shin. Austin, we've got Matthew O'Connor and Josh Castellano on stream. Tell us what you know about Matthew, since we've seen Josh already. Austin, I think you might be muted.
Sorry, guys. I should be muting myself. Okay.
Austin gives us all the inside scoop, but you got to be able to read lips.
Yeah, exactly. There's always one person on a call that mutes himself, right? But yeah, I know a lot in terms of like Matthew. He plays very quickly. He's very good at his word knowledge. It doesn't take very long to think about what the best players are, but he's very accurate and he's actually very creative as well. Very creative player, and I've seen him in other tournaments as well. He makes up some very interesting moves that actually do work out very well. So you'll see a player that kind of thinking outside the box as well, and doesn't necessarily come up with the standard best play that the Quackle would come up with, but something that's also very good alternative.
All right. Well, we're going to cut to the action now. Again, our last game of today. To remind you all of the format, there will be 4 more games tomorrow. We'll have all of them here on Let's Play Scrabble. We will try to give the more exciting matchups whenever possible between CSW and NWL. Although with Ben now at 10-0 or something like that,
yeah,
a Matthew O'Connor loss here will make this a very unexciting division. So if you're fans of CSW and want to see a tight finish, I think you're Matthew O'Connor fans in this game here. Josh is going to go first, and we're about to get action underway for y'all.
Yeah, we have. Ben is 10-0. Matthew's in third place with 8-2, and also Josh Sokol is also at 8-2. Everyone else is on 7-3 or worse. So Ben, if he wins his game, and Matthew and Josh both lose their game, Ben could be going into the final day with 4 games to go. 3 games clear. It's possible that could happen, but all the results has to go his way for that to happen, though.
Yeah, it could be anybody's tournament. This game going to be crucial to deciding how the rest of this shakes out, but a lot of stuff can still happen. As
Definitely.
Josh to go first, ABEFIOH, and this has got to be the most standard, obvious play here, Obeah for 28.
Yeah, I think it's the highest scoring play, or at least the longest word that I can see that doubles a 4-point tile. But yeah, IF is obviously not great, but I think OB is definitely probably the best play here.
Obeah looks like a nice play, but this is going to give Matthew a wonderful counter. A Viewey plays right beneath it, VIEWY, 4 overlaps, 36 points, and holds on to that big Z tile. I love this play for him.
Yes. Viewey does get rid of a lot of the clunky high-scoring tiles that Matt does have. You mentioned Viewey underneath OBEA. You could also play Viewey underneath the O and B, doubling the Y, which actually scores, I think, 1 point less. But this is definitely more defensively sound, keeping the Z in the F and not really giving anything away here.
Yeah, and an E pulls into Fez on top of this next turn. I feel like this gets met with an exchange very often, and we might see that here as well. So an E pull for Fez feels very good and just really slams this game shut so early on.
Yeah,
So
Josh not having good tiles, though.
FIIKLOO on Josh's rack. Folio plays on top of this, but extends that O out to a triple line. Not something you're looking to do. I think KOI does a couple things for him. It sets up the front hook, OK, and it's undoubles both the O's and the I. So maybe KOI and KAY, the play that Josh going to make here.
Yeah, those are definitely good options as well. I mean, I say luckily he has the K for uke, but he has no other tile to go either side of that to make a word. So that one's going to have to be shelved, I think, that idea. But yeah, I think something like Koi would be pretty good here. 23 points above the A. And yeah, as I said, undoubling those vowels that he has. I guess he's just trying to think if there's anything better than that at this stage. I mean, maybe there's a standout play somewhere that he's thinking, but there's really nothing available from his point of view.
Yeah, just looking through every other candidate option and everything sucks. Play, folio, foil, like everything sucks. That's kind of the merit of a play like Viewey that Matthew, just crushed this board with. And now you don't have a lot of good responses. I think this needs to be KOI.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, he does have the other O to make OK, so at least it will have some way to get out of it if nothing really happens. But yeah, I mean, it remains to see what he decides to do. Looks like he's picking up KOI and lighting that up.
Just reluctantly backs into there's nothing else to do, and sometimes that's how it goes.
Yep. Yeah, I mean that's just the best of a bad bunch in this case, but it would get him 23 points at least.
And now Matthew's going to have a big decision to make on his own. Does he cash in this S? And if so, how does he choose to do it? There are numerous plays where he could score significant points with it. Sitz, S-I-T-Z, and K-A-Y-S or K-O-I-S both play for 44 and 41 respectively. Options, especially making but the 6-letter F-A-C-T-I-S also plays down, making K-O-I-S for 34, sets up the Z, holds onto the Z. Austin, what do you do here? I know the Z is a great tile in this lexicon, but do you hold it here for 34 or do you cash it?
I feel like you probably should hold it. I was going to actually, when you were saying that, I was actually going to suggest Factis, with the A next to the double word square. So it's just Factis and Kois. I do like that play. I'm not so sure about this one myself, but I'd like to see maybe if he wanted to play something like this, I'd rather see Sitz come down, S-I-T-Z. But yeah, again, this still scores a lot of points, 40 points, I believe. And maybe he's just looking to just block the board up a bit and just see what Josh is going to do next.
And I love these boards. I love these shapes and these situations. I mean, Josh sitting on an S with just two S's unseen. Can he set himself up? Should he set himself up? Those are both very valid questions for him right now. You can set up S hooks, but can you infer Matthew definitely does or does not have one after that SAZ play? Is it more likely than average that he has one or not? Lots for Josh to think about here.
Yeah, I think so. Again, I don't think you can really telegraph too much from what Saz has been played there. But with Josh holding an O, he could actually play KO and something like on or off and setting up his own S underneath, but it might be too dangerous to do that. But I'm not really seeing much else he can do. He might be worth just putting out a flyer there basically and just putting OF down and see if he can draw into a bingo with a 4-timer with KOs.
This is so crazy. Yeah, I mean, setting up KOs, like, what can Matthew do to block except score almost nothing to do so? But Matthew's going to score almost nothing on this board no matter what. So, I don't know. This is crazy. Liaison plays through the AI. Foin looks to be the equity play. And ILNOS. Oh, man, these leaves are so scary to me. You'll pick up a bingo like 40% of the time, but when you don't, it's so bad. Like if you pick up IN or something, like, so big pull for Josh, a very volatile play here. And he's definitely looking for an A or an E or a G or a T, something to stabilize his rack. What's he found? I guess we'll continue.
Yeah, looks pretty good though.
Suspense.
All right, he's got a G and an N.
All right, lignons and whatever. He'll be okay. I think that's a word.
Wait, that's not a word, is it? I don't think he has anything.
It's not. Nope, it's not a word.
Yeah, I don't think he has anything.
What I know. Somehow they still let me do this. I don't know why. Oh man, this is a crazy game already. I love this.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what to go next. Wow, interesting.
Nice.
Net. It's not something I would have played, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's keeping the C and the F and the L, and there's really no way for him to play anything on this board after this. If Josh decides to exchange, like he could play something like Cliff, but I believe there's an S hook for that for Cliff. So that might not be great. And also putting the I underneath the triple letter square could give away an X or Z, X or Q bomb. So I don't know. I mean, it's a tough one.
I don't think I like that play because it makes this board 100% who's got an S, and Matthew doesn't have an S. And we know Josh does too, and it's like, oh my goodness, like what? But I'm sure he had some tactical reason for playing that very quickly without much thought or analysis. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was saying with the my kind of lowdown on Matt O'Connor's play. I think he comes up with some things that are not necessarily the standard play like this, but there must be some other reason that he's decided to play this. I don't know if it's if there's something that unbeknownst to us that he might know or is thinking that Josh has or doesn't have, for example. But yeah, I mean, we kind of got a very cagey start to this game, and Josh is holding two N's. He's I think the only place to play off an N is Bean, B-E-N, for 6 points, which is going to block that S hook as well. And obviously with Bean not taking any hooks, that kind of nullifies his S. So does he play something like that, or does he something else? Like, what can he do? Like no and of or something?
No and
keep the S open. I don't know.
He can score 27.
27? I guess it must be through Obias.
It is, yeah. Nil guys.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that's a good one. Keeping O-N.
Would you score 27 and hold N-O here? Blow it all up?
Ooh. Honestly, I think I would just play N-O and of, because I think lings or sling as a leave, pretty much, I'm saying any, but a lot of one vowel, one consonant pickups, you probably will bingo. And you don't really want to open up too much for your opponent because they're just going to eat that space up in the top right if you do play nil guys. But I don't really know what other things you can really do here. I mean, Net ends up blocking KOing, I think. I think that's good. Yeah, KOing as a potential scoring play. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm just tempted to play short here and just go for the bingo. That like, if you don't have an S, you're kind of messed up, really.
I'm just wondering what Matthew does if I do play BEEN for 6. Like,
yeah,
there's no more plays that are allowed except plays that open the board for me, right? Like you play down, making a word in front of EF, or you're making EF or something. Yeah. So even though Josh has the S and Matthew doesn't, Josh blocks his own S. Maybe some mind games going on. Maybe he just figures Matthew's going to have to do something. But I don't know. This one is fun. I already love this board.
Oh, so I think Cliff is coming down, which is my previous suggestion, and it's actually going to give away losings and Spliff. So that might have actually turned out pretty well for Josh. We were just kind of baiting Matthew to open up the board, and he just did it. So easy game.
Understand, like if you're going to play closed it, right? Don't play a word that takes a huge S hook, right?
I mean, yeah. Again, I don't know why he wouldn't have done this in the previous move instead of net. I mean, I don't know if he was just waiting for Josh to open something up for him, but it might just be a bit of like cat and mouse here. And I don't think he has seen the S hook for Spliff. But closings is still very good here.
But it doesn't close this board if you know that hook. Wow.
That's true. He leaves it open, and there's only one S in the bag right now, so it's going to be a race to that and the 2 blanks on that front. But yeah, he just must have just not seen it. He just played closings pretty quickly and didn't go any further than that. But luckily for him, Matthew has bad tiles, so he's not going to catch up anytime real soon. But the score is actually not that far apart, I guess, in this case.
All right, so Austin, let's make this a teaching moment. The longest and highest scoring play Matthew has, well, the second highest scoring play is Tostada through the S in closings at the bottom. Tell the viewers at home why Tostada is not a play Matthew is about to make.
So Tostada, I mean, kind of positionally, not good with the A being just one space above the triple word square at the bottom middle. So any kind of high scoring tile like the W or the H or something like that, where you can just play across it, hitting the other double might give away something like 50. And also worse still, a spot with the X. So that would score about 60 points just with and especially with of ADA kind of being at the end, you can make a pretty easy 3-letter word play ending with an X and give away like 70 points. So that's also a very dangerous spot to kind of play there. But, you never know. Your opponent might not have anything. Like Josh doesn't have anything right now. It could have actually worked out pretty well. But again, with 7 random tiles, he could have easily have picked up something big, and he just, on this case, doesn't have it.
Yeah, odious pull here. Oh my goodness, DIIOSUU on the rack. So Josh, basically 2 choices to approach this turn. DUI plays on the right side of closings, ID, NU, and GI from 19.
There we go.
IOSU to leave or throw it back. But I think you take the 19 points here, Austin, right?
I think so. I think it's enough points for you to just play it. I mean, your rack does improve significantly with these 4 tiles, at least on your rack right now, than having an extra U and an I. I mean, it's still workable if you at least draw kind of average, I guess, with the rack you have, and then you can probably clear it out again after that. But yeah, I definitely would take the points here. It's 19 points, better than 0. But Matthew quickly playing Jet as well, and just like I said, we're just drawing at least average. He did actually draw a Q to go with his U, so he actually now has a good way to, or at least an avenue now to get out. And he actually could play something like Squiz in the top right with a Z, or even Quiz with setting up his case S.
Oh, Quiz setting up the S, yeah.
And Matt doesn't have an I.
Oh, that would be killer. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's only 3 unseen eyes, I believe, from Josh's point of view.
That is correct.
There's a lot of tiles on the back, so it's not overly likely that Matt has an eye.
Oh my goodness.
So it's an option.
Equali, EQUALI, plays through the AL as well, holds on to the S. The S, so powerful. It's the last S in this game with that Skliff spot sitting available. But Josh, I don't think either knows or has seen it. And because he's got the last S, Matthew's going to need a blank to unlock that play.
That's true. Yeah. And it scores so much, in that spot, because Cliff has just got a lot of big point tiles there, and you're going to get a double if you can bingo there. But yeah, there's a lot of high scoring plays available on this turn. It's just a matter of like which way you want to go.
I don't think you can make a play like Quiz just with 2 blanks unseen. Your opponent cashes a blank to hit that spot, even if they've got just a 5, like FLOES and SQUIZ, even with a blank S, is still so many points. That's a bingo score. Yeah,
exactly. Just the sheer number of points that a move like Squiz would make, even if you had a blank, I think that would actually kind of be worth playing the blank in that scenario if that actually became true. But it looks like Josh has put EQIU on the side of his rack, maybe getting ready to play something like Equali. Another option maybe is playing QIS as well on the bottom left. Sorry. keeping EUORS, which could bingo a number of times if he picks out 2 consonants. But
the problem is, if he does draw a bingo, where?
Yeah, exactly. But it looks like he's going for the score here, going for squiz.
I think that's what you
46
do
points.
here.
Yeah, I think that's is a good play.
Though I would have loved the content that just quiz would have given us.
Would have been nice to see, but maybe another
It would be
day.
fun. I'm here to have fun. I don't care who wins. I just want to have a good time.
Okay, so Matthew's playing Tram.
Tram here. TALAR through the AL, another very good option for him, especially with Scliff available. My opponent's drawn every S and hasn't played there. I'm the only one who knows that word. I'm doing everything I can to keep that part of the board available. But maybe Matthew doesn't know it either. I don't know. This, again, feels kind of like a rushed play to me.
You mean Tram?
Yeah, sorry, Tram, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, possibly. I mean, he's keeping ART. I mean, this might be the most, standard play to try and get rid of, unduplicate your ART and then get rid of the M and score well, possibly. I mean, he's also not drawn too well here, drawing 3 E's and an A, which obviously is not going to help him too much. But yeah, I mean, I can see the merits to Tram. He's probably not even thinking of the Scliff hook either. He's just looking to play equity here and just play Tram. But yeah, Josh is already more than halfway through his time. And he's down to 11 minutes. We already did say to you earlier also with the lowdown that Matthew is a very fast player. He only used 6 minutes so far. I don't expect him to use the full time. He never really uses the full time that often unless he's in a bit of a bind towards the end of the game. So Josh is going to have to play a little bit quicker here, I think. He's already used 1.5 minutes on this turn. And there's going to be a lot more, many other tricky situations that he's going to encounter in this game after this. So he's going to have to get a move on and play something here. But the question is, what is he going to play? And where do you even go on this board with what he has?
Yeah, this play is hard, and I look through all the Quackle, choices, and I still don't know what to do. All of them are bad for different reasons.
So what is Quackle saying then? What is Quackle's best option?
I mean, I haven't run a simulation. My computer can't handle streaming and watching chat and simming, but GOOL is its favorite play statically, making NUG and GIO next to DUI. We don't need to open that part of the board. We don't need to play goo or ghoul in that spot. GO plays to the right side of squiz, making UG and IO. That sucks. That's 12 points, and you hold CELOR, which is not even good. GORGIO plays through the GI for 16, holding CEL. That seems reasonable, except you're opening a giant bingo line and an X-bomb spot when you're not really close to bingoing or hitting an X-bomb. So I don't know. The longer I look here, the more I'm I just want to play a bunch of tiles and try to draw the blank. I guess this is fine.
This is fine. Interesting move, though, because it does block the, by far, the most easiest place to bingo is just onto an ass, and he's just blocked it. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I think it's okay, but I mean, as a person that, as the scores are kind of level, I don't think he needs to actively block it, but maybe he's just looking to just play something now. He's probably racking his brain in terms of what to do and just needs to pick something because he's now got less than 9.5 minutes left now.
This is going to be interesting, I think, at the end of this game for sure, as both players slug their way through some garbage racks. This is a hard play for Matthew as well. You likely expect to see him play AE in some place in some way. If the score were a little further apart, Aerate, AERATE, through the T and Tram is a wonderful board forking play. But I don't think at this point he's desperate enough to need to make a play like that. What say you, Austin?
Yeah, I agree. Air rate gives a lot of points away. So this is air rate through the T of tram. So the first A of air rate would be right next to that triple word square, and any kind of four letter word that hitting the double letter square to the second A of air rate. It's going to score something like 40, 50 points, and you only just scored 16. You're going to go away a lot of points, and you're already 21 points behind. So after that exchange, you'll probably be about a bingo behind, and you'll need to hit something real soon on a board that doesn't favor you. So you don't really want to open up the board that much in this stage. But yeah, there aren't many high scoring options available right now. I mean, I think I would just be tempted to play off EA or AE somewhere, maybe for 10 points above tram or something like that. I'm just not seeing anything great, but we do see Matthew play Easter, which does fork the board here, keeping EA. 21 points. What do you think about that one?
Quackle loves it. Quackle is all over this compared to every other option. And I think given two unseen blanks, this is a reasonable idea for sure for
And there's
Matthew.
one.
There's one, yeah. All right.
There you
and
go.
he's gonna bingo next turn.
Yep, he's got a bingo. In jails
So
at
that was
least.
a good find and a good play. I was playing with
Yeah.
the numbers. If Matthew plays AE on top of Tram, Josh's next play averages 30 points. If Matthew plays Air Rate through the T, Josh's next play averages 58 points.
Oh, wow.
58-point difference.
Yeah.
Now, Matthew's next play also goes up by about 13 points after Air Rate because of the two spots, but that's wild. Like, obviously, that is one of the most aggressive plays you can make, but a 28-point difference in the average score is one of the highest I've ever seen.
Yeah, and that's even with the J, the Z, and the K all already played. And it could be even higher than that, especially if you put the A in that spot. It would be even higher if any of those are still in the bag. So it could be even worse. In general, it could be a lot worse.
All right. Well, while we look through the T in Tram, Josh now has an interesting play, Petition, but without the N at the end. Just Petitio is a crazy play to throw this board wide open, but you don't make that play, right? QI for 11 holds reasonably bingo-prone tiles. I don't know. Maybe you split the difference. Maybe you shell out for a bingo and play LiPo, L-I-P-O from the Ellen Clogs. I'm not sure how to approach this rack. Austin, these are super tricky to play. What goes through your mind in a turn like this?
Yeah, this is difficult because, again, you're kind of looking mainly at the places that you think you can bingo most often. So I kind of checked it. I didn't actually realize, but Easter only has one hook to hit that triple, and it's actually the F, Feaster. So I thought there were more hooks than that, but there's actually the only one, which is not favorable for bingos at all. So you're really looking at the stuff, the places underneath the E and the R of Easter or above the R of Easter, or if you can somehow fit a bingo through the T of Tram, it has to be a very specific spot. So there's actually not that many places or easy places to actually bingo on this board. And really he needs to get rid of that P and the I in order to kind of bingo underneath Easter to hit that RE kind of prefix. But so something like LiPo actually might be better, I think. I'm not really quite sure how I would play this. You could, as you said, you could play QI. Does leave a good leave, it has to be said, but the letters you have left don't always fit on the board. But he's about to play Potier here. He's going to open up, fork the board. No S's left. There's actually just one, well, both blanks, I guess, for Spotier, and opening a bingo lane to the left of the IER there to the triple. So interesting move here. I think he's also thinking because he's running a bit low on time, he needs to play through more tiles as well. He's down to 6 minutes now. And Matthew is just wondering, I guess, now what the best bingo is here. And I'm sure it must be somewhere to the left of Potier.
Yeah, he's got many different spots to bingo, but the highest scoring options are going to overlap Potier on the left side. Tangelo, Halogen, or Donegal each play there for 81 points.
Oh, look what Josh just drew.
In jails
Wow.
or in gowls or however you say that plays underneath Easter as well if you want to make an RE word. But I think you address the left side of the board and the huge points there before you do anything else. Oh my God, Josh just drew Examine.
Yeah, exactly. He just drew into that, and it fits and below or above Easter, and that's not going to get
Wow.
taken. So he
Wow.
kind of, I mean, he just drew 6 tiles from the bag, and I mean, it's fair to say he got a little bit fortunate there. That he could have picked out anything, and he just picked out an X bingo that actually lands on the board.
For 100.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's just normal, right?
That's Scrabble. If you're
Yeah,
good at this game, you draw bingos for 100 whenever you need one.
yeah. The better you are, the luckier you get. That's what how it works.
So this was a defensive masterpiece. And then all of a sudden, both players open the board, make big plays. Matthew plays 5, and then Josh plays 6 tiles. And then they just draw ridiculous stuff and bingo anyway.
Yeah, I mean, again, that could happen. I mean, the chances of that happening are obviously very low, but it's happening. Examine has a lot of hooks as well, which gives away another bingo lane. So I think it's a D, E, D, R, and S, I think, unless there are other ones, but there's at least 4 hooks for that, and he's actually drawn into another blank. I mean, sorry, yeah, Matthew's just drawn into another blank, so we'll see what happens after that. It's going to be interesting now.
Dry as dust? No.
Almost. Wow.
So yeah, Examine 4 back hooks and the front hook as well. It takes
Oh, yes,
DERS on the back, takes an H on the front. All kinds of hooks to that.
Yeah. I mean, Matthew's just bingoed, and he's now finding himself almost 50 behind. He probably didn't think this would be happening after Potier came down for Josh, but he's not in bad shape here. You could play something like
Play the
Ward.
R. Play Examiner.
Yeah, but that's actually,
Examiner
well,
and Yar.
you could play something like that. Open up the case blank /S that's left there, and leave Josh to try and block it somehow.
I love it. Examiner and UR or something. We need it. We need it.
Wow.
If anybody would think of this, it's Matthew.
Yes. As I said, he comes up with options or things that not many people will think about. He's very much outside the box. So we'll have to see if he's going to pull the trigger on that. He does need something to happen here. So maybe if he thinks that this is the time to do it, then maybe he might do it.
Unseen pool, definitely a consideration. There are 8 tiles in the bag here for Matthew, and we're going to work on getting those on display for you in just a moment. But that drives some of the calculus. I don't think I've seen Matthew take this long on a turn in quite a while.
Yeah, he's taken about 2 minutes already, and he's still got about half his time left, and we're actually approaching the end of the game. At least with Josh, he's now just seen the last 4 turns, a lot of tile turnover, so there's not many tiles left in the bag. So he's looking okay in terms of the time remaining, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem now, unless it gets really close. But you can see the tiles left there from Matthew's point of view. They're not particularly great. A lot of clunky tiles, a lot of high-scoring tiles. Not all that many vowels, I think. Maybe 6. Well, I guess there's 6 vowels there. That's not too bad. But yes, there's the V, the W, and the P, and the H. And you both just played bingos. You have basically random racks right now. So yeah, he's going to be thinking about how he can actually land a bingo on hopefully the turn after this one, and put Josh under some pressure here.
What percentage of the time do you think Matthew wins this game?
At least half of the time, I think. At least half. I think if he plays it right, he can maybe set up bingos onto Examine or any kind of. If he plays like something like Yaud, YAUD, he has a spot under the triple next to the Y and the A, or he could bingo with the S hook for Spottier or onto the O of Potier as well. So he does have multiple ways to do it. It's just a matter of getting rid of the right letters here and I guess what he ends up picking out at the end, because there's if he can score enough points here, whatever he picks out at the end might not matter that much.
This is nuts. I think if you're Matthew, you need to press this advantage. I think you actually want to try to open this board yet again to a big scoring spot. Matthew Tunnicliffe has pointed out AY on the right side of Pottier, making PA and OY. Scores 24 now to put some scoring pressure on. Opens a big bingo line as well. And you might not draw a bingo this turn into DRTU blank, but you are going to get one more shot to draw a bingo with two big lines open. There's something there. But then these examiner plays and setups and possibilities are really cool for him as well. He's got to be over 50% to win. I wonder, too, if you just play YU and UP, like you're going to draw a bingo a lot of the time next turn using that O or the examined spot. I wonder if he shells out and tries to bingo, or if he just tries to outrun with some filthy examiner setup.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I mean, the only thing with YU is that it does block the S hook for Spottier and kind of obscures the O of Pottier a little bit, and probably doesn't score quite as much. But something like that will, like AY, as Matt Tunnicliffe actually said in the chat, all of his consonants go above AY, are all valid. So makes it very easy for him to land a bingo if he manages to draw into one. I do kind of like that, though. Only problem is that there's still multiple R's and still another U unseen, which if he draws into any of those might kind of slow him down a little bit, and he might not even bingo. But also the chances are that there's 8 tiles in the bag. If he plays off 2 now with AY, there's 6 in the bag, and it's quite likely that Josh will not empty the bag anyway, so you might get another shot after that to fish again. So it'd be it's just kind of a bit like just a bit of timing, really. I think in terms of how or when he's going to bingo him.
All right, one more for you. YOU through the O in clogs.
You know what? I actually did think about that. I did think about that because he does have the R and the blank, but there's still 2 R's unseen, which I would be worried about because he's 44 points behind. He will go 34 behind after U, but any kind of big 5-letter word play there will leave 1 in the bag, and he'll end up being maybe 70 behind. He might end up being too far behind to be able to catch up, even with a bingo. So I did think about that, but I didn't suggest it because I didn't think it was quite up to standard. Maybe if he was slightly closer on the scoreboard, maybe 20 points closer, maybe I would consider it.
This is such a cool position. This is such a cool position. There are so many ways Matthew can approach this game. And while he's down by 44, he's got the stuff. He's got the board shaped the way he'd like. We also know Josh has a really bad rack on the other side. This is fascinating.
Yeah, and looks like he's playing. What is he doing?
Let's go. Oh.
He's not playing the U?
He's not playing the U.
That's interesting. I mean, I would have just put the U there anyway.
I don't think he wants to get beat by a 5.
Well, he's actually drawn pretty well, as it turns out.
Beer Nut.
He has Subrent and Spottier as well.
And Beer Nut plays next to Yad.
Yeah, he has multiple places for bingo, and he's only 12 points behind. So it looks like he is the favorite to win this game now.
I see no way Josh can win if Matthew's got bingos in both spots. This one's done.
It's pretty much game over unless Matthew plays some kind of weird phony, which, as we can see in the last earlier this afternoon, it can happen. So just need to play a valid bingo, and I think he will win this game.
Wow. So what a huge pull from Matthew. I'm going to draw a bingo in both of these spots.
Yeah. I mean, the blank came in really useful as well. So, yeah, it really depends on what Josh is going to do now. But just looking at how bad his rack is, I don't think he can really do anything.
I think part of the reason he didn't play the U in that Yad situation is that the U is actually helpful for his bingo chances using that O in Pottier. He needs to draw bingos in both spots. He's opened this column all the way on the right side to try to bingo on, But I think, he assumes Josh will block that, and then I need to draw a bingo on the other quadrant of the board. And holding OUT together actually sort of stabilizes that and helps you draw a bingo that fits right there.
That's very true. I didn't even consider that. Yeah. So there's out bingos onto the O of Potier that actually do fit. So that's also another good board vision to see that kind of option available. And yeah, he does have bingos through the O as well as it stands. So yeah, I mean, sometimes it just comes down to whoever picks out, favorably towards the end is going to win the game, and it looks like it's going to be Matthew here, pretty much 100% of the time.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can just keep a game close and weather the storm, if you're going to draw badly, once you finally do get an opportunity, you've got to pounce on that and maximize it. Matthew comes from poker playing, and I mean, poker players know you're going to go through times where you just don't get playable hands. But when you do get a playable hand, you have to maximize it, squeeze every last penny you can out of the table when you get them. I think that's a good metaphor for what Matthew's done here. He didn't draw a lot of stuff early on in this game, but when he did, he dropped just an absolute punishment. This play of YAD and the subsequent draw, man, he capitalized on his advantage and he pressed it for everything he could.
Yeah, and Pavid here and Dyad will actually empty the bag, I think, taking the remaining 5 tiles from the bag. So yeah, Matthew is 100% on to win this game as long as he plays a valid bingo. And he's actually not even going to find the optimal bingo here. He's just going to find Boundary for 70 points, and that's going to be it. It's actually 22 points less than Subrent and Spottier. So we'll see if that spread comes in useful towards the end of the tournament. But he needs every point he can get, especially with Ben's spread right now is at 12-21. So he's about 500 points behind, and he's at 22 on the table there.
We saw Matthew do this at the World as well. He had bountiful bingos on his last rack, and he just played the first one he saw, like one of the lowest scoring options available. He had tons of time on his clock, and he's just like, yeah, that wins. That's fine. And, I guess he just doesn't care about spread at all and wants to save every little smidge of brain power for those situations, like his YAD play. I've seen him just mail in a bunch of these in games, but he always gets the results anyway, despite not having the spread.
Exactly, yes.
All right, we'll go to post-game, Mike, see what we catch.
That much.
What was in the bag?
For me, it was Ben. Ben was in the bag. I pulled Ben out of the bag.
What is that going to do it?
It's been done.
It was already done.
Maybe there was some small chance.
It was already done.
Okay.
Well, that's good.
Maybe I should have challenged Boundary if I was like only 99.99% sure it was a word.
That was it outright.
Yes, that was so. Maybe I should have challenged that. Is that a mistake?
At least that's that's going to do it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was basically 100% that was a word, so why would I challenge?
I wasn't sure of Subrent.
Yeah, if you lose that challenge, that's
Find
GG.
me in the parking lot. Find me having keyed your car in the parking lot.
Does Cliff take a front S?
Oh God! If it does, I'm the worst.
It does.
Yep. Okay. I'm officially the worst Scrabble player.
No, so am I. These
Oh,
things.
time for the 0-0 message.
Yes, I think so. I wasn't sure. Wow, Cliff.
Okay, well in that case, Cliff is a terrible play. I thought it was like opening a little, but like not crazy, and it scores 17. It was actually a fascinating game because it started really, really, really tight.
I don't think Ben was a good play on my part. Am I supposed to play like Lingo or No instead?
What's bin?
Or
First of all, that doesn't take an S, right?
No.
I was like 90.
No, it does not. It doesn't take an S. It's useless.
Bin to.
Oh, been to.
And a West African who's been to the UK.
Oh, been to.
Yeah. Something like that. It's African slang for an African who's been to the UK. Especially one who's studied abroad there or something.
Submit.
Well, I played some Saz instead of Sits because I was like, this is otherworldly amounts defensive.
Yes, it's so.
Huh? I won 424 to 373.
Wait, what? Oh. I guess I wasn't paying attention.
Oh. I win
Well, as
474
they get
to
the scores
323.
adjusted here, we will cut back to studio and get our wrap up of the day. What an exciting game that last one was. My head's been spinning all day for a variety of different reasons if you've been on the stream, but that one was just some good, intense Scrabble. That was a treat to get to watch that last one. And you can see Matthew right away. Cliff takes a front S. I'm the worst player ever. That was not intentional, and neither player knew it. So that's crazy stuff. Austin, do you have any final words before we part for the day?
Not really. Just saying to the production team, thanks for having me here. Definitely had a great time commentating with you, Matt. It's actually the first time I think we've ever commentated together. We saw some good games today. And yeah, definitely urge everyone who's watching right now to come back tomorrow and watch the final 4 games.
Absolutely. So everybody watching, if you haven't liked this video, go ahead and do it. Bump us up the algorithm. Subscribe, because Let's Play Scrabble is exactly where you'll find 4 more games tomorrow. I'll be back on the headset, as always. I'll be joined by Charles Reinke again tomorrow. So shout out to Austin. One final plug. Follow him on Twitch, Austinho9. Follow Josh Sokol. Just search for Scrabble on Twitch. We've got a number of names out there. Heidi Robertson, who's been in and out of the chat today. Will Anderson, Josh Sokol, obviously on there as well. I want to give one more shout out, round of thank yous to those you don't get to see. Austin and I get the FaceTime, but Josh Greenway put all of this together and is running the stream tirelessly on site. Noah Slatkoff, running the scores behind the scene, has been quackling every move of every game to keep those scores updated. Couldn't do this without all of them. And of course, to the chat for watching us as well. It's not fun unless we have people as well. So thanks to everybody. And we will be back 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central for our last 4 games tomorrow morning. Until then, I'm Matt, joined by Austin Shin, and we will see y'all tomorrow.